And welcome back to some NA Division 2 Dota. We were doing some Western Europe before, but we're here in North America covering some Division 2 action. Always some very engaging Dota for your brain, for your eyes, and sometimes for that part of your brain and your mind that doesn't know what's going on, but figures it out eventually, right? It looks at the screen and goes, I kind of understand this. That's what NA Dota is all about, and that's what we're going to see today, I think.
Yeah, to explain what's happening on the screen, even though sometimes we don't know what's going on in some of these games. Games tend to be very chaotic, but today we might see like a clearer picture how the teams are going to go or where they're going to go because Grin are going to be playing against Nexus Titans. That's
Nexus
gonna be,
Titans.
Yeah, that's going to be our first matchup and should be a fun one. It's the fight of the bottom two teams, to see if, at least today, one team's going to get the dub. They're not going to be sitting at 0-3. So it's going to be 1-3.
Unless somehow
That's
everybody
about,
disconnects. They both
lose.
Yeah, somehow they both lose. But let's look at last play day. There was two BO3s. And, it started with the cut against Nexus Titans, who are playing today. And it was a fun one. So, fun for one team, I should say, because this was, again, two 30 or less minute games for the cut. Nexus Titans, who are 0-6 right now, it's not been fun for them. They went up against a Zeus Medusa lineup, which just sounds all kinds of awful.
Yeah, the Zeus lineup, difficult to deal with. I mean, if you look at the players, it's really no surprise that Cut got a pretty easy victory. You have MTD, former player from Ancient Tribe. You have some of more known North American players, Scourge McDuck, B-God, Empyrean. They've been, they lost one series against C-Dub, which is, I think, a bit of a surprising one considering the team that they have, but team still at a good spot. I mean, this is also Clinks, a hero that we don't see too often, but he completely popped off. This is one of those heroes that, the hero got nerfed for some reason, but we don't see it as much. We saw it at the start of the patch where people were playing it a lot. I think you were very impressed what the hero can do. Solar Crest into maybe one smaller item into Nullifier or just straight up Nullifier and you become a core. And another one, just another Clinks pick that they managed
another Zeus pick as well.
Yeah, they understand that they can just burst him down every single time. They can, you have Clinks who provides vision, who went into Orchid 2 times in a row. And then it does allow Zeus to have some extra damage pumped out globally, which should be a secure kill. You have a really good scaling lineup. This is Mag, Raid King, Zeus, and it didn't even come to any kind of a late game. This was 30-minute game coming out from the cut. Looked pretty convincing.
Yeah, this is the last fight.
Yeah, a little worried for Nexus Titans because they did not manage to get a single dub so far in the DPC, but neither did Grin Esports. At least they won 2 games. Nexus Titans still yet to win a game. And then the last series was Wildcard Gaming against Ravens. Wildcard Gaming.
This is a big series.
Yeah.
Because it was, before this, Ravens was 3-0 and Wildcard was 3-0. This was a top series where Ravens have a lot of good players, in my opinion, with RRL, your boy Italiano Gangster, but I don't know, it seems to be the resurgence of Samson.
Yeah, he's slowly getting into it, back to his carrier role. He showed some of the weird heroes, I would say. That Snapfire that he had played the other day, and now he's playing more standard stuff, playing that Juggernaut, and in the next game he's going to be playing, what was he playing again? I believe he was playing, Medusa. So it's just, not theory crafting too much, even though I think, right now there's Dead Boom against Aster happening, and they also picked Snapfire from the mid lane, which is Universal Hero, but you also go for like the same item. You get Gleipnir for the damage, Load Shredder, 15, 20, 25 talents, Manta style. This was a bit of a... The second one was a bit of a rougher one, I would say, for Wildcard Gaming, even though they didn't have like... They're finishing the game with 10, 13k gold lead in the end, which is a bit of a surprise one. Like usually you want to have 20, 30k, slowly choke them, but Wildcard Gaming, yeah, so far undefeated.
Yeah, doing a good job, and we're watching this second game. It's you know, that Medusa pick. You talked about that Snapfire. It didn't end up winning for Aster. You know, not having that Samson luck and that Samson style. But you can see Wildcard, like, this isn't exactly the easiest game for them, especially when you're seeing, like, RCY kind of struggle a little bit. He's very much the, like, game opener for Wildcard. And that, and, like, as long as you open up space for Samson, I feel like that's when you've got the most faith on him, of course. When you open up the game for any carry, it's going to be that way. But he really knows how to make the best out of the farm and space and time that he gets in this division, in my opinion. So... This one, you know, there was still a fight there from Ravens, because I kind of expected that, because Ravens have looked like a good team up to this point. I'm not saying they look like a bad team here, just that Wildcard were the better team.
Yeah, I think you can see like the clear difference between the top 4 and the bottom 4 right now in the NA. We're going to be looking at the standings pretty soon, so it's going to be easier to talk about it. But Wildcard so far, they're undefeated. They dropped 2 games, but as expected, this is the team has like more experience. You have Flea, you have Sammy Boy, RCY. Like some of these players have been in the scene for a relatively long time. And looking at the leaderboards, Wildcard Gaming, as we said, undefeated. And Nexus Titans against Grin. This is gonna be the match to see like whether they can get out of the trouble, go to that infamous Division 3 that we like to mention, that like abyss that doesn't exist, so you have to go through the qualifiers to get in. Maybe they let you in, maybe they don't.
It depends on the bouncer. Do you have an ID? Like, what's going on? Maybe they let you in, maybe they don't. I don't know. You're telling me this is real? This is paper. This is a paper ID. I don't know what you're doing. But this is the schedule on the screen. Nexus Titans against Grin. And then you've got C-Dub against the American Goons, and that is a battle to really for C-Dub to kind of situate themselves in a potential for that promotion. I guess the same could be said for American Goons. I think this is going to be another one of those, like, second place might be a 5-2 record. I don't think it's going to be like a 6-1, 7-0 top.
So already
keeping it at 2 wins, it's tough.
Yeah, with 2 losses, it's not going to be easy for American Goons by any means. But especially if they get the loss here, that definitely means you're not getting through, because you have already one team with 4-0, and you're playing wildcard next. Ravens, they're doing really good. And also the C-Dub that you mentioned, that's going to be played out later. If C-Dub gets dub, they're going to be 3-1 because they played one series less. So, yeah, a lot of things can happen. It's going to be pretty wild, as we expected.
It should be wild second series. I think this first one will definitely be a fun series. It'll be a series that we've seen in Dota 2. And it's always interesting to see what these teams kind of pull out in a spot like this, where it does feel like your back's against the wall, because 0-3 going 0-4 is just one of those positions you really don't want to be in, because that feels almost uncomebackable, I guess.
Uncomebackable?
Is the phrase for that?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Like, first I make up the word, then you make another word of my stupid word that I just made. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, we'll also see if the teams are going to be like adjusting to the new patch, because it dropped. It's not like the biggest patch, but we'll have to see like some of the like newer heroes that kind of popped up. Like we don't see Magnus as much, especially coming out from the carrier role because of the nerfs to the self-empower. Medusa still pops up here or there. Other heroes. And we looking at the team comparison, average kills. Team Grin, they do tend to fight a lot more, which means that they're dying more. They're also getting more kills.
A lot of assists.
Yeah, look at the assists.
That's like insane. I don't know if I've ever seen that amount of assists. Like 60, just the kills are double, the assists are double. Like both these teams are 0-3, but it does feel like Grin is the better team.
This also means that they're bringing in maybe like one hero that not necessarily needed to be there. So he's like, yeah, I'll just get the assist gold instead of farming on the other side of the map. Because these are some like really weird looking numbers, having like 60 assists and having 20 kills.
So everybody's involved all the time. Here we go. Like, just run it with us. So you've got, what, 3 times the amount of assists and kills? You're moving around the map a lot together, right? That makes sense? All right.
Holding
I don't know.
hands.
I wasn't getting confirmation immediately, and I was
And
just
you were like, yeah, I lost
is my math
confidence."
dot checking out? Gosh, I started to panic. But you know what's not a panic? Player comparisons, because those numbers are kind of finite, and we just get to see them. So we've got Zur against Muzi, and you could see Muzi, again, it does feel like Grin, despite the record, they've got a little bit more of a solid role under them.
Yeah, it also comes down to heroes that they're playing, because Zor's playing these like very weird offlane heroes. Like there was a game where he played Void Spirit, which is not conventional offlane. He played multiple games of Wind Ranger. He played Weaver 2 games. It's not just like, it was a good game for it. This is his hero pool, because he played like 3 games of Wind Ranger, 2 games of Weaver, 1 game of Void Spirit. Not the conventional offlaners compared to Muzi's hero pool, who's like Legion Commander, Timber, Doom, Magnus, like these type of heroes. And this is where like the difference comes from. Playing meta heroes.
The difference between the meta and not, basically, which is always interesting. It should be fun to see this series, see how it goes. I think we're gonna, at least in my head, we're gonna see a Grin advantage. And I know I've already said that like 3 times, but I'd like to see Nexus Titans show us something new. Show us something a little bit more, a little bit out there for them. You know,
they've been forcing this Wind Ranger pick across like 3 different roles. I think maybe it's time to stop, to show us something new, but show us something new good.
Yeah. Ooh, new good. I like that. So the game 1 draft is live. We're getting right into it. They're trucking through these bands already. 3 of them on the board. But it is that Undying. We saw a lot of that today in the Western Europe series that we covered in Mona Spa. Out there against Ancient Tribe. And then you've got Morphling, which just had a good game in Dream League. Medusa, which we've been talking about. And going to that Doom, that standard, offlaner that we were just talking about for Muzi and first pick techies. I mean, is there anything else like it?
I mean, we said Grin are picking strong meta heroes. Let's see this Wind Ranger pop up for like 15th time on Nexus Titans.
10 seconds remaining.
So we'll see what they want to go for first. As
Radiant team.
they've got some time. Disruptor. This felt like the support of the patch last patch, not the letter patch, but the number patch.
Yeah, like Disruptor's
Now, not as much.
It's not like, wow, this hero is so good against techies or anything like that. They just need to like pick something. You can't expect these teams to have as wide hero pool as, I don't know, some Division 1 teams that are playing at the majors. So you know the picks are going to look different. And speaking of different, Broodmother immediately in the first phase, which is the hero that you wanted to see more. This is the hero that we're going to be seeing more, I think, especially from the offlane, since the hero is universal. So there's like Echo Saber, Harpoon, Manta style type of a build, and you become another right clicker.
I'm almost a little disappointed at how early we're seeing this pick, because it's definitely got time to be nerfed. Or not nerfed, countered.
Well, maybe this is where Disruptor picks comes in as like, oh, Brood Mother
Team ban.
does really suffer against certain like combos. Certain supports are really good against her. Disruptor definitely that one, where you put the Thunder Strike, you find her, glimpse back, and then into like another stun, and she's gonna be dead. But getting Bloodseeker, which will also provide him vision when she's below like certain HP,
10
and
seconds remaining.
just a strong laner against the Broodmother. I think you can punch back, especially at the early
5
stages. You don't
seconds
care too
remaining.
much about those right clicks.
Radiant team ban.
Banning out the Ember, the Terrorblade, that Timber. Still kind of focusing on that offlane, right? A little bit? Yeah, definitely now.
Banning out those heroes that could cause issues for Broodmother, both Mag with Empower, he can like TP from the offlane, mid lane as well, very flexible as a hero, and also Timbersaw, a hero that is
10 seconds
extremely
remaining.
difficult to push out of the lane.
Let's see what this last ban is. If it's another offlaner, I think if you're Muzi, you got to have your hero picked, right?
Radiant team pick.
All right,
There's
Wind
that-
Runner.
there's
I
that Finn
never hate that ban. Get it out of here.
They banned
I'm
it so
happy.
they can't pick it because they played it 1, 2, 3, 4 times out of 6 games so far.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, ban it so we can't lose with it again.
5 seconds remaining.
Although maybe that's the plan. Keep losing it with it, lower that win rate, get it buffed.
Yeah, the other teams
Just
are
in
like, we're
time
not
for
picking the
qualifiers.
hero because it has low win rate. But you know what? We're the ones who lower the win rate of the hero in the first place. So now we take it and play it seriously.
Yeah. That'd be pretty great, right?
I don't
course.
think anyone ever did that in Dota history, but it might happen here. Div 2 NA is a place for magic to happen.
Dire team pick.
Ugna, all right. And that is that battery. Maybe they're thinking Storm mid.
Maybe Storm, maybe Void Spirit. These heroes
Yeah.
so far are not afraid, at least what Grin has picked, but they only have 2 heroes, so
Seconds remaining.
Grin could also pick up one of the spirits
seconds
themselves. I
remaining.
do like Void Spirit against Pagna Disruptor. You're really not afraid of Disruptor Glimpse. You can always dodge it with your Dissimulate. Even after the nerfs, the hero still feels really, really strong. This is like one of the best nicknames I've seen in a while.
Dire team
Salivating Salamander 37. It's just like during the team fight, you have to call his name. Like,
Do I have to have the 37 in there?
yes, it's his name.
Okay.
You have to read it.
Salivating Salamander 37. All right, I got it. We're good.
10 seconds remaining.
Had to practice once, got it perfect. I think we're good.
5
Imagine if it
seconds
was that easy when picking heroes and just practicing it once. Like, yeah, I'm good to
Yeah.
go. I want to queue up now.
I'd be a much better Dota player.
Let's fire up some Dota. So
Pango
Pango,
seems to be a NA Div 2 special. You gotta ban Anti-Mage here if you're Nexus Titans. I'm actually more shocked they didn't pick it on Grin Esports. I know you could throw the Bloodseeker into the offlane or even have the Anti-Mage in the offlane, right?
yeah, but then you will have like Bloodseeker
10 seconds
AM.
remaining.
Broodmother could cause problems if your Pango's not having a good time.
5
Because
seconds
Pango
remaining.
here is also really good against both Disruptor, Pagna, and of course Broodmother. It's going to be a lot of lag as well caused by Pango whenever he uses Swashbuckle on those Spiderlings, Spiderites. But they are having
boy.
strong lanes. I don't think you want to flex this Pango, even though there is Storm Spirit matchup, something that's Pango doesn't like to play into. Because you could potentially die. Like one bad Swashbuckle, one shield crash on top of like he catches you mid-air, shield crash, you don't even get it off.
Could you not go 3-position Pango swap lanes with the Bloodseeker and go
pick-
after this?
Pick puck,
Bird?
yeah. I think you could pick something more elusive, but I don't think I'm a big fan of Pango 3. I think we've been casting together for a decent amount of time. And
Too
there are,
long, yeah.
like, yeah,
Go on.
there are a couple of, if you want to call it that way. Yeah, there are a couple of heroes that I really dislike to see from certain
10
roles where it
seconds
just
remaining.
like doesn't fit. Pango offlane is definitely that one.
5 seconds remaining.
So, Weaver, very slippy hero. Don't want to be dealing with that. Especially, truthfully, Grin, their control is kind of
Ban.
meh.
Oh, this is Legion Commander pick, I think, coming up because they just banned Monkey.
Ooh. So then you just Skywrath Mage here.
It's the hero that you can't like really pressure. They could go for, I don't know, something
10
like
seconds remaining.
Ursa, but you would be
Dire
then
team
picking
pick.
Ursa into Lich, Spirit Breaker, and Underlord. Yeah, I think put Legion Commander, have a bit of a, like, you don't know what you're picking Legion into, but I feel like you need some extra lockdown for this Storm Spirit coming up from the
10
off lane.
seconds remaining.
You could always go for Doom is
5
banned, never mind.
seconds remaining.
I like the Legion pick, but I don't know. Something about Anti-Mage in my mind gives me confidence.
Could be. I mean, it's a good game for Anti-Mage. Like, really not afraid of any of these heroes.
Radiant team pick.
Wow.
Beast Master making it this late in the draft.
Yes. For some reason, like, I don't think there's Beastmaster in the pool to be last picked. So now you have really strong lanes. You have Vision for this Broodmother. You have good amount of tower damage. And Grin Esports drafted themselves a really nice draft. This is like a strong meta draft, as we like to call it. And then Nexus Titans. Anything other than like Disruptor Broodmother, so 50% of the draft feels a bit wonky, I would say.
I don't know if the Brood's wonky. I think it's definitely finding itself in more drafts. It's more situational than out of meta, right?
Yeah. Want to see how much they're going to be able to get out of this Broodmother. But for their last pick, Nexus Titans. So you need something that is good against Beastmaster in the lane. Something like some extra tower damage, I feel like. I'm down for some Raid King. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that.
Wraith Kingy.
Or
Would you go
Templar
Sven?
Assassin. I think Templar Assassin also works. Oof. I mean, Sven into Beastmaster, Pango Bloodseeker, like you have multiple abilities
Oh, yeah,
that he's
you're right.
really afraid of. It could be. It's just like you have to figure out like what's the best hero here for you. So gonna be
Safe
Mars.
lane Mars?
Yeah, I think it's offlane Mars
No,
and
no,
safe lane Broodmother. There we go.
Yeah.
So
But that's...
they wanted to
No.
counter Pango.
Like, is that really what you want to fight in? Yeah.
No, I don't think this is gonna work out. Broodmother as a carry does fall off so quickly. So now you have Bloodseeker into Mars, which is really not that good of a lane for Mars. You don't have enough damage to kill Bloodseeker. Your God's Rebuke against Bloodseeker, who has high armor. You also, like, your core is Broodmother playing against Lich. Sure, you did counter Pango, so he's not going to be able to get out of the arena with the Rolling Thunder, but is that it? Is that what you guys lacked? I don't know. I feel like there could have been a better pick. We talked about the carry picks that they could have go for. But yeah, Nexus Titans drafting themselves some new stuff. I want to see how they're going to be able... Yeah, it's a new tech for sure. Like you talked about Broodmother being the offlaner with this new Echo Saber Manta Harpoon build into like AC or whatever you need, pretty much. But I'm not sure if it's that good in this game. You're playing into Pango as well, so Disarm, it's gonna cause you a lot of issues.
So we'll see how it goes. Some of these games have gone quick for Nexus Titans when they're on the back foot. So if the lanes don't start out well, I'm a little worried for this team because a brood from behind never feels that great, but a brood from ahead, you know, you get that first spider bite in, the venom starts to take over, your blood starts to thicken, and then you usually, you know, I've never been bit by a spider, but it usually goes along those lines and you die.
Yeah, you said brood from behind looks good, brood from ahead doesn't look good. Yeah, looking
No, I
mother
said
in the eye. It's the other way. Okay, so looking her into the eyes, like she has what, like 1, 2, 3, 6, maybe even more eyes, bunch of teeth. Yeah, definitely not a beautiful look from ahead.
What? You don't like the brood, mommy?
It's also
Mother?
it's
Sorry?
also a different set. It's not that set that everybody's afraid of. But
That pumpkin with the fake torso or whatever it is, that weird one, or the Black Widow one.
Black Widow one.
Yeah, that one's kind of cool. They're both kind of cool. I like when it doesn't have the torso, though. That one's kind of a funny glitching cosmetics. Brood, always interesting. Especially in this pause right now. I don't know if you've got if you're clicked on Brood, the chattering teeth that's kind of happening at the moment because of the pause. If you click on Brood, it's scary. I don't really like it. I really, that is the creepiest part for me. I don't know why it's doing this in my game, but now I'm hoping Brood loses just because I don't like spiders. I was never the one in my house who would smush spiders, but let's get into this first game and do it. And yeah, I don't know. Spiders aren't for me. My brother used to make fun of me.
So much blood.
Be a little tiny spider, and my brother would be like, really? That's what you're scared of? It's like, yes, that and clowns. Like, chill. Come on, man.
Okay, so clown spider is the ultimate thing that can scare you.
Yeah. I've never seen the movie It. I don't like clowns. I hate the circus.
You go to Mickey D's, however.
Nah, only Uber Eats.
Okay.
I only get delivered. But I haven't had it in a long time. They just, you know, the toys aren't that great anymore.
Yeah, they've been really bad in the last month or so.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
I got your back.
So we'll see how this goes. Salivating Salamander 37, sponsored by Seal Anime Season 2, is really looking to make things happen.
So it should be strong lanes here for Grin. Lich, Bloodseeker, I think you heard me talk about this lane bazillion times already. It's just
Right.
you have sustain, you have damage coming out from this lane, but they're going through the gates. I was wondering what all this fuss at the bottom is about. Maybe a first blood, but yeah, speaking of first blood, Nexus Titans, they have 3 heroes in the top lane. Blood Grenade, Thunderstrike, Pugna with the Blast, another Blood Grenade. Could land them the kill. Lich still to go through the gates. Salivating Salamander 37.
You're really loving that name.
Yeah, it's good. It's like Italiano gangster quality.
Yeah, but you like that name because you like his real name, Dominic.
That's also true. I might be slightly biased here. Grin, they know something is up.
Yeah. Mars is not like this amazing hero we've seen.
No,
So it'll be
you've
interesting to
seen him,
see
but
what
it's
he
definitely
accomplishes.
not amazing in any department. Maybe when Amar plays it, but other than that, the hero just feels lackluster. So now they wasted a bit of time in the top lane. Didn't go too well. Look at Kiritsugu already. Down, like, he has thirst. He's...
Oh, boy.
Bloodseeker's moving. He's gonna
Fena.
right-click him down.
Aina, yeah, gonna just die here to Soul. Take his soul. Or in the words of Shang Tsung. Shang Tsung? Mortal Kombat guy? Your soul is mine.
Yeah.
Because he's minus soul. Minus soul. Oh, just soul, but he's got the minus sign there before it. Great reference, Ben. Continuing on to the game, here we go. That was
Focus, Ben.
lovely, appreciated. Focusing, I'm in it. Hiritsugu on this brood mother. 4-0. Just not definitely not enjoying that. And dead. The blood grenade got him.
Blood
The
Grenade's
damage over time. Woo.
Such a good item. I mean, this makes, like, I think we needed this item in Dota because like, oh, we don't possess a kill threat. Suddenly we're like, we can kill 4 people. And one of the reasons, especially in the pub games, why you see all these fights happening before the horn is people want to use double blood grenade.
Yeah. The thing too is like people want to use double blood grenade, and it's like before that it was oh, do I buy Orb of Venom as an Ogre Magi? Have that damage over time? No.
Now you have AoE Orb of Venom with more damage.
Yeah, and Ignite if you're an Ogre Magi. So mid lane, taking a look. Pango 9-2 to the 12-2 of the Storm. Like you said, this is not the easiest matchup for a Pangolier. Also, Soul losing his courier. And Salivating Salamander 37, his courier dies too to Thana. And that was boots for Soul. I don't know if he keeps these heroes low, he may not need it. Spear connecting, Nether Blast there, Frost Armor. Bloodright's down, it silences Zor, the chase is on, but that Frost Armor early is good enough to keep him alive.
Thana, he's looking for another blast.
Oh, whoa, uh-oh, spear and then the kill. That was a little bit of an alley-oop with that spear. That's pretty close, but Techi's down bottom, getting run down. Kiritsugu gives up on it. They still get the kill. It's Nature Lover who gets it. The chase is on to get this kill. And there are wild axes to help Muzi kill Kiritsugu.
He's still chasing Nature Lover. So these trades, like Broodmother dies second time. This is carry we're talking about. This is not some like offlane Brood where you're going to recover. Even though Broodmother not the hero that recovers easy. Bloodseeker CSing nicely because he doesn't have Boots of Speed. You said his career got killed. We'll wait until he has enough money for phase boots, and then this lane becomes really, really difficult for Nexus Titans.
Like I said, the laning phases haven't exactly been good for Nexus Titans, so you know, if Kiritsugu dies like, another time or two, or we see like Pangolier of Rojo Fireflu go down there with Rolling Thunder and they start killing these heroes, I'm a little worried because Soul's not having a bad time. It's not amazing, but he's sitting top of the net worth. So it's good enough.
Being on top of the network, not bad, huh?
Well, I meant that just because, like, you know, he had died. Or, you know, not died. He had lost his courier with boots on it. That's what I meant. Sorry, his courier died.
He's
the brain's melting and farting. Yeah, he's zooming though. He's having a good time. Now he's got boots and blades coming. Boots and blades is gonna make some face. A little rhyme in there.
You get close. I want to see Lich pull back the lane because right now, like Bloodseeker needs a long lane. He needs his lane to be close to the tower, and you can see Salivating Salamander 37 pinging it out.
Really zooming.
You get close, you get a couple of right clicks. Yeah, on level 4, seems like he wants to get it. 2 points in Frost Blast is, I think, fine build. You also want to max out that spell because this is like insane amount of damage. This is like 360 damage, no scope.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So you've got level 3, almost level 4 for this Lich, level 4 for Soul. And getting close to that 7-minute mark. That's always important, especially with a team that's kind of losing in the laning phase. If they don't get their Wisdom Rune, all of a sudden things just feel like they turn off pretty heavily. Desperate here, level 6.
Half mana.
But if Rojo Fireflu comes over and does, you know, find him in a bit of a bad position.
Muzi bottom. Getting initiated on.
They're gonna go.
But Kiritsugu. Also low. No
they brought the
hunger available. Yeah, he's very tanky. As soon as Techie shows, they might be able to land a kill here.
Blast off. And Blood Grenade. Primal Roar even committed to that kill.
I was wondering why he's not
sure
using
if that was
wild
necessary
axes,
enough,
but as soon as he got that level 6, immediately clicks Roar. Nature Lover.
I think he could have killed him with the axes and gotten Roar on Nature Lover, but they're going to go again. They think they don't even need it because they've got Salivating Salamander 37 here to take out Nature Lover. Here's the Ball of Lightning, and do they have enough to turn it around? I think without the Roar, body blocked by Muzi for a second. LGTK goes down, and Muzi's going to be killed off, I would say, with this coming in, but damage might be lacking. No, it works with that Remnant, and they get the kill. Meanwhile, I was talking about it. Thana, he does pick up that Wisdom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's pretty big. They're going to play around desperate. Refill his bottle near the outpost. Yeah. Zor can't really do much in this one. Gets pulled in.
He's got no spear. He's got nothing to really give, but under the tower, is that where you want to commit? Probably not. Instead, Zor gets lined up for Rojo Fireflu.
They could pressure the tower here if they want to. Orb of Corrosion, a couple of right clicks from Bloodseeker, but yeah, look at this team play. Soul brought the creep wave back to Soul. Not your usual Pango player who like takes it immediately, creep skips in front of you, then you have nowhere to go. Now it's not as bad because you have these outer rings.
This is what we were talking about, right? Pre-game with the assists and everything. The fact that they work together so often and have so many assists, they've tripled the assists of their kills.
Yeah.
Rojo Fireflu coming top. There's 3 heroes there. There were 3 heroes bottom. Like, the assists are kind of off the charts. Bloodright, Desperate's here. Goes after Soul, who does not have Rupture. Spear doesn't connect. Now you've got the Sinister Gaze. Soul trying to run. Frost Armor on him. But eventually he'll die. Now they go to the Rolling Thunder. No mana here for Desperate
angle.
if they could stick on him. And they bounce off again. You can Rolling Thunder through, and there's the Swashbuckle to get the kill on Azor.
So they get the kill. I mean, it's an okay trick. How is Bloodseeker still level 5, 9 minutes into the game? I guess Salivating Salamander 37 was taking... like sharing a lot of XP because they have literally the same amount of XP right now.
I thank you.
Yeah, just I don't know. Salivating Salamander also went bottom though. Like he left him with soul experience, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
Nature
weird.
Lover.
That's a weird one. He's gonna die here to Rojo Fireflu. Like he's 2 levels behind Kiritsugu now, who has died 3 times.
And has more net worth than him. So, Broodmother, a bit low on the mana now. Definitely needs some mana item. Echo Saber is going to help out. Oh, there's the Soul
3
Ring that
bounty
just
rings.
got delivered. Plus Region Rune for Desperate.
Desperate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
TP from Nature Lover, Swashbuckle. Nothing new.
I'm getting a second wind.
Brood taking a lot of damage. Primal Roar used. They've got Soul down here. And going to try and right-click through this. Working for now, but eventually they'll get the kill. Electric Vortex and some damage on both Muzi and Soul. They bring down Salivating Salamander, and he's got himself the Sinister Gaze to try and lock him in the Bloodright just off the edge of it. And now they're going to refill that battery.
To blast off. They see
Yeah, going for Nature Lover
one more
instead.
time. And
Ooh,
Dana.
all the way through to Thana, who just gave all his life to this Storm Spirit, who's gonna go and get himself the Beastmaster, or at least try to. There's the finish. Chain Frost to get Nature Lover. So they do get both supports again, and Kiritsugu comes back into the lane, where Green is kind of starting to clean up a little bit.
Pretty even game so far. Like, chaotic as expected. 17 kills in 11 minutes. Soul's the one who's struggling. He's about to crack level 7, but I want to see more points being put in Blood Rage. This is your farming tool. 3 points in Thirst is more than enough to move between the camps. It's also for the laning stage. Like, Mars managed to get
Rupture.
blast
And they
off.
stop the TP with the
Yes,
blast
they
off.
can.
They can just in time. Proxy Mine's down. Zor's low. Zor gets the arena, but he doesn't get the kill on a Soul.
That was
It
close.
was close. It was way closer than I thought it would be.
Extra armor from Spark of Courage kicked in. That extra armor below 50% HP. And here Tsuga now moving from bottom lane to the top lane.
Killing that techies.
Is under attack.
A lot of circles for Nexus Titans in terms of like kinetic field, arena,
Structures are fortified.
ball, lightning,
Dire structures are fortified.
We see,
sphere.
yeah, we see Monkey when he's played as a carry that he goes through these gates relatively easy, jumping on the trees, cutting the time. Broodmother is also that type of a hero because he just went through the gates,
Is under attack.
he's padding through the webs, suddenly through the gates, gets himself a kill.
He is really starting to extend that net worth lead over this Bloodseeker. Soul's farm is slowed down wildly.
As soon as he gets Maelstrom, plus another point in Blood Rage maxed out, he's definitely gonna be zoom in. Rupture, not even needed. I
Yeah.
feel like
Rolling Thunder.
it's not necessary. Kills him with the style. You know, whenever I see this type of a move from Pango, I know they're a good player. This is like roll into shield crash on top of his head, into swashbuckle, mid shield crash, and stop the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. So, Smoke Up, Desperate and Nature Lover, roaming through nature, roaming near the Roche Memorial Cliff. I'll have that catch on eventually, hopefully, maybe one day.
Yeah, maybe someone
Radiant's
picks up on
middle
it.
tower is under attack.
Someone, you know, tier one, somebody is just like, man, Roche
Man,
Memorial
this is
Cliff,
so
I like the sound
good.
of that.
Sounds great. Yeah.
That's a good call out, like Banana and CSGO.
Is under attack.
Well, near the crypt here. Static Storm is down. Soul losing it. Desperate's gonna get the kill there onto the Bloodseeker, and they dove him deep inside his own area of the map, and that is really not what you want if you're this Bloodseeker, especially with how much he's just struggling. After what seemed to be this great lane for him, it just the game turned off.
Is under attack.
He was top of the net worth.
Slowing down, almost has the same amount of farm as Mars. Zor picked up a Blink Dagger, so they're looking for some kind of an opening here. Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord, 14 minutes. This is massive. They don't have that hero who can kill it.
Arena, spear, ball lightning,
40% shield crash.
draining. Oh, they still get that kill. The blast off on a 4. Uh-oh, that's going to be a Chain Frost that bounces once. Kurtsugu goes down. Man, LGTK. Damn. Whew. Blasting off again.
Only
Like Team
level
Rocket.
2 blast off. Yeah, this was this was massive. And Beastmaster,
Desperate.
you can see the damage. Oh, Storm.
Sinister Gaze, Proxy Mine. Ooh. Oh, Blood Right Rupture. Now, all right, now you're gone. Most likely.
He's okay, he's
Eventually.
okay. Oh,
There
no.
he is. No. He's gone. Proxy Mine down. OGTK puts himself on a killing spree, and now the game opens up.
Yeah, now it's all about Grin, this timing from the Beastmaster. Chain Frost not the most powerful ability against Broodmother, so you want to wait until you either kill a Brood or you find an opportunity, you get like some kind of a stun. Also, Storm Spirit from now is going to have much more difficult time in the game, playing into the Fusel Blade Pango. Lich will start to put more points in Sinister Gaze, stealing his mana, so that's going to be... what, 10% per second? 10 per second?
I don't know. I did the math last series. You did the math this series.
I mean, it depends. Like, it really depends. But this is like... because it's current mana. So if he's full mana, you steal 10% of 999.
Is under attack.
That's 99. I just did the math for you.
Is under attack.
Damn! Holy hell, mathematician
Holy
over
base,
here.
yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, I miss Kezu. Holy base, the little Froge concern as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sorry.
That's not
I don't
that's
mean to
not a
make you
not, yeah,
jealous.
that's not a nice thing to say. We're breaking up.
All right. Well, I'll give you my number just in case you want to call me at some point.
Okay. And they'll use this opportunity that this Helm of the Overlord go inside the Roche Pit, extra minus armor that they have from Pango, like only 1 point in Lucky Shot, but Orb of Corrosion, Ancient Black Dragon. You have enough sustain, you have the damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
After this game stayed so close for so long, going after Roche must feel pretty great. Muzi's kind of... Oh, we kind of talked about it and alluded to it in the early part of this, like, broadcast, but Muzi feels like the
Dire's
best
bottom tower
player on this team, as they are going to lose Soul.
Yeah, Muzi definitely looks very stable in the games that we've seen so far in the DPC. He's like, I'll carry from the off lane pretty much. Stays on top of the net worth. Soul needs to find some extra farm. Push himself closer to that BKB. That's his big timing. And then if he's not like initiated on from Mars into pole, he should be able to survive.
Radiant's top tower.
Mid lane, Zor, Sinister Gaze, and they are going to use the Primal Roar. They really are putting the Sinister Gaze together with the Blood Right real well. Ball Lightning, though, they want to just shut down Soul. Okay, Frost Armor tried to do it and almost got
mana.
him. That is a level 4 Frost Armor, and now he's out of mana, and he is in trouble. Chain Frost comes around, doesn't bounce. It's just a Frost, but it is enough to get the kill.
Bloodseeker pops like 21 charges and now finds himself tier 2 neutral items. So let's see what's it gonna be. Some tankiness, like some Pupil's Gift maybe. Let's see what
Spark
he
of
decides
Courage,
to go
where
for.
it
A
actually
Ring of
should be.
Aquila. That's also fine. Extra mana, but that was a bit ambitious. Solo kill onto Bloodseeker. Tier 2 getting chased.
Rolling Thunder? Yeah. Shield crashing, chasing. Has Mugi here. They want the vision. They're looking over. Ooh, this is an interesting little spot here in the trees. Not that easy to get to, but they get there.
And
They
there's
take
that
the
assist
tissue
goal.
and they just smush them down.
4 heroes suddenly show up
Yeah.
from Grin.
How many assists do they have right now? I'm gonna do the math. I'll bring this up. They've got 4 plus 7, that's 11, plus another 11 for
35.
Salivating Salamander, 37. Oh, that's 22, and then 28. Yeah, 35. Okay.
I banged out my calculator.
Dire's middle
I heard
tower
it. Click.
Whew, Beastmaster now with the pipe. Pipe plus Occult Bracelet. His magic resistance is through the roof, 36% right now. Pipe as well. So that's gonna be... Where's the damage gonna come from? Pugna, like all they have is pretty much magical damage. Kiritsugu doesn't feel too comfortable now playing like super aggressive until he gets his BKB, which he's still far away from it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rojo Fire Flute going to the Blink Dagger soon. Well, Wild Axes from Muzi. Desperate's doing a good job in this game, truthfully. I know he's died a couple times, but he shut down Soul pretty heavily. Although I say this, as the Ball Lightning doesn't exactly go that far away. If anybody else was there, he might have been in a little bit of trouble. Techies, harpooned, caught. Everybody dreams of harpooning techies. Truth.
Glimmer,
Dust,
Frost,
Arena,
Shield, Pavis.
and they've got the Spear, Chain Frost. This one's gonna chain, this one's gonna bounce. It's starting to go over. And it comes back to Desperate, goes back over to Thena. They don't have any kills on either side just yet, but the Primal Roar on Athena, they'll get the kill there onto the Pugna. They look over at Kiritsugu, who's hit with this Rupture, who pops an Insatiable Hunger and is trying to get the kill there, and does on a Muzi, surviving for a while, but eventually dying.
You just went
Zor
on the
also dying
tankiest
enemies.
target on Grin. This is Beastmaster we're talking about, who has Frost Shield, Pavis, Mech, Glimmer Cape on top of him. So not going down easily at all. And suddenly 8k gold lead for Grin. They're going to take this tower.
Are fortified.
Not sure if
Dire's
Nexus Titans can take a fight here. Also, we don't see Dana playing with Desperate too much. Like, he's not replenishing his mana.
He's trying in these big fights. It's not the way we've seen it
No.
in past
That's like-
matches, right?
You go for a pickoff, and then he plays with
And then
you,
you-
replenishes your mana, and then goes for another one. Like Storm Spirit does have decent amount of farm. It's just like on the scoreboard doesn't look too good because Beastmaster is like 13,000 net worth 22 minutes into the game. But having all these 3 blades, Falcon, Kaya, Witchblade, and I like how he put them in the inventory. It's like my OCD,
Blade, everything else.
My OCD is very happy about this one.
It's the Zoro inventory build. 2 hands, the mouth. You're holding the blades. That's one piece.
I wanted to ask you, what is that? Because I didn't get it. It's not a 1-piece, it's 3-piece blade.
Yeah, you know, it is. yeah.
It's the trident.
Oh.
It's the 1-piece.
They really just should make that an item. Trident.
Again,
Yeah.
we tried. We
Like-
tried.
Oh, BKB dead. BKB not be keeping him alive, but another blast off on multiple heroes. To get Kiritsugu out of this fight this early feels like this could be a problem for the side of Nexus Titans. Dana trying to TP out. Proxy Mine doesn't explode in time. Ooh. They're trying to get back. Swashbuckle.
Half
his
HP gone.
health. All right.
Lance of
And
Pursuit.
then you've got this ancient
Swashbuckle.
granite golem coming to get you gone. Kinetic field, and the sticky bomb doesn't land. Desperate off to the side here. Does he want to re-engage? They
He
go and
literally
hit the
died
swashbuckle.
Two swashbuckles. Not even kidding.
Yeah.
Like, you get
That's
Orb of Corrosion.
insane. Why
Lucky
is
Shot
Desperate
proc
back in here?
at the start, plus Lance of Pursuit. I don't
Oh.
know. Okay, they don't
No,
have
they don't have
stuns.
a problem.
So good.
Yeah, that's why. That made me nervous. I was like, wait, what are you doing here? Are you sure about that?
Oof. They will have all 3 auras. Pipe, Crimson being built on Muzi. And LGTK. He finished off Guardian Greaves. Like, he's super farm. He's very active, landing multiple man stuns with that blast off.
I wish he had gone Ags, you know, Minefield Sign. This is a lineup of Grin that forces you to run away. Minefield Sign feels so good in my eyes, but I'm also stupid. But I think it's smart.
Is it really smart
Thoughts?
then?
I don't know.
Oh, another
Primal
roar.
Roar used, Kiritsugu. Blast off, Chain Frost, bouncing off the Ice Spire. Ice Spire with my little eye, a dead Kiritsugu. They've also gonna go and get themselves Nature Lover. They've got themselves Dana as well. Look at that, Swashbuckle, half your health. See you later. Little sticky bomb action that's not gonna land, but Thana,
Radiant's top
I spoke
tower
too
is
soon.
under
He's not seeing you later. He's seeing us now. He's still alive.
Next Roche could be respawning immediately on Dire's side. Let's see what's it gonna be. 3 minutes. Yeah,
Radiant's top
it's just a very difficult fight. Your Broodmother died 9 times. Like, she's also a hero that
Oy.
needs to move to deal damage. You get ruptured.
And
I
moving
mean,
a
both,
grave.
Radiant's top
yeah,
tower
both carries in this game not having a good time. Soul,
Although
after getting
Soul
that
less
first
than-
blood.
Soul less than most. 2, 4, and 10. He's all about that assist lineup. Because now, look at this. 28, 40, 56. I did that one pretty quickly. They're about to get above their average. I did that math too pretty quickly. 60
Yeah,
minus
it was
56. 4.
Precious
I assume they're going to get 4 assists on the next kill because they're rolling as 5.
And they called it.
Dire's bottom
Game's
tower is
ending.
under attack.
Aghanim Scepter picked up here for Rojo Fireflow.
Once you pick Ags,
Roche up in a minute
it's-
40.
it's gonna be so many like random damage on the ground. Ice Spire,
Radiant's
it
middle tower
expires.
is under attack.
Frost Blast,
Dire's bottom tower
it's just gonna be like Techie's Mines, Bloodright, some damage from Beastmaster, random axes. It's just like very difficult to fight into this kind of lineup. You don't have a single aura, no Guardian Greaves, no pipe, so you're gonna receive full damage from it.
Full damage. That's never good.
Full
Rolling
damage.
Thunder.
pure damage. Let's go.
And shield crashing with that Axe stuck in that little corner. Step's not doing him any justice.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Zor sitting at half health. These proxy mines making sure that Bloodseeker can move at 436 movement speed.
Dire's top tower.
That's never fun. The two teams kind of avoiding each other at the moment, but I know they know that Roche is up soon.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's going to be on Dire's side, so both teams prepping for it.
Radiant's middle
It's
tower is under attack.
very expensive Roche. Aegis plus cheese. Almost said shard.
Is under attack.
All habits die hard.
If you played some music, you'd be a bard.
Dire's top tower.
Sorry, I was just rhyming off what you were
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Shard hard. Bard. I got nothing else.
Roche just respawned. Let's see who's gonna take it. If Nexus Titans are gonna be able to contest it. Doesn't seem like an easy fight for them by any means. BKB available on Zor. They need to pull off some like big static storm into arena.
So, Roche, here we go. They're going to need a big wombo combo here. It's not going to be easy for the side of Nexus Esports, but they're not, or Nexus Titans. They're not getting into this though. They're conceding it. This is just free Roche.
As they should. They show up here, vision, mines, you fight into it. Like, Lich is pretty massive. If you don't focus him down, multiple frost shields, it's going to be very difficult to deal damage. They have like, I don't know, 80% damage mitigation on their side, both physical and magical, with Pavis, Guardian Greaves, Crimson, Pipe, Frost Shield.
Dire's
You force the high ground here, right?
Yeah, you go for the high ground, no doubt about it. And Soul now can go in and die without too much to worry about. Has
That's
Aegis.
so mean.
It's not. Like, they're going to be focusing him down anyway, because he's their guy that's going to siege using some HP to pop that Blood Rage, and you can see him already down to half HP.
Damir. Rolling, thinking, maybe rolling. There go the melee racks. Bottom tier 3 is getting taken here by Kuretsugu.
Dire's bottom barracks
So,
are under attack.
a tier 3 for a set of racks. Now you could shift towards mid, do it again, right?
Repeat.
Or TP back. LGTK. LGTK. A little bit of TK in him playing this techies. Yep. Bringing him up again.
Here we go again.
Whoa.
Which item did he go for?
Yule's Rod of Ages. Nature Lover gets smacked by the Granite Golem. Just gave him the... Hit him for like a eighth of his health. It was kind of a lot of damage. Spear down, and it's leaving that fire trail with the shard on this Mars. That tier 3 is gone. Kuretsugu's still trying to siege here and might be better off here.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
But they're going to lose another set of racks for free.
Radiant structures
Desperate picking out Lich.
Wait.
He's like, we want to take him out first. We do not want to give him Chain Frost, Ice Spire, Frost Shield. But this set of barracks is still alive, at least for now.
bottom barracks are under attack.
I spoke too soon. It'll be gone in 30 seconds from now. So when it hits 31, 39, that middle set of racks are dropping.
Are you
I
from the
guarantee it.
future or what? What's going on?
I've got the sports almanac. You kidding me?
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Almanac.
That's
I
one
haven't
thing
heard
they-
that. Yeah, I have to rewatch that movie. I watched that movie only when I was like a kid, but
Okay, never mind. I lied.
Dire's bottom
I gave up
barracks
on
are
that
under
guess.
attack. Dire's bottom barracks
Bottom lane,
has fallen.
trying to get something out of it, but they do have their creeps all the way back at their base.
Let's see if they
See,
gonna manage to creep skip, get something done. Still holding the Aegis for a minute and 50. They should not be afraid of anything. Go in and try to end it. Like pop a BKB
Going
if
under.
necessary.
coming in, and they've used that rupture. Blast off, flies through. Doesn't hit, I believe. They've got the silence on a couple.
big
They've got the
arena.
arena down. The double spear. OGTK is already dead. Down goes Salivating Salamander 37. And they're looking now as Soul's back alive. Drops down the blood right. They've got some right clicks coming in from Soul. Ripping apart this spider leg
the
by
Gripify.
leg, web by web. And they're going to go after this Mars next. Zor trying to get away. The blood right's down, and that won't grip him. But Moosey's also dead here to Desperate. Soul's going to die again. They look over at Rojo Fireflu. He is going to roll up for a second. He doesn't have anything else to throw, and it's a full team-wiped defense, despite giving up the racks for the side of Nexus Titans.
Not a bad fight from Nexus Titans, only using one buyback. Not sure if they even needed to use the buyback because Storm was already having some mana, and there's a comeback potential now, even though it says like 11k gold lead. There are two side of barracks down, two set of barracks, but we'll have to see. But let's see that initiation again. Like, it looks really good, but this time LGTK doesn't hit anyone with that stun. It was a beautiful arena, keeping them in place.
Has fallen.
Storm manages to get out of the trouble.
And he kills
And
off the Beastmaster, too.
They've been holding on to BKBs for a long time. This Decrypify almost saved him. If he doesn't have Shield Crash, Broodmother lives, but he bought back immediately, and you can see them like saving buybacks until almost the end. Like, this is also Pango with the BKB, but in the end they get the full team wipe. And the comeback potential that I was talking about, I see Storm Spirit going for Ags after finishing off Shiva's guard. And also Ags.
Fire for Brood.
Ags completed on Nature Lover. So you got to pull in 3 heroes, Static Storm or the Arena. Also very close to Refresher. I think Nexus Titans do have this one in the bag. It's just all it takes is one good fight. And they're going to lose all the advantage that they have.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, 12k to 7k now? More than that, truthfully. It was like 15 plus. So they are losing a lot of that net worth. The thing is, though, the buyback situation's not good for them anymore, right? Oh. Going for an illusion. Meanwhile, Tormentor finished off. Thana gets that shard.
Desperate pops Arcana Rune. Wants to, like, this is the time where you buy in. You don't want to save for the buyback. Get that Ags. It's just too valuable. It's a setup for Static Storm, setup for Mars Arena. This is also Shard
Right.
on Spear of Mars. How much gold does he need? He needs another 100 gold to finish off that Refresher on Mars. And we'll have enough mana to cast his abilities because he put extra points in. He skipped the 10 talent. He also put only 2 points in Bulwark.
The thing is, they're going to be close in net worth, but then you're going to be going up against Mega Creeps. Potentially. And a life drain this Ancient Creep, and that's successful. That works out.
Now Nullifier.
Green are going to wait for Roche.
They have to remove Shield Crash, remove Crimson, Glamour Cape, Frost Shield, Blood Rage. Everything is dispellable on their side. So I want to see Nexus Titans compete with the next Roche. Like, they're investing every piece of gold that they have into items. Gem bought by Dana. They want to see this Hawk. They want to get rid of some vision. Roshan gonna be on Dire's side no matter what, even if it's a long spawn.
They'll get over here and they'll
Dire are scattered.
try to secure this Roche. And we'll see what they can accomplish here. As Arena's down. They go for the Beastmaster. Rolling Thunder comes in. Silence the Nullifier all on Muzi. He's got buyback. They take out Nature Lover now, though. The second Arena, the ball lightning across. LGTK is going to die. They have not committed to the buyback. The Chain Frost is bouncing around, but it's going to go over to the creeps. Salivating Salamander 37 is going to die. They've got the Vortex now onto the Pangolier. He dies too, and Soul's on the run. Bleipnir, but that's not going to hold him for long. And they are going to look for Soul. He's able to get out, and they bought back on the Pangolier.
I want to see damage from Broodmother in that previous fight. This has to be some insane amount of damage. 6,000. Like, you just disappeared. Look at her damage. 269. Because you're just buying stats. Like, your damage item is Nullifier, and that's pre-Insatiable Hunger, and about to crack level 25. So, minus base attack time during Insatiable Hunger, that's going to be big. First arena into second arena, they immediately kill off Beastmaster, because Broodmother's holding onto Lincolns and BKB. You can't really pierce it, and the game just went full 180. It's also buyback from Rojo Fireflu, which they didn't get anything out of it.
He did not need to buy back. It was surprising that, especially he was the one who chose to buy back. Nobody else did. So, smoke used, heading back towards top. We're going to do it again. We'll have one arena this time if they fight immediately.
Looking at neutral items, 2 Trickster's Cloak on their side.
Desperate's got a shield rune, and this Lich is dead. Uzi goes to the Primal Roar, but again, you're fighting this without the Bloodseeker. He was farming mid, and Muzi's just gone. He's got buyback. The Lich doesn't. The Rolling Thunder's running out. The Spear lands onto this Techies. They're going to get the kill there. They'll use the Rupture, but they need the damage. Desperate just TPs away. Muzi's here, dusts him up. Swashbuckle, no, he stays. Vortex on 2. They're going to go for Rojo Firefly, who bought back, and they'll kill him. But now, Desperate, he's going to die. He's got buyback. They'll go after the Bloodseeker. They'll take out Nature Lover. He's trying to run away from this. The Nullifier, the slowdown, and the kill on a Soul, leaving Muzi by himself.
Yeah, this game looks really, really rough for Grin right now. They can run it down, or they can take this Roche, get the Aegis. I think what you could do is wait until, or Stormspirit could buy back, pick up the Aegis. It's not like not the most ideal scenario, but we'll have to see. Probably not gonna do it, and we're getting close to some extra level 25s on Nexus Titans. Stormspirit's very close to it.
So big,
it's massive.
The cores.
Kiritsugu, level 26 on Broodmother.
Oh, Roche going the other way.
Imagine if they were
training him, life training him, life training him. Oh, they got him. They almost didn't get him.
Oh, did he kill anything? There's a refresher. I can't find the cheese. There's no cheese. Maybe he killed the cheese with Helm of the Overlord creep. Try to deny Aegis, potentially.
That would have been crazy.
They're so tanky. Broodmother with... Trickster's Cloak is just too good of an item. 20% magic resist, 20% evasion, plus invis.
Jesus. I don't know how Green win this game anymore. Unless they rat, but you're up against some good anti-rat.
You have Storm. It's very difficult to rat Storm. Double Hex almost on Zor with that refresher. They just lost way too much. This fight on a mid lane, they should have not lost it. With Aegis, they also been not being active with the second Aegis. They waited it out for a really long time, and now Storm Spirit, Arcane Rune in the bottle. He can still go really big. He picks up, I don't know, another Hex or Lincoln Sphere if it feels like it. Can upgrade his Witchblade, sell Power Treads. there's room to grow. Speaking of Lincolns, like, he already has Lincolns. He just bought it.
You're gonna hit that 25 mark too. That is... I don't know how the experience just changed so massively.
Nature Lover is holding onto Refresher on their side, so double Static Storm. Does have that level 15
Axe.
talent. That's with Axe, of course. So muting items, they can't click anything. Let's see how they approach it. They have double Lincolns that they can throw on Broodmother.
I don't really... I mean, I get Soul's trying to farm, but this is the second time in a row where he's like really far away from his team, and that cost him that last fight.
He was not playing with the
mid
team.
when that fight started. Yeah.
He's in a spot where, guys, I'm chilling. You've been winning the fights without me. You don't need me. And in those fights where they needed him, he was not there.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. They've almost got a Hex on Techies, but LGTK has just not been surviving. Soul picks up a Wisdom Rune, and he's trying to get to 25 as quickly as he can. We'd love to have that second Rupture charge. I don't know how much it'll matter, though, if he gets Static Storm twice.
Still respecting the mines on the high ground. Dana, level 3 life drain. It got nerfed, but it's on level 3. It's still very powerful. Just 20 less per second. Double damage.
Helping them get this mid set of racks.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
So it almost feels like they're going to do exactly what the other team did. Nexus Titans watched 2 sets of racks go down. Blinding in. And they got the silence on him. BKB was popped and out. LGTK, he misses that blast off. Manta, Harpoon, Nullifier, Techies in trouble. Surviving with the Guardian Grooves, but they've got the arena. They go to the Primal Roar. They'll look for the Chain Frost. That's going to get down, but Nature Lover's dead. He has buyback. They've done the damage onto the Mars. They get the kill there. He's going to buy back as well. Soul, though, hit with a Nullifier, trying to run, gets the blood right down.
Back on everybody.
They've got the Ice Spire. They're getting these kills onto the Broodmother. They took away the Aegis. These buybacks, can they get back into the fight in time? They've got the Proxy Mines down. They hit themselves with the Sinister Gaze. They go to the Rupture. They get the kill on a Kiritsugu, and he's dead for 2 minutes. That is a 9-time spree going to Rojo Fireflu. And I believe that got him to 25, so he does have those 2 Rupture charges.
Oh, they're chasing. They want to get more. Oh, my God. They see him.
Oh, wow. Got him.
Wow, that's actually impressive. That Swashbuckle with the level 10 talent and then hitting him with the Shield Crash Axe. How much damage was that? Yeah, Bloodseeker, finally a fight where he manages to shine.
6,700.
Gets that
almost
second
6,800.
Rupture.
Desperate? There's Primal Roar.
Here.
Desperate? Blast off. Swashbuckle. He doesn't have a lot of mana. He's silenced. They pop the Lincolns. He's trying to TP. They're going to have vision in time. Oh, no. Desperate. He is out of mana. Sinister Gaze. Proxy Mines down. And they will kill this Storm for 100 seconds.
Oh, he needs 250 for buyback. So if they pick up Bounty Rune, he's pinging it out. He's like, guys, pick it up. There's Bounty Rune on our side. It's going to be enough for me to get the buyback going. 243 needed. Nature Lover, he's thinking about it, but also does not want to die. Going around.
This is potentially just megas. Brood does have the damage, especially if they've got the arena control. Now they don't have Spear for 8 seconds, so even with the arena, they won't have control.
I'm following Nature Lover. He needs that bounty. He needs to pick it up. 200. Let's see, Storm. How much does he need? 85. There's still one bounty on the other side. It's not going to be enough.
And it's megas. They back off of that, though.
They don't know
40
if Storm
seconds
has
without
buyback
Storm.
or not.
I don't know if Storm just gives up megas if he's got buyback, though, right?
Probably not. But you never know.
They never know. Wisdom
Hex.
rune.
On techies. Level 20 now. Blast off cooldown. Now it's
He's got
15
Hex.
seconds.
What need have I for in visit?
There's a
Life
refresher.
training. And going for this Tormentor, do they get there in time? No. A lot of damage being done there to Thena. All of a sudden, Bloodseeker must have so much movement speed. 600, or he was at 600. So
They need to
5-on-5
pull off
fight.
Some big
Grin have-
combo. It needs to
The
be-
fight, I still favor Nexus Titans.
Yeah, their team fight is much stronger if they can execute. Mars,
Yeah.
how's he looking at for now? No buyback, so should invest his gold, but doesn't have enough. Needs another like 600 gold to farm up his Hex. That's gonna be big. If he can get double BKB Arena, double Hex.
Ball lightning back and forth. He whips that lightning back and forth. And Gleipnir. There you go. All right. Bird going Disperser. Next.
Decent amount of damage. I mean, he might change his mind. I think there's a slot for MKB. You are playing into Butterfly, however. Playing into Frost Shield, so you wouldn't want to have that magic damage.
Swashbuckle shield crashing action. Minute 36 till Roche is up. Truthfully, a fight inside Roche scares me if I'm Grin. That is the perfect place for an arena. It do be kind of scary, you know? Minute 15 on that. You can see Brood kind of walking out there to get that Wisdom rune. It's 1900 experience. It's no joke there. You've got 25 now available on the Pangolier. These heroes on the side of Grin were nowhere near level 25.
They got it.
And they
finally.
won that fight, and they get back to these, like, last talents, you know? Like, that is huge.
It is massive, especially the double rupture charge. Use
Which you
one
got
on
in the middle of
Broodmother.
that fight.
One on Broodmother, one on Mars. He might have extra too. He decides to invest all of his gold into Refresher. Needs to get rid of that gem. But all
This is
they're
gonna
waiting
be
for
a-
is next Roche. Like, no need to rush
Right inside
anything.
Roche.
20 seconds.
So this will be Ag's Blessing. Give it to Beastmaster. Give him the Slom.
I think Bloodseeker picks it up here.
The Blood Mist Shield.
Or you could give it to Lich. I think it's much better than
AoE Sinister
Drums of
Gaze.
Slum. Yeah, it's just like the control.
If he could get there. What's his cast range looking like on Sinister Gaze? It's not really that big.
Force Staff, popped Bongo Boots, Trickster's Cloak. You'll have enough money to buy a Blink Dagger. For now, saving a buyback. But let's see.
Are bongo boots like tap dancing shoes? But instead of like the metal for the tap dancing, it's bongos and you're just bum 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 bum.
Could be. That's a good way to look at it.
Or like Heelys. I don't know if you're a big Heelys guy.
No, Beastmaster picks it up.
Yeah, we saw him.
Yeah, it gives him...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I would prefer if it was... Like, Lich is a difficult one to execute, but I think Bloodseeker gives him the
Dire's top
tankiness,
tower
gives
is under
him
attack.
just like entry to the fight with the extra 1000 HP plus this insane amount of damage.
Dire's top tower
So
is under
smoking
attack.
in, passing it around and getting into the base. Ooh, dust. By nature level. Rupture used to start. There's another one where that came from. Rolling Thunder, Force Staff, getting them low. But now they're working on the tier 4s. You gotta find your entrance. Ball, lightning, vortex onto 2. No follow-up because Mars is getting healed up. They go to the BKB. They've got themselves the Static Storm down, but they go to the Refresher. He's trying to get it off, but the silence, the damage, it's not enough to get the kill. Rupture finally turning it around. They go and they've got themselves the Venn diagram of the arenas. But one of those tier 4s is down. They take Aegis out of the hands of this Bloodseeker. They go to the Primal Roar. They're going to drop down the Chain Frost. That's going to bounce back and forth all the way in the base. Salivating Salamander, 37, doing the damage to get that kill on a Nature Lover, taking out the Disruptor, taking out the chance of this Static Storm laying down on them, but they do get both supports on the side of Grand Esports who do have buyback.
Oh,
so they are holding on. Soul in trouble. The right clicks, though, staying alive. There is the life drain. They've got the Rolling Thunder. That bounces Stina. No life draining no more. Vortex, though, the Wild Axes. Soul trying to survive, and he won't. Desperate gets the kill on a solo. Take out Thena for another time. Muzi down without mana. Muzi down without life. This is Kiritsuka going off with that disperser and will clean up the entire side of Grand Esports again.
Oh, you're fighting into Storm Spirit, who is near the base. So that means that he's going to have pretty much unlimited mana. They invested everything onto Nature Lover. They don't get the kill, at least early on. They kill him in the end, but he gets double Static Storm off, and I want to see the damage. Yeah, 10,000 coming out from the Broodmother, Storm Spirit 7,000. Pango, as I said, he was going pretty Monka ham in that fight. 12k coming out from him, but it's not enough. Like your Beastmaster, he's not dealing that much of a damage. Bloodseeker as well, if he's controlled, if he's nullified, removing that Blood Rage Shard, which is almost 2% of max HP, insane ability, but you remove his Blood Rage, no attack speed, Shard doesn't work. Means no damage coming out from him.
Take a look at the replay. They had them diving in too deep. They thought they could get Nature Lover, but he survived for so long. The Chain Frost finally bounces around from Salivating Salamander 37. And I mean, they could have focused the buildings, truthfully.
They could have tried to.
Are they going to force these buybacks? Like,
they want to have megas.
They're going to get megas as well. So Mega v Mega.
Oh,
Homunca Mega.
DD Brood, 1,000 damage.
Oh my god.
Not even kidding. Over 1,000 damage.
Over 1,100. More. 1,200.
Yeah, that's with the shard, because it keeps increasing.
Wave near used. Blood right down. Won't get the silence. Now they bought back on the Beastmaster. I don't know. They still help one of their racks. They go to the Rupture. Blame Static Storm. A TP at Tam. Sinister Gaze with a Force Staff. Salivating Salamander. Making sure that Nature Lover's not going to be involved in this last high ground defense. Sorry,
Force
Salivating
Staff.
Salamander 37.
With Sinister Gaze. So, minute and a half with no Static Storm. But I feel like they could still defend. Even with just 3 heroes who have buybacks, that they should be able to defend. Broodmother sitting at 4,000 gold. Like, look at all these items. Like, look at his damage. 400 damage by default before hunger.
So much damage from Brood. Do they have any halberds here on Grin?
Nope.
Bold. Bold strategy.
What a lovely brood.
Full smoke. Fireball down. It's pretty obvious where they're coming from. Rolling Thunder. And blinking in. And Desperate, able to survive for now. They go to the Hex. They've got it on him as well as the Rupture, but the Life Drain's going to keep him alive. They go to the Primal Roar. It's going to hit on Athena. Athena doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 80 seconds. Desperate trying to do all he can, but they've got Rojo Fireflu right on top of Desperate. He's got buyback. Zora's low, but the Vortex onto 4. Another Vortex.
Arena.
The Venn diagram of arenas. Muzi, he's going to drop. They get that kill out of the Bloodseeker. They'll take out Rojo Fireflu and LGTK. They have bought back, they have defended, and now the throne is exposed, but what do you have left in the tank? Can you do it again? No Beastmaster this time, because he bought back in a situation where maybe he didn't need to.
Yeah, I'm not sure
who's got
if that
buyback
was
is Brood.
necessary. So now there's like Broodmother with the buyback, and now you're pushing in. Both supports are going to be alive. This is do or die for Grin. Storm Spirit buying Boots of Travel. Maybe thinking about getting Mega Creeps on his side. But yeah, that's a lot of damage. His Overlord.
All lightning on the way in. They're looking. They've got the Vortex. Force Staff away. Oh, Blast Off lands. They've got the Glaive near the Blood Right. Oh, desperate to get kills, but desperate is what causes him to die. They go to the Chain Frost. That's going to bounce over. Now over to these neutral creeps, which is not great for them. Not really an amazing Chain Frost. Overwhelming Blink in, rolling up from Rojo Firefly. Fireflu, sorry. And Soul healing up.
Oof, Storm investing into bots. I think this item needed to be like A on this so that you can't be bursted. Sure, there is Nullifier on Bloodseeker, but maybe if you're that close to him, you still manage to live. You also have Lincolns available. So now 70 seconds without Techies, 30 seconds without Beastmaster. Techies and Storm are gonna survive.
A full minute without Storm.
Yeah, they're gonna be alive at the
Go
same
with
time.
the Storm not being alive. That's a lot of the control out of the hands of this side of Nexus Titans.
Nexus Titans have Glyph available and 2 minutes until tier 5 items.
The graph continues to go up and down and up and down and all around. Big question is how many assists does the side of from esports have? A lot of assists for both teams.
It's like over 100 now.
Oof.
Hog
Dies
dies.
for that off. Rupture, Gleipnir, Rolling Thunder, Overwhelming Blink. Bloodright's not going to land, but they're bouncing them into the air. They need to get the disarm onto this spider so he doesn't do anything, but look at that. He's got the harpoon. He kills off Salivating Salamander 37. He's going to be dead for 120 seconds. They're slamming, they're refreshing, they're nullifying, they're rupturing. They go in with the blink. They drop down the arena. The throne's going to be exposed, but they go to the glyph, and now they're trying to life drain this Beastmaster. They've got the Hex on
Storm
the
in 5.
Bloodseeker. Can they get it after this glyph? I don't think so.
He's reaching up.
Oh, the Vortex. They've got the control. They'll get the kill on Amuzian Soul. I think they've done it.
That's it. That should be the game. They can run it down the mid lane. Storm was...
Oh my god.
Yeah, he just came out, and Broodmother with that insatiable hunger. It's insane ability. And also Mars manages to get Arena into another arena.
And the spear on 2.
Yeah, the spear with the shard. And look at Broodmother. HP. She's like almost dead. And then back to full HP
And then
immediately.
insta-heal. Techies is going to need a dream here, as nobody's got buyback except for Brood still. I don't think those 2 mines are going to do it. All lightning all the way over. Backdoor protection's broken. They can go straight for the tier 4s. I mean, the damage that Insatiable Hunger does, this is just going to be glyph. Maybe. I don't think so.
Yeah. Tier 5 items. Let's see if they can find something. If Techies finds a tier
they
5
even care
item
for
that's
it?
gonna... yeah, he's looking for it.
It's
maybe
over.
creep.
GG.
Maybe creep
Texas
skipping.
Titans win their first game.
I'm just thinking, B-Cop, you killed the hype there.
I'm sorry. The hype is they won their first game.
Yeah. And what a game to be won. Because Grim...
Wow.
Like, they had a, what, like 15, 20k gold lead? Couple of fights, they're like, oh, we got this. Then you could feel Nexus Titans coming back into the game as soon as they picked up this Aghanim Scepter on Storm, Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor. And then again, full 180 into another throw. They tried to throw them, but didn't manage to do it in the end. Yeah, this graph looks fantastic. Love it.
It's like the graph is kind of ridiculous. It's just up and down and up and down. I don't know what to say. I mean, these teams are where they're at for a reason, right? Like, the game was in nobody's hands, even with a 20,000 net worth lead. Let's take a look again. We're going to start this one, I think, on one of the final defenses. No, this is 32 minutes into the game. This game goes on for another half hour.
Arena into Static Storm. They pop their BKBs, use, I believe, 1 buyback and still, like, this is buyback on Broodmother, and still managed to get the full team wipe. Almost even living on Broodmother. Pagna was doing one hell of a job in these back lines. Like, look at this blink on Mars. It looked like they'd hit him, but he actually manages to blink out. How much damage has Storm Spirit done in this game? Damage dealt by Storm, let me just find it, 52,000. That's the most damage on his side. Bloodseeker did also 60, same goes for Pango. But yeah, these fights are very chaotic until they picked up those Ags. Refresher on Mars, this was also a crucial moment.
Yeah, I mean, he was putting down great arenas. The spear, that early shard pickup for him, which came in clutch. He had multiple multi-hero spears. It was
But the big one,
kind of insane.
I think the big one is Kiritsugu on Broodmother, who made it work. Like, I don't know if I believe that this hero can carry the game, but now that I'm seeing it, hero that can go through the Twin Gates, gank the enemy safe lane, and also just scale really well with the items. This shard, it was a later pickup on the shard, but you become so tanky, you're a universal hero now, so building into Manta style, into Lincoln's does give you insane amount of stats, and also insane amount of damage.
Nothing Techies could do at this situation and try and save the game. I mean, he could have hoped maybe, but the creeps were in, and Brood casually hits for 1,500 at one point. Or, well, you know, just not there because he doesn't have the double damage, but man, it was insane. Kiritsugu, though, he's going to be the MVP.
And well-deserved one.
Yeah. After what was a terrible start to the lane.
He
Like,
died
that
5
was-
times. Like, he was in
Yeah.
a spot where you're like, oh, this game feels pretty over. But to manage to make this carry Broodmother work, I love the Disperser as the last item to not be slow. You can't be slowed by any of these abilities, and also removing... You have another way of removing Disarm from Pango on top of Manta style. As you said, like, maybe there needed to be at least one of those Heaven's Halberds to deal with it.
I get you have Lucky Shot, but you could at least
Yeah, that
secure
one's
it, right?
dispellable. The other one isn't. That's the difference.
Yeah. I think they should have had a halberd somewhere in this lineup, and it just, yeah, I don't know. Kiritsugu, 2011 and 13, over 1,000 XPM, a lot of GPM, whole bunch of building damage. Amazing game from Kiritsugu after the laning phase.
So nice. I think Broodmother gets banned in the second game, in the first phase. Like, they don't want to play against it again, I would say.
Yep. I mean, that I don't know if you want to play against that. And that was an early Brood pickup. Like, that felt like you should be able to counter that if it's picked, what, second? And I guess they did in the lanes, but it didn't end up working out. And so Game 1, their first victory in Division 2 is for Nexus Titans. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Game 2 in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to some more NA Division 2 Dota. It's going to be a fun one. If you watched Game 1, you know it's fun in this division and this region. And we're going to be getting right into the Game 2 draft because Nexus Titans, they just got their first victory, which is insane.
Yeah, I had to double check who won the game because it felt like 4 times during that first game there was a clear victor in that game. It's just like, who's gonna win it? It's Green Esports, then it's Nexus Titans, then repeat it one more time, and it's gonna be Nexus Titans in the end. But yeah, this time, techies in the poll for Nexus Titans. There's still Broodmother. So I want to see if this hero gets contested or they try to counter it with some like counter picks straight away. There is Timbersaw. I think this is still playable if you want to go for it, because with that kind of a performance in game 1, you can pick it. Like, you have 1-0 lead, and picking Broodmother again, I think would give Nexus Titan some like sick confidence.
Rider picked up. Do you pick Brood into this? It goes Storm pretty early.
It's time to take out Pugna
Storm,
now.
Techies, yeah, I gotta get Pugna out of this mix. Let's take a look at if they do that, because I think if you leave that in, it's gonna be pretty tough again.
5 seconds remaining.
Even though they didn't play together for the first, I don't know,
Radiant team
20
back.
minutes, they weren't really moving. There were a couple of mana replenishes on Storm Spirit, but nothing too crazy as we see it, like these like Div 1 teams, how they utilize these two heroes together.
Right.
But he really stepped it up. In the mid-game fights, Pugna was all over the place. Some really nasty decrypifies
5
to
seconds
save them against
remaining.
Bloodseeker, keep them alive long enough with the Glimmer Cape and the Life Drain as well.
Dire team ban.
There's the Pugna.
Radiant team ban.
And then they're gonna go and take away the Medusa and the Anti-Mage. So, Medusa, Anti-Mage, we'll see what the other bans are here. Storm feels pretty good, like Desperate. Before things got out of control, I thought Desperate was still having a very good game. He was able to abuse Soul pretty reliably on that Bloodseeker. He did a very good job of slowing down Soul's game to the point where the Kiritsugu, who was dead 5 times in lane, was 2 levels ahead of Soul, who had died
Dire
once.
team ban.
Yeah, something went terribly wrong in that lane. Not sure what it was. It was like not able to pull, not able to get some of these kills. His boots died, so maybe that's the extra thing where they couldn't get these earlier phase boots, which he does rely on to get the damage
10
going.
seconds remaining.
Banning out Anti-Mage, no real surprise there.
5
From
seconds
Nexus Titans, we've seen
Radiant team
Stone
ban.
Spirit really suffering. So I want to see some, like, Quap, some Puck. I'm leaning more towards Puck on side of Grin, just to have that reliable lockdown against Storm Spirit 3 BKB.
Dire team pick.
Terrorblade coming out.
So if you pick like hero that is, because Morphling's already out, this was the first ban from Grin. If you pick hero like Phantom Lancer, Timbersaw is gonna dismantle you in the laning stage, so you better
10
pick
seconds
something else.
remaining.
Like, you can't just lane against Timber, you do absolutely nothing
5
against him, so you'll
seconds
need to find some other hero that matchups nicely against Terrorblade.
Right.
Dire team pick.
Would it, never mind. I was gonna say, would it be worth to pick up the Elder Titan?
I think Faceless Void is a great pickup against Timbersaw.
Brood
against-
again.
Okay, well, they're just like not complicating anything. I think if these are like more experienced teams, they go with Faceless Void. He destroys both Timber and Batrider. Time Dilation, this is a spell that has been buffed like multiple times. We even see Faceless Voids maxing it before maxing out the Bash, where you like want to take some of the earlier fights. I want to see some extra control on Grin. I do like Puck again, something that can hold them in place. I think, again, Queen of Pain is a good way to deal with both Broodmother and Storm Spirit, but they're also not revealing anything yet. This Broodmother can be played from the offlane if necessary.
Right.
If they can play
Team back.
theory crafting.
Hoodwink. Interesting pick. Is this to go and mess with the Broodmother that's trying to get through the trees and use those webs to move around?
Not the easiest spell to land. Also, Hoodwink
Remaining.
was, I believe, the hero was not picked at all. Maybe I think he was not contested in Div 1, all Div 1 at all. It comes down to trees being not enough trees in the lane, so there's nothing to latch it on. But maybe when you get out of like defensive disruption. So the question here for Nexus Titans is, do they want to play this Broodmother as a carry? Carry matchup against Terrorblade. I don't think I've seen this matchup ever, because we haven't seen Broodmother being played as position 1
Is it going to be
Dota
one
history, so
Radiant team back.
Terrorblade should still like build into
Dire team back.
like
Radiant
Scotty
team
and
back.
stuff. So now they're just covering some of their heroes that are good against Terrorblade. I mean, maybe they can still ban like Phantom Lancer if they feel it's just because it's a good game. It's not a good lane for PL, but it's a good game against Bat, Terrorblade, and Hoodwink. These heroes don't really do anything to Phantom Lancer once he gets to his like 2-3 item timings.
Axe ban. They ban a Naga Siren like they think it's the last, or they think it's an offlane brood. Then they ban the axe, which is interesting.
5 seconds remaining.
You have a full minute to decide where the heroes are gonna go.
I guess they can figure it out. This is the combination that worked. Nexus Titans, they're... No, you're kind of on... You know when you get like a little bit of that runner's high, or you win a game of something,
Happened
you get
to
that
me
like,
once.
oh, let
Yeah.
me do it again. Yeah, well, they're doing it again. They just don't have the Pugna this time. And they do have techies themselves.
In terms of magical damage against Timber, so you have Shadow Demon, Techies, Storm, so decent amount to deal with him in the mid game.
What about Necro in the
I
offense?
was thinking it's good against Timber, it's good against like Terrorblade, but it's not that great against Batrider. Also, Timber could be the one destroying. It really depends how the game goes. Okay, something that deals
Brew is
with the
not something we
illusion.
see a lot.
Brew and Brood.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one.
That kind of rude matchup here.
Dude, you're right on.
The spell against TB and the illusions, it's anti-carry. I haven't seen much of Brewmaster. Every single time I see the hero, it's always the same struggle where it's like, oh, I'm unable to use my ulti. It's way too cooldown dependent. Hero does absolute, like, you don't want to take a fight if you don't have your ulti available.
Right.
Give me that Puck. It's such a good Puck game. Puck, Queen of Pain. I don't think you want to be missing out.
You think it's going to happen? Yeah,
Now
all right.
select your heroes.
You said it's a good Puck game, and a Puck we shall see. The silences aren't there. They do have disruption, maybe, to like catch the Puck and do something with it. But this does not feel like an easy game to go up against Puck, unless maybe we see like an Orchid or something for somebody here, like Storm or Brood. Is that like a thing anymore?
It could be a thing. Yeah, I think Storm could be the one picking it up. But then again, you get coiled. It's who gets his spell first. The good thing about this matchup is at least you have nature lover playing Shadow Demon, so he can always save you, sit behind you, buy that little bit of extra time during the coil. Both teams have very limited amount of lockdown. Even though it's looking worse for Nexus, I think we're going to game 3. With the drafts that we have, this Terrorblade against Broodmother. I mean, you can deal with Terrorblade, with Brewmaster, if he's the one cycloning him into the air. You can also cyclone Timber if you don't feel like you can take some of these earlier engagements.
Does the Brood hit through Timber well enough? Like, is it going to make a difference? I'm like so concerned with this Nexus Titans lineup, but I said that in the last game, and I guess they won somehow. Like, they pulled it out.
Yeah, you're using too much
confidence is
logic.
there.
It just doesn't work here. So that's why.
Oh, okay. Let's throw that out of here. All right, cool. Logic gone.
I want to see Terrorblade against Brood matchup, how it's going to go. Because you want to be killing this Batrider, Hoodwink, and then dealing with the rest. Throw one guy into the air. If they misuse the coil, Manta style, get out of that coil potentially. Shadow Demon is also anti-TB hero, where you make illusions of him, put Demonic Purge on top of him, and then focusing him down.
We're all making a move towards bottom, but so is Thena and Zor.
What a lovely brood.
This could end poorly for Nexus Titans. Place a deep ward there as well near the tower. This is a position 5 Batrider, and I
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know how much I like that. Like, you're going to be kind of missing that lockdown for a long time if Bat doesn't get off to a good start.
You'll have it available. Also, why does he look like Mars? Batrider with this cosmetic. We saw Mars
It's
in the
just
previous
Mars?
game. It's just like Mars with the pirate hat.
We have Mars at home. Mars at home.
Yeah, that's Zeus. That's not him.
The battle begins.
No, it's a
Flame
it's
break.
not- that was a bad joke. What's his name? Ares. Yeah, Mars and Ares. These are the same god from Greek and other mythology. Roman.
Yeah, Greek and Roman mythology.
Yeah, there we go. We finally figured it out.
God of War, where you learn about mythology. So we'll see how Kurtsugu does this time around, because it has been tough, and I don't know how easy this game's gonna be. You've got two heroes that take advantage of the fact that Kurtsugu likes to be in the trickies. Like Muzi and LGTK.
Yeah, there's like I was just watching the top lane. LGTK.
Yeah, not there.
Missed bushwhack. Like, how many trees is there? Like, if they cut down some of these trees,
Yes.
A little surprised that Broodmother didn't start with Quelling Blade. Sure, you want to have all the stats in the world to have more damage.
But you want to be able to cut
Universal
that
hero,
tree.
but you want to cut those trees down. If you cut like 4 trees, Hoodwink doesn't get to play the lane.
Nature Lover. See if he can get in here to kill Muzi. Oh, Whirling Death. Make those illusions, and Kurtsugu, if he gets level 2 first, like, could see them get something done here for the side of Nexus Titans, but as you see, the damage from Whirling Death early on is pretty rough to deal with.
Yeah, it's super strong. It's always going to be strong. Like, this ability is freaking nuts. All eyes on Brewmaster. Like, this is my lane to watch. They get level 2 faster in this bottom
Acorn
lane,
shot.
and Dana is going to go down.
Yeah, so they are going to get first blood on the side of Green Esports. And, I mean, they get that kill on Athena. It's that first meta. Zor takes some damage. This is not what you want. Meanwhile, mid, Rojo Fireflu is kind of sitting a little bit low. Just hits that level 3 while desperate into this level already. Illusory orbing and not jaunting.
I was thinking about potentially picking up both of them, but Storm could have vortexed them. Not the like good thinking, it's just not executed to perfection.
Airblade. And some damage there. And it's got Blast Off now and doesn't have that extra blood grenade, though. Sticky Bomb, and Soul needs to be very careful. He's got that early 10 armor, though.
Right clicks are not gonna hurt, but the magic damage definitely will.
Blast
They
off.
Got the Cinder
And
Brew.
they're going to ignite the Cinder Brew and get the kill on a Soul. That's a big kill to get. I know they got first blood, but
You were not wrong.
Shut down the Terrorblade.
Cinder Blue. He is blue player after all.
Cinder blew him up with that sticky bomb as well. They need to pair us up with somebody else.
I was trying to think
It's
that.
rubbed
Yeah,
off. It's rubbed off way too much. I can't
You blew my
stop.
mind with that one.
Hey.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So, Urn now finished on Zor. That's going to be an item of a choice for Brewmaster. 2 points in Cinder Brew.
Yep. I mean,
A good thing
that's
is
pretty
if
much
you-
guaranteed ignite, right?
Yes.
I had level 2 on the sticky bomb. So we'll see. It should be nice. Puck's still kind of sitting a little bit low, but so is Desperate. He's refilling that bottle, going to the bounty rune, getting a couple sips. And we'll see if he can get anything. If he can get to level 6 quicker. Timber takes a lot of damage because the Hoodwink has left. Nature Lover, Blood Grenade gets 4 stacks on the Shadow Poison.
Make it
and he's going to
5.
get that 5th.
He's dead.
So they're going to run for him and they'll get the kill. They'll pop the poison. It's the Red Wedding up here.
Well, you don't mess with the Nature Lover. He loves the nature. Timbersaw cuts down the trees.
And
he's
trying to
going
kill a
for that
spider.
vengeance. Yeah.
Part of nature. So this is a great start here for Nexus
Has
Titans.
been killed.
This is something we've talked about being their biggest issue. The lanes.
A lot of the times you'll see them just getting ran over in the lanes. The last game was a pretty damn good comeback. I want to see some slightly more aggression in this bottom lane. Cinder Brew into Blast Off into Sticky Bomb.
LGTK?
Salivating
Salamander
37.
37. Oh, Reflection. Now this is turning the other way. I say that, but burning in the Firefly, burning in the Cinder Brew. There's a Blood Grenade over at Salivating Salamander 37. Right clicks the meta. Zor trying to run desperate solo killed here by Rojo Fireflu.
That's pretty level
And
6.
there's the Flame Break, and Zor throws the Cinder Brew again, gets the Thunderclap.
Oh,
They've got a
no.
Sticky Bomb. They'll at least get the trade, but LGTK also dies. You lost the Storm mid, and that's the big point of contention.
Zor had Healing Lotus, so he could have picked up XP. I think in this situation, you just pop it. It doesn't matter. You would get XP from the Batrider, which would push you to level 4. Because you died, it does give you an earn charge now. But Storm dying to Puck, who was not even using Coil, that's pretty massive. And they might get a kill here. Batrider and Puck, who's level 6, they should get another kill on Desperate.
They should be able to Flame Break him, and they've
he
got...
just
yeah.
got level 6.
Can he get out of this? If he doesn't snap the coil, the silence is there. They get the kill on a Desperate. No, they cannot. 3 heroes are here. And bottom lane on Soul. Blast Off. Looking to get this kill and take him out while they've got the Blast Off with the Cinder Brew. That's 1-2-1. Thana's got level 2 in the Blast Off. And then Moozy's about to die top. I don't think he
How many
survives
stacks?
this.
Yeah, 3 stacks, 6 magic
Yes.
sticks, another. Yeah, if he just puts him down with the disruption plus another shadow poison, he's definitely dead. And he might just blow him up instantly if he doesn't get the stick off. 3 shadow poison, about to take 144 damage. You can do the math. Minus 28% magic resistance, 28. Yeah, it's close. It really is close.
I think the pause is going to hurt him. Maybe he'll like forget to click it immediately or something like that.
And the thing is, he doesn't have a point in Timber Chain. I think in this one, you're kind of forced to take it to get out of Shadow Poison, move away from Broodmother, and Rojo Fireflu. He's ready to go.
All right. Here we go. And Moozy dead.
What happened?
And they pick up a Lotus Petal. So again, they're getting these kills, but they the one who's struggling now is the Storm, who held them up before.
Yeah, this time doesn't have Pugna to play with. In the previous game, they were refilling his bottle. I don't see anyone doing it in this game. DPK dragging the creep wave, something we don't see. We haven't seen in this patch, at least.
7 minutes is going to be coming around, and
Shadow Demon was thinking about it, but since they dragged the creep
Yeah.
wave, he can't really contest it with Disruption. You should be able to pick it up, and Dana will stack the
definitely could be a
Ancients,
reason they did it.
pick up one for himself.
Could be part of the reason they dragged that creep wave, right? Like, you're deterring Nature Lover from making this game go from not great to worse. All of a sudden, you want to be able to not lose your Wisdom Rune. Big difference over mid. Almost 1,000 gold difference on these mid players.
Puck off to a great start. Who's going to lock him down? That's the question. Unless Rojo Fireflu manages to silence.
Oh, again.
Bushwhack.
They're going for the Storm.
It's
And
fine.
the ball lightning away. But still, they're bringing heroes over. They've got Salivating Salamander 37 here, too.
He caught a glimpse of him and immediately runs away. This time they're not playing around him, instead going for these earlier kills on Muzi.
Hoodwink's coming. So is the Bat Rider. They're rotating it and trying to really figure this out. But again, they jump in and they don't have Dream Coil. Desperate needs to get out of here. He is just playing with fire. Level 6 for Soul, too. So the experience is favoring Nexus Titans a little bit, but not as much as you would have liked.
Can't lock down this Puck. Look at him doing whatever he wants. Dodges that blast off, dodges Sticky Bomb. There should be a rotation to the bottom lane for Nexus Titans. Sword just hit level 6, has an earn charge, so should be able to get the kill on
Bushwhack.
Terrorblade.
Ball Lightning, Sticky Bomb, going in. Rojo Fireflu has Dream Coil in a second, but they get the kill on the LGTK. So, while this is going on, Muzi has
Radiant's
no
top
farm.
tower is under attack.
Yeah,
He
he's
is really struggling.
His courier also died, level 5, Kiritsugu. Again, going for the same item build, casual bracer, power treads into Soul Ring, and there's this
Underused bottom.
rotation that
Blast
I talked
off.
about.
Does he survive even? Sticky Bomb, Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, the damage on the Soul. They're trying to get it. There's the Flame Break. Zor back to form. They get the kill on Athena. They really need to get Soul, but he's getting through the trees. Thunderclap comes after the
didn't ignite
Cinder
him.
Brew washes away. So they are keeping
Radiant's top
Soul
tower is under
alive.
attack.
Nature Lover.
And Nature Lover comes in. They really want to get something out of this one. Acorn Shot, 2 stacks of Shadow Poison. All the while, top lane, they're trying to get a Broodmother. This should be a kill on LGTK. 4 stacks of the Shadow
need
Poison, not
another
enough damage.
stack
They
at
couldn't get
least.
that. They're going for the Puck up top. They want to kill him. The turnaround, the Ball Lightning, they've got him. And the Muzi might be next. The Vortex, the Spider Wings, the Blast Off. Oh, just misses. Sticky Bomb
Bomb.
short, and Muzi survives.
Ooh, they killed this tower. This is the power of Broodmother in the safe lane, but they should have gotten that kill on Terrorblade. You know why? Occult Bracelet. This item doesn't allow you to get some of these early kills. Just like stats, magic resistance, having enough mana to use your abilities.
Really just close, and you can't be giving up those second chances to a hero like Terrorblade. Salivating Salamander hit by these proxy mines, Ball Lightning in. Gotta be careful if you're desperate. Thana more willing to die. That's another kill here with the coordination. So all of a sudden, 9-5, a 3,000 net worth lead for the side of Nexus Titans. This is the first time they've come out of the laning phase in a positive manner.
Finally started to play slightly more with Desperate, replenishing his mana, refilling his bottle, and you wanted to see this item, this Orchid on Storm Spirit against Puck to have some extra lockdown. That's what he has queued up.
I think it's super necessary.
It definitely is.
Those extra hits, super necessary. Muzi, Dream Coil, Bushwhack, Chakram, and as long as he doesn't snap it, he should survive. The blast off is there. The flame break hits Kiritsugu. I said he was going to survive. I lied. They go to the lasso. It hits onto the Shadow Demon. They'll bring Soul in. They've got the Sunder Desperates in, and they are going to lose it all here. What was once a lead is now nothing. They got baited hard.
Oof. Just way too deep. If that, like, blast off maybe connects if they bring in another hero, but this time Grin, they brought the numbers, and look at Deversaw. He's sitting at suddenly 2,000 gold already, going into Lotus Orb next. So that's going to be a big item. This is why Puck was such a good choice. You put it on top of Broodmother, put it on top of Storm Spirit. The hero most likely is going to die.
Muzi.
Kiritsugu, yeah, he's chasing him.
Flame Break. Flame Break pushed him closer to Muzi, and
What
he's
is
going to get
that
the kill.
damage?
It's insane.
Dire's top tower
Insane
It really
hunger.
is insane.
Yeah.
He's almost got Harpoon.
1,000 gold away from it.
Whalers on the moon. Carry our harpoons.
Level 10.
Storm has that Blitz Knuckles, so he's right-clicking a little bit quicker. Love to get that cornucopia.
bottom tower is
The
under
thing about
attack.
this build that he's going for doesn't want to reveal anything on Storm, because Blitz Knuckles, it does build up into Witchblade.
Uh-oh.
They're setting things up on
Silence, everything bottom. The silence no longer. Oh, the primal split just in time. They're bringing Thana. Blast off coming through, but the disruption, a little bit of this counter synergy, and Muzi's here to clean up. Lasso comes in because they salvating Salamander 37, and now Zor, he's going to go back to form, but he's got no health. Ball lightning in, Dream Coil committed. That locks down on a 2. They've got this Storm in trouble, but they get the kill on Salamander. They get the kill on Muzi, and now they're going to look over at Rojo Fireflu. The right-click damage, but the Illusory Orb with the phase shift, he jaunts over, and he's out of there.
That's Buck with Hurricane Rune in the fight, dealing what, 3,000 damage. The whole team did 5.5k.
Dire's structures
Arcane,
are fortified.
sorry, Witchblade on lower cooldown, all of his abilities. This is also Coil with Arcane Rune. It looked good.
Want terribly no.
It looked really good with this Brewmaster getting the split off.
Yeah. What else do you? He's going pipe. Puck's going blink dagger, ball lightning in, phase shift.
just blinked
into
into
the
silence.
He's dead. That just can't happen.
Radiant's bottom tower
That
is
just
under
cannot happen.
That was such a nice flare from Rojo Firefly.
They knew where he was going. They Waning Rift right on top of him, and they are going to get another. There's no split this time. I think Nexus Titans have officially thrown the doors off because it is Green Esports time. They were up 5,000 net worth, and then they went in too deep, and they've continued to give gold over to Green Esports.
Still, Kiritsugu can be the one, like, as long as they get this Orchid. The problem is Muzi picking up Lotus Orb. So that's going to be massive against Broodmother.
has been killed.
Brewmaster removing this Spirit Vessel against Silence, against Reactive Taser. It's just a great item to be picked up here. Muzi understanding that he can't really just
Dire's middle
go
tower
super... Because there's Terrorblade in the game. You don't necessarily need to carry the game. The guy's going to do it for you.
Thana, by the way, going Axe. You know, chase Kiritsugu, they caught him. A death here would be massive for them. Waning Rift, and they've got Dream Coil. As long as they stick on him, they don't even really need to use it, but the insatiable hunger, trying to heal, there it is. So now he's going to go back the other way. He gets baited because they've got the Bushwhack. He's finally going to die, and that's the last one. That's all they needed. I mean, this game is now, I would say, looking pretty good for Grin Esports as they've taken back this advantage that the side of Nexus had.
Yeah, they stabilized. You have Batrider, who's about to pick up a Blink Dagger as position 5. This hero becomes core. You get to level 12, 75 seconds on that Flaming Lasso. You get to level 15, extra 10 seconds, and then you can use it pretty much every minute. But Puck has been popping off. Only one death on Rojo Fireflu. Storm Spirit would definitely love to pick this one up.
truthfully, desperate. The way this game is played out, I think they've basically made this Orchid obsolete already.
Yeah, it's not gonna hit that timing unless there's a Lotus Orb or no Lotus Orb
Dire's
at all on
tower
this
is
puck.
under attack.
They're not gonna be getting the kill on this hero. It's just gonna be extremely difficult. Brewmaster, also a hero that not the best hero to play from behind.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nature Lover dead. I TP'd into death. And they've got the lasso onto the Brood. Knew they were all there.
Radiant's bottom
Dream Coil dropped down. Bushwhack Sharpshooter. He's dead too.
What were you expecting?
So they're staying so close. They saw all 5 heroes there, but decided to
Dire's top
stay
tower has fallen.
and paid. Yeah.
You okay there?
I don't know. My brain's kind of hurting.
Dana is playing for himself, going for that axe that you mentioned. So maybe there's some comeback potential coming out from the minefield sign.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Fire Flu. He doesn't have
Dire's
Dream
top
Coil.
tower is under attack.
Oxymines, Phase Shift, and there's one.
Very close to it.
Soar's also
1300
doing
gold.
Axe, by the way.
Still yet to pick up tier 2 neutral item. If he finds Philosopher's Stone, we'll have that axe in no time.
Yeah, 1200 gold away from it.
They want to use this.
This really did feel like Nexus Titans
Dire's
game.
middle tower is under attack.
Come out of the laning stage the best they ever had. They've also controlled none of these power runes. Every single one has been there for Puck.
Let's see
So,
who they
this
can
will be-
find. LGTK probably going to be paying with his life. This orchid
Oh,
reveal.
they almost caught Soul on timing.
Radiant's bottom tower
Look at Desperate. I love what he's doing. He's walking away. He does not want to show his orchid. They want to try to get another kill.
Yeah. They knew they had the damage without him. They get the kill there for Thana. That's going to boost up his gold. And now he's just 800 gold away from having this Axe. These heroes definitely want to run away and move around. Standing still, that's kind of what they want to do to the Puck, right? So if they've got Puck in a bit of a sticky situation, maybe this Axe will feel worth it. Not too sure,
so-
honestly.
So all they need to do is plant Sticky Bomb on
Yes,
Puck.
everywhere.
Put him in a sticky
extra stick.
situation.
Kiritsugu, they're ready to blink and lasso him again. He needs to get out of here. He's got the ward. He sees Salivating Salamander 37, but now you should be seeing everybody else, and yep, Desperate walks away as well. So, Zor's switching. He had Ags and Shard queued up. Now he's got Radiance queued up.
I think he understands that he needs to kind of carry this game as well. Broodmother might not be able to do it in this game, playing into Terrorblade, slow from Reflection, slow from Scotty, reducing that healing
Dire's
as well.
bottom tower is
There
under
are,
attack.
like, Radiance is never like the greatest option when you play into Terrorblade because he reflects it back to you.
Yeah,
But
so might want to rethink that.
finally a rune.
So I don't think the Ags
For
is
Desperate.
terrible, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe it's not for this type of a game. I think Axe is really good when you're the one leading
Dream Coil
and
used, and
controlling
Nature
the
Lover's
areas
gonna
of
die.
the map. Rojo Fire Flow will clean up. Has that shield rune, extra 600 HP.
Now they see him, so now they know he's got that Orchid. I'm trying to keep it a secret, but the team name is Nexus Titans.
Yeah, not secret.
Oh, no chance. It's a long time to get through the Twin Gate. Bought out the Ags before, so he will have that upgrade to the Minefield sign, but another kill here for the side of Grin. They slowed down a little bit to where they're trying to farm, and they want to get this Manta on Kiritsugu. They're going to pressure this bottom tier 2, and might get it with all these Spiderlings. If they can get it before the TP. Woo! Yes. Denied.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
They're trying to get Demonic Cleanse picked up here for Shadow Demon. You would love to have that shard, but you
They
just
could
think
get
they
it from
could just
Tormentor.
go for Tormentor.
Yeah, Kiritsugu's right there with Insatiable Hunger. You do have more than like you could solo this Tormentor.
Stupendous.
It's gonna take you slightly longer. What is duration? 14 seconds on Insatiable Hunger. Should be enough.
Dream
Coil
Coil
on,
down
bro.
already. He's going to snap it immediately to try and get this Primal Split off. They've got the Disruption. The Sharpshooter comes in. The Silence lands. It's onto the Brewmaster.
Not enough.
And they get the kill.
He might buy
Blast
back
off
here.
from Thana. They have the Orchid. They're going to buy back, though. Go to the Vortex. They're trying to control up the Terrorblade. Look at the Minefield sign. It's doing everything they wanted to and more. LGTK, he's dead. 4 gone on the side of Grin, and they want Rojo Fireflu.
They could be going for Roche now. I mean, in terms of damage, you have decent amount of damage from this Insatiable Hunger. Like we said, this is their comeback into the game. Dana, how much damage was that? 5,000 damage, more than the whole Radiant team combined. It's freaking nuts. The reason why I mentioned buyback on Brewmaster is because they still have tier 1 tower, so he could easily come back into the game, but wasn't really necessary. Gonna kill his own item progression, and good to save from disruption from Shadow Demon, that disruption, but straight into the silence. And Terrorblade doesn't have any dispel, so they could lock him down. And there's that minefield.
That's
insane.
Is under attack.
Poof, 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 poof. Stop moving, stop moving. We can't. Ooh, right towards top, Salivating Salamander. They've got him. Orchid's there, and they're going to get this kill. Starting to line them up for the side of Nexus Titans. And they still have Primal Split if they find someone they really want to go for, right? Go
They
for Soul
could.
again. Why not?
Desperate. He could also rethink his item build. I see BKB to be able to defend himself. I think maybe you can get away with Kaya Sanj now that you're holding the Aegis, but BKB is always a safer choice.
Right.
Since you're playing into Puck, playing into Bushwhack. Now Soul, he's in kind of a awkward spot where he doesn't have any way of dispelling that silence. There's Lotus Orb, of course, still on that Timber Saw, but he needs to pop it. In the previous fight, didn't
Radiant's
click
top
it.
tower is under attack.
They were able to melt Timber. He's trying to move around those fights, and look at where this minefield sign is
Radiant's
now.
top tower has fallen.
And you got the top tier too, so all of a sudden Nexus Titans are making progress on the objectives. They've got this Aegis for a while if they want to go for more, and here comes Salivating Salamander, not activating that minefield sign.
He
as it
knows
sits
something
on
is
top
up.
of the steps.
Things it immediately.
When can you plant a new one, Thana? 16 seconds. Tormentor on the other side. They're going to take the enemy Tormentor. And that's going to be Thana getting that reactive taser upgrade. Not happy for Nature Lover as he wants that shard. And Rojo Fireflu going down to Desperate with the
That's
double damage
1,000 gold.
solo.
1,000
That is
gold
so much
for
gold.
Storm Spirit value from this Orchid. Let's see what Puck is going to buy. I know that Puck players always say that they're very greedy playing into any kind of silence. They don't want to buy it. They think they can get away with Kaya Sanj status resistance. But this is
Right.
DD on Storm, which pushes him to level 18. He's the highest level hero in the game.
They're pushing the high ground. Top lane. This is insane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Soul, he doesn't exactly have anything for this silence. Look at that. Uzi taking a lot of damage. They go to the lasso. It's going to be on the Brood, and he doesn't have the Aegis. But he's going to pop it. Oh, Salivating Salamander is going to die to the blast off. Come in. They've got themselves the Bushwhack. That's going to be
Good
on the
Bushwhack.
techies. Dang. Nature Lover DCs. I mean, Thana's dead to rights.
Maybe for the
Zora
better.
is
Like
in
he kind
trouble.
of griefed him there with that disruption. Allowed Batrider to set things up on Broodmother. Kiritsugu now like needed to get out of the trouble. Techi's kill is gonna grant
Big-
him like some really big XP and the gold. He's really farmed.
I think they have to leave if you're Nexus Titans because They might get baited into fighting into a Dream Coil, and if they get the Sunder off...
Primal Split has already been used.
Yeah. It's got some of the duration left, but I think there's Storm Panda there. Are all 4 pandas alive yet? But one of them... Which one is this? I can't click it. That's going to die here. What? I think the Fire Panda is going to die.
Stun
It's got
has
200
been
health.
Stun has been used. What else do they have? There is Cyclone available, so he could Cyclone him. Maybe allow Dana. There's also Chakra Magic from Timber. So where's Timber even? Like, I don't see him. Oh, he's underneath.
Timber's right underneath him.
Looks like there's a Black Dragon, but that's
He's ball lightning
Terrorblade.
in, by the way. He's coming in.
Oh. 500
He's
mana,
already on the
level
way.
3 LP.
Yeah. He might kill Muzi, right?
I think they want to focus down Terrorblade, knowing that there's no way of dispelling things. Unfortunately for them,
But they need to
Storm
make
is
sure he doesn't
really
get the
low on
Sunder
mana.
off. And Puck's...
There's nothing
coming
to
into the
Sunder
fight.
right now, so maybe he can Sunder Muzi. Kiritsugu lower
He could
HP than him. Nature Lover
It's
is
under
hiding.
the Hoodwink.
Good. There's also Force Staff and Hoodwink. A lot of theory crafting happening. Puck is also
And
TPing in.
I mean, yeah,
It's a long
Yeah.
TP. This is 3 seconds
Is
TP. I
he
think he
TP in?
cancels his TP and just runs in.
yeah, there's no way. Because 3 seconds is going to be ball light. I think he's dead. I think if he commits the TP, they lose this fight. But this is the love of pause theory. I love pause theory. It's great. That is a Dota class, by the way. If I ever got to teach at a university about Dota, pause theory 101.
I thought you
How
were
much
gonna
can you
say,
think
I'm gonna
of?
have 0 students.
Oh. Yeah. Sure.
No, there
I
was
guess.
just kidding. There was like some Dota class. I remember reading about it. I think it was Sweden.
Wasn't that like years ago?
It was, yeah.
Take a look at these items.
Batrider has buyback available if they commit. You don't have lasso, you don't have TP, so you'll have to run. I think they commit to this fight. I think the call is to go in. 2 minutes left on Aegis. Storm Spirit coming through. If they pop the coil, there's no lasso. There's not instant lockdown. So if they manage to kill Terrorblade here, reset Kiritsugu, could also run to the Ancients. There is no Ancient creeps available. I'm just trying to figure out where he's gonna lifesteal. There
He
is
might turn back
one
around
in the
if he
outer
knows
ring.
the storm's coming in.
Yeah, the one in the outer ring is available, so might go there, go back to full HP with Insatiable Hunger, and come back to the fight.
I find it maybe potentially possible that if somehow Nexus Titans win this fight right here, I mean, you got buyback, so it probably doesn't happen. Never mind. I was going to say, maybe they just take a set of racks off this.
If Storm had like full mana here, this whole fight is over. They will
He's got
focus down
Aegis,
Terrorblade.
He's
Yeah,
got
the problem
Ball
is he
Lightning
zips in and that like doesn't have anything else.
Oh, he's
Orchid
back.
is 100 mana.
What
Nature Lover is back. Let's see when they're gonna be
here we
ready to
go.
go.
Pause Theory 101. Have you thought of the correct theory? Text this number to find out. We'll see. When we're ready to go here, when we get that GWR. Go when ready. 1 sec. Internet being lagging. Laging? Damn. Old internet. So, BKB next for Terrorblade. He's got this Yasha, and he's got the gold to get a Manta if they get out of this one, but who knows what's going on. I know Brood has Manta soon and has the Courier nearby. Still doing that pause theory. Oops, circles on the map. And he disconnected again. Okay.
A bit of a rough one for him there.
Yeah, definitely not the point in time you want to be lagging. That's
You
for
need
sure.
this Shadow Demon. Another disruption. Potentially, Demonic Purge has already been used. They're hitting them with the go.
I don't know if you want to do that. Don't know. Are you sure about that? I don't think so. Harpoon is available on the Brood, so maybe he could harpoon somebody by turning around. Which direction is he facing right now? He's kind of like
He's in the crystal right
in
now.
the,
Can't really see.
yeah. I think he's going to the right.
Going to the east. You are correct.
Going to the east.
You like how I
You said
said
we
east
Yeah.
to sound
Eastbound
smarter?
and down. Yeah. Had your compass out. I feel you.
What a lovely brood.
Okay, so we theory crafted everything. Conclusion is Terrorblade dies. Hoodwink dies in a process. Disarmed by
Maybe.
reactive taser. How did
Does he
taser
have
hit
anything?
Hoodwink and not hit Terrorblade? That's my question.
Is it activating at this moment?
No, it's disarmed. Hoodwink is disarmed already.
Yeah. Huh. So it's on a 20-second cooldown, so he just pressed it, right? He just pressed it. And then it's cast on ally. So did he cast it on an ally?
No, it already went off. So used it on something. Not sure what it is. So
It just wasn't close enough to both of them? That doesn't make sense. Aww. It was, Terrorblade and Hoodwink just drew a heart together on the map. That was cute.
it's nice.
Just a bunch of scribbles. Everybody's missing. There it is. Everybody's missing.
And there's gonna be some missing when it comes down to hits.
And internet.
That as well. Hits. There is Silken Bola on Terrorblade. So 25% slow, 40% attack missed.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to theory pause or pause theory.
That's good.
again.
Good for you. Good. I like the progress.
Good for you. Good for you. I'm thinking he's got optimum internet, and that brand of internet is causing this. That's my theory crafting now. Question mark? LGTK? Any update here? Internet issues, not sure. Internet problems. I know this feeling. You're unplugging, you're plugging back in, you know, trying to get the internet started. You've also got your internet provider on standby on the phone. You're like, guys, you don't understand how important this is. And then they respond to you. They go, I understand what you're feeling right now. However, there's not really much we can do from our end. And
and
that
try to
just pisses you
reset
off
your
more.
router to see if that's gonna help. How come I
I've already
didn't think
done
of
that.
that?
Oh, I was going to say I've already done that. I usually lie. I say I've done that already. Because usually it's, you know, it's not, actually not even a lie. I have done it already. I do it before I make the phone call. And then, you know, if they go, have you tried this? I just go, yes. How old do you think I am? Stop that. Does my voice sound terrible to where you have to think that I didn't think of that? I invented that.
Yeah, you're a
I
professional
invented
esports
unplugging
caster.
and plugging it back in. Semi-pro. Pause time? LGTK,
He doesn't wanna
wants
wait.
this pause
Yeah.
time. Everybody else is like, sorry. He's like, come on, pause time. Let's go.
He brought the receipts to this one.
Yeah, he wants, Nexus Titans just want chance time. Like Mario Party.
10 minutes
Please
pass.
continue. Will they give their pause time, though? Can they give pause time still? I have no idea.
That's what
Let's
they're
see.
asking now.
Yeah, they're asking. We give
They
five.
give 5.
All right.
Okay.
They got 5 on it. Trying to get him back. This is, you know, pretty peak NA internet. Although, let me just take a look here before I secure that sentence. It's who? Nature lover? Canadian internet. Canadian internet A.
Even with like someone controlling Shadow, who could be controlling Shadow Demon? If Dana dies,
Maybe
he
Tech
could be
Dana?
the one. Yeah, he does also have Force Staff of his own. I still don't know how Reactive Taser in all this mess connected onto Hoodwink, but didn't connect onto
Not
Terrorblade. Because I see
terribly.
techies having
Or
Reactive
techies.
Taser movement speed increased and zapping attackers. So maybe he didn't attack him yet. Okay. Who's he attacking then? Like,
Huh. I don't know. That's a weird one. Oh, Nature Lover's back.
here we go.
Potentially.
They gave him 5. He only needed 3 extra minutes.
Plus the 10 he already took. Is the internet working?
Minus ping. To see how good it is. Yeah, it seems like he's ready to go.
Home internet died. No problem. G, but I'm on phone data.
Whew. That's not a good ping.
All right, well, that Rogers phone is going to come in. Thana's going to die, though. Ball lightning in, but they don't get the kill, and there's the Sunder, and now Desperate loses the Aegis. This kind of happened as we said it would, and now they've got the Dream Coil. BKB, he'll Ball Lightning towards the Minefield sign.
That's
that's
the
it.
problem. Storm not having enough mana, so no mana to use that Orchid.
Orchid.
Terrorblade gets the Sunder off, and they get the kill on that Aegis. They get the kill on Dana. It's time to go back and farm some more. Manta style, as you said, about to be finished on Kuritsugu, so some way of dispelling the things. What did Puck buy? He's just bringing something. Okay, that's Yule's Scepter. He thought about it. Needs to finish it off. We'll have it when he gets near the secret shop.
Radiant's middle
So
tower.
the
He's
spell
a knockdown
mechanic.
core.
That's pretty big. Does not want to die. Solo to Storm Spirit.
Not anymore, that's for sure. So does somebody go Nullifier here? They're going Hex on Kuritsugu. I thought maybe he'd go Nullifier. They're going Ags on the Storm. They want that AoE Vortex. And then I believe Zor is going for the Lotus, right?
Zor changed his mind. He's like, we need to protect against Sunder, Silences, Batrider. So, thinks that it's gonna be enough damage coming out from Kiritsugu, and then they can like proc a BKB, get Manta, get Lotus Orb, and fight from there.
Dire's top tower.
Sol is still in a really good spot. Like, he's 16,000
Dire's top
net worth at the moment. BKB, Scotty, Enchanted Quiver really does pack a punch. One thing I don't like is not maxing out Reflection, because Reflection now also reduces attack speed, which is pretty bunker. It's just so good. So you want to lower the cooldown.
Radiant's
Defiant
middle
Shell
tower
for
is under
Kiritsugu.
attack.
By the way, they also got themselves the Shard on Nature Lover. There's a shield rune here, but there is the silence. They've got the lasso and the Dream Coil, and again, Desperate just getting caught by himself. I mean, that is such an aggressive play.
Maybe it's time to swap your item build again. Try to fit in some Lincoln Sphere against this
Yeah.
Blink Lasso. Dana, look at the bottom lane. It's being pushed in right now. Dana wants to cut the creep wave, kill it with the bombs.
They're bringing the puck over. Force staff onto the high ground. And he'll focus on cleaning the bottom lane. They're just, if you're desperate, he's had too many of these instances of just being caught by himself. You know they've got the control, right? Like, he's not respecting it.
It's kind of difficult if he's like staying with the team. It means that he's not getting the farm. Broodmother picked up the earlier shard this time, so there's going to be more damage coming out from Insatiable Hunger. And does have
Hey,
Defiant
see him.
Shell. You do see him,
Got
however,
lasso in
as you say.
5.
Lasso's off cooldown all the time. Like, just level 2, it's enough. 75 seconds, you get the pick off. A minute after, you can get another one. I lost the track of time. Or Roche gonna be responding potentially in a minute and 15.
That Wisdom rune.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mother about to hit that level 20, so we'll see what he wants to go for. AoE Silk and Bola might not be the worst thing in the world, especially with like the minefield sign. Goes to the invisibility. Now they come in, they go to the Dream Coil. He's in the trees though, trying to get around. Minefield sign again. Salivating Salamander Muzi as well. He needs to stop moving, but he can't. Kiritsugu gets the kill. They've got the Harpoon on a soul. He'll pop the BKB. Do they have any way to stop the TP? No, they don't. Orchid onto this puck with the Spirit Vessel on him, but they just don't have the damage.
Blink.
Do they have it after? No. LGTK, though, dies. Blink away with the Illusory Orb, and they do get the puck out. This Minefield sign, again, doing work.
Dana has been keeping them in the game for a very long time. Like, again, dealing the most damage on his team. As soon as they see this Minefield sign, the fight's pretty much over. Let's see the Roche respawn timer. It's gonna be on the Radiant side, so he's gonna try to set up some mines here.
5 seconds. So.
It's minute and 15. But items are gonna come out. Like the next set of items for Nexus Titans, there will be Blink on Shadow Demon, so you
look
can
at
keep
this
the distance.
Minefield sign.
What about it?
Just if this fight happens, that is a genius spot. Because that's where they're going to come funnel through, right? Unless they go up and around, and it's just that could be interesting. It's been so much damage, right?
It does allow you to set things up. You're like, oh, they got to stand, so your Broodmother is going to deal a ton of damage. And they might have Hex available on Kiritsugu, so Yule Scepter is not going to save you against that. They don't have another save. There's like 1 Force Staff, 1 Glimmer on Hoodwink. Is that going to be enough?
50-50 to 75-25. Thank you, phone internet provider.
Where's that like difference coming
Bottom
from?
lane.
I wouldn't say this is 75-25 by any means. You have like Terrorblade usually loved by Gaben. He does put a lot of trust in TB to carry the games.
So Roche is here with cheese. And they know it's available. So
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kiritsugu, he's farming. He wants that Hex pretty desperately to get into this.
Needs 200
Psychic
gold.
headband for the timber saw, by the way.
More cast range. He can push Broodmother away from people.
Yeah, it's a kiting tool, and they're going halberd. This is what they didn't do against the Brood last time. Halberd now being built by Timbersaw. Daedalus from this Terrorblade if he's able to right click, but he now is going for the Manta. Like, he's super vulnerable.
They caught him.
They find themselves salivating Salamander, 37. And with no lasso, I think this Roche is just theirs, right?
It does belong. The Nexus Titans. Broodmother has enough sustain. Like, you hit Broodmother with Harpoon and what Defiance Shell, she goes back to like half HP if Insatiable Hunger is on. So Desperate will pick up Aegis. He's going for the Hex as his next item.
He's just got to use it a little bit more
Is under attack.
wisely, I would say. So who can they find? Because killing TB right now means he's got no buyback for 1,000. They've got the Aegis. Maybe they want to smoke with this and try to catch themselves a Terrorblade, especially he's sending illusions top, so you know he's in that area.
They don't have the best heroes to deal with TB illusions pushing in.
Right.
Zor.
Zor's trying. Ooh, they caught Zor for a second, but good disruption. Now Dream Coil's down.
Visibility.
Storm
Got
could be
Thena
cutting them off.
cutting the
Like, he
creeper
could be
again.
the one backstabbing and going for these pick-off. 400 gold away from Hex. Dana, BKB on
Double
techies.
Hex.
I don't think I've seen a single BKB on techies.
That might
But-
be a first time build.
He wants to get out of the coil, wants to jump in and get another
Oh my
blast off.
gosh.
There it is, Minefield sign.
Uh-oh.
Has been killed.
What's this other courier got? He actually got one with wards when he could have been getting one with a BKB for the Bat Rider. Now they've got that halberd on the timber. So that, I mean, that is a way to stop this brute.
It's only 3 seconds, so it's not that great against melee heroes, but could make a difference. Like we mentioned,
This
the
BKB on
Defiant Shell. Broodmother does have BKB, so if she gets it off, let's see if they can find Puck here. Maybe with this instant Hex initiation.
They've got the Ag's Companion. It's the Storm Bear, and they're going to go for it. They popped the BKB already. They're going to go and get the lasso onto the Broodmother and never gets the cheese off. So without him, a lot of their damage is already gone. They got the kill on a Nature Lover. Blastoff comes in, reactive taser, but they've got the disarm onto the Storm. They've flame broken him. He's silenced for a while, and they get the kill on the edge. He could not get it away, and desperate, he's looking to clean up. They go for Thena, but Thena with the Force Staff. Thena yules up into the air, and now Zor's back to form. Can they help him out? They disarmed him with the reactive taser, but it's not enough to stay alive.
Ooh, what a weird and awkward fight for Nexus Titans. I mean, they just fought
That's all without
underneath
the Brood.
vision. Yeah, Broodmother needs to survive there. They need to be able... Oh, look at that damage from Shadow Demon. Is that 40 damage?
Oof.
Okay. I mean, he
lot.
needs to keep the distance. Like, his job is to disrupt the target that's being initiated on, whether with Coil or with Lasso, and then get the Demonic Purge, get the Demonic Cleanse. Broodmother needs to live. Like, she definitely needs some defensive item, even though we have, like, Manta, Black King Bar. I think fitting in something like a Lincoln's could make a difference.
That's next. Getting that cheese off could have been a massive difference, too.
Spiders eat the cheese? If you let them like a piece of really good cheese.
Hungry, yeah. Vegan spiders do.
A prize.
Bone Lightning all the way through. They've got that Hex. Dream Coil committed to this, but Salivating Salamander is still dead. And this is pushing Storm closer to level 25. And
Dana getting another solo kill.
getting a kill in the Hoodwink, and the Minefield sign does its business here.
Level
gone,
19
so.
on techies. Has another like 2,000 gold saved up. Just bought the gem.
Again, they're going to push through mid. They're going to want to take another tower. Buyback not available on the Terrorblade again for 1,000 gold.
And now
he's
the
got
real
BKB,
thing
he's
starts.
got Manta.
Zor finished off Ags. So, has that Primal Companion. Gonna be using Earth Panda.
All lightning,
Go for
Hex.
some
This is
extra
deep.
push.
They know they don't
This
have
is
Dream
really
Coil,
deep.
though. They just put it down. They're going to pull him back with the Vortex, but they really need to be careful. He's got no more mana left. So the reflection comes out, and the damage is there. Look at how quickly they blow up Nature Lover. This is Desperate again, just going in too far and leading his team down towards certain death. All lightning away, and now Salivating Salamander is going to go in. They've got the Dream Coil down. They'll go to the last one with the Minefield
they
sign,
burst
doing the
him?
damage once again. Desperate trying to get out of this one. Luzi's going to die, and they get the techies away. No, Thena's going to die. Desperate falls, and Kiritsugu needs to run.
Ooh, a bit
Minefield
too deep
sign
there.
does the damage. They've got the Hex. They should have the kill here on LGTK, but the Bushwhack and the damage. Rojo Fire Flu. Now the BKB eats the cheese. TP's out. Ooh, gosh.
Damage
this
from
is,
Terrorblade.
again,
He's
just storm baiting
massive.
in his team.
Enchanted Quiver, Daedalus, Reflection, just like sitting inside of a fight. Like he dealt 7,000 damage in the previous fight. They can't really lock him down. A bit of an awkward one. Nature Lover, he's playing from, like his internet's really bad, just using the mobile data. Oh my god,
Kiritsugu
1,400
was going for the
damage.
Tormentor. He was going for the Tormentor, and now he has no buyback.
So that pushed Puck towards level 25. Dream Coil's Dream Coil pierces debuff immunity. I think this game now looking really, really rough for Nexus Titans.
So, if you're Nexus Titans, you got to tell Desperate to stay with the team. Right?
Yeah, bro, just stay with the team.
He's diving into the tier 4s to go get the tankiest hero on the team. And then the team tries to help him and they all die for it. So, they'll try again. But just like game 1, no lead is safe.
All you need to do is land coil on Storm Spread. This time, Storm Spread is nowhere near as farmed as in the previous game. Still has to upgrade his Kaya, no Aghanim Scepter, can sell his Falcon Blade, but they're gonna be knocking on your tier 3 towers relatively soon. Shadow Demon's just way out of position. He needs to be the one either like baiting with the illusion, so there's lasso used, make an illusion of his own, or he needs to be like sitting farthest away from the fight. Has Blink Dagger, has Psychic Headband, Lens. There's nothing for you to do in this front line.
Roche is up in 30 seconds, potentially. Shadow Demon will be up. Again, a Roche fight can benefit Nexus Titans if they're able to get a good Minefield sign down. Maybe they can work on a enclosed fight. They're going to try to go for this Tormentor again. And this time they'll get it. So that'll give Storm the shard. And Roche is going to be a long spawn.
Two and a half
Jim picked
minutes.
up for Thena.
Another Lincoln's, double Lincoln's just picked up on Nexus Titans. One on
That
Storm,
could
one
be
on
game
Brood.
saving. They have that defensive items. If Nature Lover is able to survive, but look at this. They're wrapping around. They're going to go, and I may have jinxed him. He gets invis, but they've got the lasso. They have the control, and one right click from Soul, not even in the meta, they'll get the kill. They'll look over, and he's going to use that insatiable hunger to heal through this. Try to go after Soul. Now they're going to be jumping in onto him. Can they get the kill onto the Terrorblade?
Can't
Kiritsugu
life steal
dies.
enough.
Soul, he's in trouble. They've got the Vortex, but the silence on the Desperate, that's going to be more than enough to get the kill. These heroes are low, but they're not dying. Finally, Salivating Salamander goes down, but it's Soul you want to go for. He doesn't have the Sunder. but he's got the damage, so getting that kill feels nigh impossible. But he's on the run, and over on the side, BKB from Thana goes back to form. They'll find him again. They'll kill off this Brewmaster, and they will send Thana back to mine it up.
Man, Nature Lover got caught 3 times in a row on Shadow Demon. That's just straight up game losing. He has to be positioned differently. Also, this time, Dana was missing in the fight. So this Roche, not up yet for another minute. They're gonna respawn 80 seconds until Brewmaster's back online, because he bought back in that one fight, didn't die since. We lost a bit of a track of time
15.
because of the pauses.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got a minefield sign down, I believe. No, they may have gotten rid of that. And Nature Lover again, he is out too far and dead once more. Another minefield sign is placed here, but that bottom set of racks is no more. And Thana rolls in the air, and now they've got the Hex. Bushrock comes in, they buy back on the Shadow Demon, but he's trying to leave, and can they get him? Oh, minefield sign, phase shift, blast off, timed wrong, and they'll be able to get away on that one. There's a ball lightning going the other way, looking over at Soul, but Desperate's in, and he doesn't have any mana anymore. Winkins gets popped, Muzi's there, Lasso connects, they got the kill on a Kurtsugu maybe. They're trying to get him as the Dream Coil, the insatiable hunger. He'll snap it, and then he'll lose the BKB. Flame Break back, pops the Manta. Now he's dead, no buyback.
And this
Desperate
game
in
looking
again.
really over for Nexus Titans. Terrorblade is massive. He can still buy Shard, buy Ags. Moon Shard sitting on 8,000 gold at the moment, has 2 items backpacked. It's just not enough damage anymore. Brewmaster doesn't deal with Terrorblade anymore. They're getting picked off. Every single coil, it's either on Broodmother or on Storm Spirit, and this target dies immediately.
So, Roche about to move towards top. They can't kill Terrorblade at all. Him with an Aegis is it's challenge impossible. I think getting this Roche means it's game over.
This is Refresher. We give this
Desperate.
Refresher to...
Nobody's here to help him. He's hexed. He's bushwhacked. He's controlled. He's dead. 100 seconds by himself without the team. Where Roche is, free Roche. Plus a kill on Storm.
That's Refresher. You can give it to Terrorblade. He can backpack it, get that second meta, double BKB. Puck with the double coil on some of these targets, like double lasso, double BKB on your position 5. Also sounds really good.
Yeah. They'll push through top. Again, it's a Refresher on Terrorblade, double Metamorphosis. He's got 9,000 gold, basically. I don't see how they lose this game.
I'll give you an answer. They don't. Like, Broodmother just... It's a different carry-to-carry matchup where Terrorblade is like, yeah, all you have is physical damage. I have 34 armor right now. I'm really not afraid of you, so I can stand my own ground and deal with your, noisy bites. It's
Blink, Lasso, Nature
Again,
Lover,
they found
he
SD.
is not safe anywhere. He cannot find a break. They go into the Primal Split. Soul's just going to right-click these pandas down. They get the top set of racks. He's level 25. They just don't have the damage. The time has run out. The clock has struck 0 on this one.
That's going to be Megas. They need to take the fight. Desperate. He's
Desperate in. And immediately stunned up by the Dream Coil. Immediately silenced. They'll try to make something happen. But
Has
he
buyback.
is dead again.
Doesn't have buyback. Never mind.
Short
Coil
500
immediately
gold
on
on
him.
that buyback. Yep.
Dire's middle barracks.
As he should. Like, I'm a little surprised that they did not
Dire's
ban Puck, considering the lineup that they have. Like, you needed... What was the... I'll check it after the game, but...
Kiritsugu hexed up, trying to heal, but there's the cheese. They've got the lasso. They have the control. They're still looking to get the kill here. They get salivating Salamander 37, but Kiritsugu's dead. That's the game. GG is called. Game 3 coming up.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
As, like, we're just here for these long games.
20-minute pauses, 60-minute games.
There we
Yeah.
go. I mean, this one was... like, Nexus Titans, I think they had a really good shot at winning this game. It's just that they... Like, this fight inside the enemy base where Storm didn't have enough mana during the pause to cast his silence. That's a bit of a bummer for them. Dana did all he could. I think he kind of carried the game off his own because they were in a rough spot. They had, like, 5k gold lead. Suddenly it goes up to 5k for the enemy team. And then he finishes off Ags. So, some good stuff from Dana. Nature Lover, unfortunately for him, was playing on mobile data, so not sure how much ping that is, playing from Canada.
Yep.
Couple of
And
really
I
awkward
think-
deaths. And I'm really surprised that they did force this Broodmother again after seeing Terrorblade, because eventually Terrorblade will get like 4 or 5, maybe 6 items, and then Broodmother is not going to be able to do much.
But I don't think that happens if Desperate plays these fights right? Like, the fight top after the pause, he's coming in to try and silence the Terrorblade, but by the time he's done with Ball Lightning, he's got 0 mana, so he just loses the Aegis immediately, and then he's getting picked off 4 more times after that by himself.
Sometimes it is like that. It's like one mistake, he understood, like, they could theory craft as much as we did during those pauses, whether he's going to have enough mana or not. Didn't have it in the end. One silence could have made a difference there. They win a fight, maybe they take the barracks, they save Broodmother, play with the extra set of barracks, get to another item timing, but it never happened. And yeah, Puck had a good time. It was a good Puck game to start with. Your lockdown is... What is your lockdown again? Stun from Techies and 1 pull from Storm. They didn't have Orchid, but by that time he had Dual Scepter available. They picked up 2 hexes, but slightly too late.
Yeah, so everything kind of coming up late for Nexus Titans in a game in which they had a pretty big advantage out of the laning phase, and then Grin just kind of closed it up, capitalized on the mistakes that Nexus Titans were making, and at the end of the day, I mean, Rojo Fireflu, he's the MVP. He dies twice in this game, he gets solo kills a bunch of times on Desperate. He dies 2 times. His mid counterpart dies 10. Like, he dominated the mid game.
He did. He
and
definitely
late game.
feels, I would say, just by watching like these 2 games, his game on Pango was also extremely good, even though they lost that game. He feels like he's the best player in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, he has definitely been controlling a lot of the game. Unfortunately, game 1 didn't go their way after a little bit of miscommunication and a bit of a collapse. And, you know, now it goes to a game 3, and you hope, at least for Nexus Titans, they have internet, and for either of these teams, the breakdown doesn't happen at the mid-game. So we'll see what happens. We'll be back with game 3 in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. right, and welcome back to NA Division 2 action. If you're looking for net worths to not matter and the gold doesn't matter, you've come to the right spot. Because we have watched the last two games where 20K, it could be 80K, it could be 100K. I will guarantee it now, it don't matter. These teams are back and forth, and they are looking for blood. I don't know
10 seconds.
what is going on, but here we are into the third game of a draft. Bat Rider, Techies, let's keep it.
We had like back and forth games, like 10K in the other direction, back to 5K, into 15K, back to like winning the game for another team. It's just pretty wild. I mean, it does happen with these Div 2 teams, especially in NA, where they don't know how to close out the game. And Grin Esports, they will open up with the same opener, Timbersaw plus Batrider. Techies, it seems like we ran it back and forth. Bloodseeker this time is not banned. I feel like this could be the hero against Timber, against Batrider. Hero that does... Like, you'll always have something against Timber throughout, not just the lane, not just Rupture, but throughout the whole game. You'll have his number where you can lock onto him, silence, pure damage. It works out nicely. Let's see if Nexus Titans wants to pick it up immediately or if they have different plans.
Brood again. So we are going to see the Brood one more time. They are confident this is the pick. And that with the Techies. Pugna available this time, by the way. Doesn't get banned in this second phase. You got to ban the puck, right?
Dire team back.
I think
After
you gotta
last
ban
game?
Terrorblade. I think you ban Terrorblade first of all. Just bad matchup. Unless you can flex this. I don't know if Zor can play it. Kirichuga looked extremely good in this Brood Mother in the first game. It was because he was playing in a different matchup. So some of these like heroes that have high armor, I think you should be banning them out.
Magnus the ban. Shadow Demon Disruptor the ban. I would assume the next one is Pugna.
I mean, they could be prepping for Dead to Terrorblade again, banning out Shadow Demon, even though he did well first like 15, 20 minutes of the game. After that internet problem, felt like someone else is playing with the, I guess, delay. Also missing out on what's happening for a good like 10, 15 minutes, then coming back into the game.
Into a bad fight.
Into
well,
multiple
not
bad
a bad
fights,
fight, but
yeah.
It's definitely tough. So we see the Disruptor, we see the Lich ban. Pugna available. So we'll see how that goes.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
That first pick is for Grin. They go back to the Hoodwink, which was okay. I don't know if it was really like the presence that I thought it would be.
Let's land some bushwhacks. That's about it. Was very annoying. Bought a little bit of time when they try to initiate, having this evasion. 4-staff Glimmer Cape makes the hero super difficult to kill. And they did remove that Bloodseeker that we mentioned. These heroes that play from the trees, like Hoodwink, on low HP. When you play against Bloodseeker, in these like mid-game fights, you're not gonna be there. Oh, back it up, boys. Grin Esports got themselves the first dub. Yeah, Kunkka, just a hero that doesn't win games. It's the way it is.
Seconds. Radiant team pick.
Venomancer.
Okay, you know what? Venomancer coming in hot.
Hero that was completely uncontested. In other regions, this hero feels... Because it's a flex hero. It can be played as 4-5 or an
10
offlane if
seconds
necessary.
remaining.
Let's see if they want to
Right.
run down another
5
Terrorblade
seconds
game.
remaining.
I'd be down. Just a bit of a different item build, I would say. I mean, you
Dire
can
team
pick up
back.
something like...
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind. It's just...
Pack it in, boys. Although I say that, no elite is safe.
Where's the damage gonna come from? Techies, Kunkka, he's all about that combo, and later on his damage output, especially against Terrorblade,
10
isn't really
seconds
there.
Radiant team
But
back.
they might be looking
Dire
for
team back.
a longer fight. And now both teams banning out the mid laners from the previous game. Storm Spirit gone, Puck gone. What's going on with Void Spirit? This hero is still very viable.
Radiant team back.
Queen of Pain, I would say Grin could potentially take it out. You have one lasso, one bushwhack, Queen of Pain with pure damage, AoE damage, Aghanim Scepter build. But again, like, is this Kunkka safe lane?
10
Is this
seconds
Kunkka mid lane? Where's the hero going? Because I see Storm Spirit ban.
5 seconds
I feel like this
remaining.
could be something wonky. Could be like safe lane Kunkka, off lane Brood. But is it like...
Right.
If you put Kunkka on the off lane, if it's again third time in a row Brood Mother carry, what do you get from Kunkka off lane? I guess nothing. Same thing as you get from mid Kunkka.
Damn, you really hate that hero.
It's not that. It's just I watched the hero lose way
Tinkerman.
too many times. If they wanna,
You're not even that harsh to Windrunner, though.
no, I mean Kunkka is just abysmal at the moment. Zeus is the one that you could get away with, I would say.
Damn.
On the money.
you.
And now you get some Void Spirit or Quap for Grin. Something that can catch this Zeus. You have Batrider, you have Timber in the front line, but I feel this mid hero needs to be
5 seconds
countered to
remaining.
Zeus. Is
Arc
there a
Lightning?
better
Or,
option?
lightning hands?
Nah, I think you just go for like standard. I think there's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a third option if you want to go for it. If you can play Earth Spirit on the mid lane, it's also a good Earth Spirit game.
Wonder draft got a buff, right? It was like 50 damage to that
50
last
damage
level.
on level 2, 25 on level 3. That's or 25 at level 2, 50 on level 3. That's it. Level 1 got nothing.
Interesting.
Choose your hero.
I mean, that's not bad to get to the Zeus, right? But you're never going to get that charge in with the lightning bolt if he's ready for it.
It's gonna be more for the game. You don't necessarily need to kill him in the lane. But an interesting choice. They have Kunkka with X Mark, which is never gonna be reliable against Spirit Breaker if he's the one initiating. Yeah, it's just really good Spirit Breaker game as well. Not so good for the lane, but you'll be able to find Broodmother as soon as she shows up. Then you can have like Batrider getting a Blink Dagger initiation, Timbersaw once he gets to his like 2 item timing. I think Nexus Titans drafted themselves like Kunkka offlane. It's even worse than Kunkka mid, so I'll have to see. Like, what do you even buy on the hero from the offlane? You might like go some utility, get. I mean, for this type of a game,
Tangos.
that's how you start. But maybe some Spirit Vessel, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Just have that extra damage, some extra against Timbersaw, but I don't know. I have to see. I'm looking forward to see what this Kunkka offlane has to bring to the table.
Now, if you had to guess, I'm going to give you 2 questions here. Over, under 60 minutes.
Under 60 minutes.
Okay. Over, under 15,000 net worth lead being taken away.
I think Grin this time They start strong.
Seals it.
And they don't let go.
Okay.
Chat, write that down. Don't forget that he said that. It's like he wasn't watching the first 2 games.
But here we are, game 3. This is for the dub. For the first dub. First dub. First dub.
You're losing it.
It's hey, yeah. I just like making it, a little bit fun. A lot on the line here.
Oh, look
Going
at this.
from first
war
dub
spot.
to first blood.
What
Yeah,
is
I like
this
30
ob spot
seconds to battle.
place
This little
called?
cliff spot right here.
Yeah. Because the
This
Roche
is-
Memorial, what is this?
This is Crystal Hill. Because it's
Sounds
next
like
to Crystals.
Crystal Hill Boulevard.
That's
I would
like
live
a
there.
city. Yeah, Crystal Hill sounds like a city in like a Skyrim game or Elder Scrolls game. You come upon Crystal Hill. The days are short, the nights are long. The Zeus is dead. He might be. Yeah, Bushwhack with the blood grenade. First blood should be there. Oh, the blood grenade last tick.
It's
4
not
health.
enough.
Oh,
Never
4
let-
health.
Never try to give someone last hit on that first blood. It's just way
Yeah.
too good. Doesn't matter if someone gets it unless you like surround him with 5 heroes, like guaranteed, no way out. This time you can miss uphill and getting that extra
He just wants the
region,
first hit bash
extra
here.
armor from the tower, what
Oh
actually
my
saves
God.
the Zeus.
Does he second hit bash here? On this Zeus, if he goes up and hits him again?
Denied.
Zeus
How's
gets
the
the
lane
deny.
matchup? Like, Zeus feels like he should be able to deny in CS pretty well, right?
Spellbreaker also packs a punch, 67 damage with just 3 branches, but so does Zeus. I remember the time when Zeus had like 40 damage, you literally could not last hit. The only way to last hit was to use Arc Lightning. But nowadays, Zeus feels good. In terms of right-clicking, let's see if Desperate can get bashed again.
So, got that bash originally. They almost got that kill, almost got that first blood. Hunka, he's kind of low. They don't have like a Cinder Brew to ignite here. This lane doesn't feel as deadly, but of course, level 2, when that does come around, it's always possible, right? With the blast off situation.
It's going to be Harassment, Salamander, Blood Grenade. It
Flame
looks
Break
dead here.
and Zor. Who's he gonna drop to? It will be Soul. So they get the kill there. First blood going to Soul, not who you want to be giving it up to.
He got the first blood in the previous game as well. Now getting that first blood again. Kunkka off lane. This is Master Tier Kunkka we're talking about, but I don't even think these guys can make it work. The hero is just doomed at this point.
Maybe if he was that level 30. Timber, good bushwhack this time. Kiritsugu actually sitting pretty low. And a little bit more damage. Maybe they're able to get that kill. Rojo forcing the heavenly jump from Desperate. Muzi, it's still going to be a pretty tough game for him, right? In the laning phase, like it's practically the same.
Might be even worse playing into Venomancer, Blood Grenade. At the early stages, it does get difficult. Like, what does Dota become? Like, why do we have Venomancer Broodmother in the safe lane? I never
love
thought this day is gonna come. Yeah, just having flexibility. Even though,
Desperate
like,
giving the
a
smile.
lot of these heroes, like, right now aren't as usable, but some of these heroes are played at different roles, and I like to see it. Torrent actually gonna connect on Salivating Salamander.
Salivating
37.
Salamander 37. I mean, you make me want to say it so much, and Dana gets the kill on a Salivating Salamander 37. I try to get in line with the way you say it. I gotta get your talking speed down, because obviously my brain
talk
and
faster.
I talk, yeah. So like I'm trying to, like, when you say it, I'm trying to be right in line with you. Oh, interesting heavenly jump, but there's no like lockdown for that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And put some damage on him immediately. Desperate walked all the way back to base, so that's pretty tough for him.
Rojo Fire Flu.
Tsuyu, Nature Lover. Oh, God, Whirling Death hit both of them, and he gets the kill on a Nature Lover. Charge now on the Desperate, but this is... Now we're doing some extra damage here to Rojo Fire Flu, and he'll pick up that Water Rune.
Using it just for
Charge him to
harassment
stop him?
and securing some of the CS. He might charge top. If they
Kirtsugu?
catch the vision, he's actually going for the top.
Yeah, Venomous Gale coming through from Nature Lover. This charge is now going to hit Nature Lover, so they want to continue on him. And LGTK goes to the Acorn shot, and this is going to be another kill onto Nature Lover. So he just TP'd in. He'll be taking the long walk of shame, and it's 4-1 in favor of Grin Esports as they're going to take this top tier 1, or at least put some damage on it. And honestly, Kiritsugu coming back into a Whirling Death, like, that's not great at all. That feels pretty bad. Mid lane.
Rojo Fire Flu
Rojo
might
Fire
need
Flu?
to go to his own side. I mean, he sees with the observer board that there is Bound to Rune available, so might want to go and pick it up. Does have boots of speed now. How's he doing in terms of CS? 23 compared to Zeus 24, so not too bad. And he also ganked the top lane, has more network than Zeus.
So when he hits that level 6, I expect to charge immediately. The question is to whom? Maybe the Kunkka, but
He can
not
charge
exactly-
whoever. And like he just needs to stay away from this lightning bolt and he's gonna be fine. Like you can even see Desperate unable to react. This is a level 2 charge with just boots of speed. So once he starts
He's
to
going
get
back
the
to base.
items,
that's gonna give Zeus level 6 first, right?
yeah. So they should be starting to get some kills in these side lanes,
Thunder God's
especially
Wrath.
the top lane. Bottom lane, they're not really putting any pressure on Timbersaw at the moment. Sorry, on Terrorblade. Kunkka's only level 3.
Shield Rune picked up, charge, there's the Lightning Bolt, and they've got some damage in the Flame Break. But if they had a level 6 there on Rojo Fire Flu, they probably get that kill.
Even if Charge just connects for a second, I think he's dead anyway. Nice Flame Break to try to catch him mid Heavenly Jump. Seen that in the previous game. 2 supports immediately DP or just rotate 6 minutes into the game, try to secure the rune, and also gank the enemy mid laner.
Deflection used bottom. Charge coming into Kiritsugu. They do have level 6.
Timbersaw just
Starting to
hit level
back up,
6.
but they've got the creeps, and they also have LGTK missing the bushwhack, but the charge, it's going to connect, so they'll have a little bit of sustained control. The Chakram's there, the Nether Strike into the Whirling Death, and they will get an easy, clean kill and squash that spider. Smush him down with the tissue.
Desperate's here.
He's here, but can he do the work that he needs? They're going to try and get Mugi. He's got the Timber Chain away. The charge is back towards mid, so they're leaving him to die. Thunder God's Wrath gets used, and they'll get the kill on a Muzi.
That's a lot of commitment just to get that one kill, but they need to get any kills possible. Broodmother doesn't provide them with much early on until she hits that level 6, far away from it. Kunkka on the off lane, dying, standard Kunkka stuff. Like what?
And
And this is my
soul
question.
going
like,
off.
where do you go from here on Kunkka? Like, what's your first item? You might actually
Halberd?
You might pick up something like Shard as your first item. Not even kidding. Because with the amount of farm you have right now, sitting at 200 gold, I think that's doable. And then maybe try to farm some Aghanim
They want to go
Scepter.
again on him. He's going to TP into this. The Bushwhack's there immediately. LGTK sets up. Torrent, it will land with the X, but I don't think he gets out of this. Oh, the last right click from LGTK. Now you change the storyline on Kunkka from what you were just saying to something a little bit more intense.
Wow, shock
Blast
Pikachu
off.
face. Who would expect this to happen?
Blood Grenade. Oh, Nether Strike under the tower. Can he get a first hit bash? No, but Flame Break keeping him there. And they are going to burn Desperate out. They should look over at Thana. This will be 2. And another smile, this time coming in from Rojo Firefly.
He's like, yeah, thank you for giving my supports level 6. Hoodwink just got level 6, so we'll have that sharpshooter available, some extra burst damage. And Spirit Breaker doesn't mind too much about this type of a trade.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TP's coming through. LGTK, though, they've got the charge coming out on a nature lover. Zeus is there, and their attention is on a Muzi. Athena's also nearby, and they'll stop the
Dire's
charge.
top tower is under attack.
So this whole time, this is leaving Soul to free fall, basically.
Not really contested. Kunkka doesn't do much, even though he does have
Top lane, they're going.
combo.
Sharpshooter, Muzi, Timber Chain on the run, not getting too far away. Blastoff is there. Thunder God's Wrath is used. They don't have anything when the numbers come, and the numbers came aplenty for the side of Nexus Titans.
This is a type of a game
Zor.
where maybe as a Timber.
First ship. Noxious Plague. Look at the damage with the Blood Grenade. That Sunder doesn't do a lot. And he TPs away.
He's gonna be fine.
Dire's
Nicely
middle
done.
tower
This
is under
Sunder
attack.
gives
Charge
him that
zone.
extra health that he needed. Oh, Nether Strike.
And Nether Strike gets the kill on Azor, looks at Nature Lover. Flame Break might push him back into a dangerous position. The Venomous Gale, he goes into the pig pole, but the bash is there. They want this kill, and they just can't get
Another
it.
charge. He's looking for an angle. Okay, doesn't want to go for it. Had that illusion rune to dispel Venomous Gale. And back to base. We've seen Rojo Fireflu TPing to base multiple times and then just charging to an enemy hero. They could get the kill here on Kiritsugu. Timbersaw has full mana.
Structures are fortified.
It's certainly possible. They've got LGTK going with them. He's not as fast, but he's going with them. And bulldozing and moving in to clear up some spiderlings.
Using blood grenades to clear spiderlings. That's nicely done. He just got the value
is
back
that value?
immediately. Yeah.
65. Depends on the spiderling amount, I guess. Huh?
He got like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 of them. But he got the XP,
Yeah.
so definitely worth it. Even though it's not like the most XP that you get from these spiderlings, it's still good enough.
So
Dana,
maybe
Soul's
looking
looking for the mid
towards
lane.
mid,
With
yeah.
meta.
Reflection, meta, and this should be a push onto the mid tier 1 tower as well. They already got the tier 1
Dire's
bottom,
middle
right?
tower is under attack.
The one bottom is Dunzo a long time ago.
They're coming to react. Like they stop the push. They don't commit. Arcane rune here for Zeus. He's happy to take that. Maybe gonna set with the Thunder God's Wrath in a second. So, see what he wants to do with that. And Zeus is level 9, so Rojo, Fireflu, kind of sitting and falling behind a little bit.
Yeah,
No
you gotta
ship.
fight with Spirit Breaker. It's not about
And
farming.
There's
Can
the
he get a
blast
Sunder?
off.
Yes, he
Sunder.
can.
He can. Lasso onto this Kunkka, and this is a very dead Zor. They've also used the Nether Strike on Athena, so they'll push him back. They'll go for Nature Lover, who will pig pull. Noxious Plague was used, and they're still trying to get at least a bash. Does he have charge in a second? He does, so he could continue. Just has to be careful of this Zeus with the Arcane Rune, and he's going to start throwing out the lightning. He does not have Thunder God's Wrath, so he just TPs out.
Yeah, that bushwhack, LGTK saving him. Arcane Rune
Yeah.
was available on Zeus, so Lightning Bolt would stop that TP from going off. Like, with just Phylactery on Zeus, I think they get the kill underneath the tower, but didn't have it available then. It's now flying out on the courier. 4k gold lead for Grin.
There you go. Well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Having a good time, going well, doing his thing. And now charging, Kiritsugu. Well, he's going to lose all those spiderlings, and he's probably going to lose his life here. And
Nether
Rojo
strike in a
going in
second.
has Nether Strike in a second. Will use it, and they've got him under the tower. They'll get the kill, but now Lucy needs to be a little bit careful. Timber Chain's over, blast off in, ghost ship used. They've got 4 more here. They'll look for Salivating Salamander 37. The torrent's going to land, and they'll get themselves a second.
Not too bad of a kills. I think Timber needs to adjust his item build. I think this is a game where you get Guardian Greaves unless the supports want to buy it, but gives you ability to move some of these, like gives you tankiness. I think getting a pipe as well wouldn't be too bad. Thano Zeus,
Is under attack.
who's gonna buy it? Because someone has to.
Is he going to back up towards the Wisdom Rune?
It's funny to watch. Spirit Breaker Moon with like almost 100 move speed charging. Sticky Bomb did connect to him.
So he's going Shadow Blade. No surprise. He's level 10, and see what he wants to take here. Blink Dagger being built for Salivating Salamander 37. He's going to have a pretty quick one. Zeus.
Could be in trouble here.
He's gonna,
Firefly.
yeah, he's. I think he's dead. They've got the Nether Strike. They'll get the kill in a desperate. Now, Hiritsugu has to back away from the lane. Soul gets another kill there, and he's almost got this Scotty ready. Well, he's 2,000 gold away from it, but with how fast he's farming, it'll be a couple minutes, and he's almost got it ready.
You're starting to
Almost.
round up more than I did. It's like, yeah, that's
My
Scotty
level
Manta.
of almost is, yeah, exactly. He's almost got it. You know, the timing's right. So, 15-6, 16 minutes into the game with a 5K lead. And they do have Soul nearby with Salivating Salamander, who would like to hold his gold because he really wants to get this Blink Dagger.
This sounds like it's going to be a tower.
They found Desperate, and they've got him. Sharpshooter. Do they get this kill? Yes, they do. Oh, Fireflu will keep this Zeus dead. Phylactery or not, these are some big kills they're getting. They go after Salivating Salamander 37 and get the kill with the Noxious Plague. Charge Chakram, and Zor hit with that Nether Strike. Oh, Fireflu's trying to keep himself alive. They go
Good
to this
stun on
blast
three.
off. They get the kill on the Spirit Breaker. Muzi, he's not doing as much damage as maybe he would have liked. Sunder comes out, Bushwhack lands. That's onto this Brood Mother who's surviving with the Unsatiable Hunger. So Zor on the run, and they don't get anything else out of this. Going to take away the vision. They'll look over at Nature Lover, but Muzi, again, working with not a lot of health, and the Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They get the kill on a Muzi. He's got nothing doing. Sharpshooter misses. Salivating Salamander 37 is going to come back into the game, and just like that, that 5K net worth lead they just had is kaput.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Net worth in this series means absolutely nothing. It's all about the spell casting, bringing in the numbers, and
Soul.
Nexus Titans.
Charge coming
They
in.
just did that in the previous fight.
Oh, Fireflu. He is seen under this Sentry Ward. And Soul's going to TP to top. We'll pick up some Lotus, healing Lotuses, and work with that.
Interesting item of a choice. Or Desperate. Picking up Philosopher's Stone. Wants that extra gold. I mean, Zeus farms with Arc Lightning anyway. So, we'll get to his items much faster. Kaya now done. Would love to see some Ags because they
Charge.
have...
Bushwhack. And Nether Strike. Sticky Bomb's out. Desperate surviving. Blastoff is there. The proxy mines are down. But they don't explode. They've gotten the lasso onto the techies. They'll bring over Kiritsugu. They'll look over at Salivating Salamander 37. Charge again onto this Zeus. But they're going to pull him back into the torrent. They get the kill on a Rojo Fireflame. They don't land the Bushwhack. They'll end up losing only Thana. And they're going to run down LGTK. Triple kill for Kiritsugu. The whole time Soul, he's going to be up in the top lane trying to take a tier 2 tower. But they are continuing to cut into the net worth lead and making it even.
Kiritsugu shows up in a fight with just Echo Saber for now. That's going to be Lincoln's next. you can't let Brood roam around freely. As soon as they killed Spirit Breaker, there's just not enough control on Grin.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Lotus on Muzi is not really doing much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
what do you...
They
what do you
found
want to
Salivating
dispel?
Salamander.
It's like 1 point in Venomous Gale, Poison Sting, that's the dispel. I don't think you should be buying items just
Soul?
for that. Dana?
They've got Thundergod's Wrath, and they'll get the kill. Heavenly jump in, and Soul's dead. Had Sunder, couldn't get it on anybody. So,
Zeus
now a
suddenly
net worth
sitting
lead
at-
for Nexus Titans.
Yeah, did you think it was going to be any different than the first 2 games?
I got tricked into thinking it would be. This looked like it was all Grin.
Yeah, it was all over. The game was almost over officially.
over.
And then the comeback from Nexus Titans. I want to see next item from Zeus, whether he wants to pick up. I want to see Ags as soon as possible, because these heroes, none of them have attack speed to kill that Nimbus. Terrorblade is not going to sit inside. Because usually we see like Ags being built slightly later than from the previous patches, even though Zeus is like not the most popular
Ags.
hero.
And Zor's going to be pulled back via his own reflected axe. Uzi off to the side, and now they're coming around. They've got Soul. They've got everybody here. For both sides. Charge? Charge? Oh, no. He's out. He's free. Roam free. Free as the wind blows. That's what it feels like when Spirit Breaker's going across the map like that. They're in a Roche. And Kiritsugu does take it pretty quickly, right?
And they should have enough damage and sustain to kill it. Veno wants to start putting those Plague Wards down. And Veno also found Philosopher's Stone for himself, which means that he will be getting the farm. So I see Spirit Vessel, reduce the healing on some of these heroes, and straight into Aghanim Scepter. So Poison Nova, you want to go in and die. Max HP as damage, looking for these prolonged team fights, couple of mines. Veno damage kicks in. Zeus is going to be able to clean up. Like, there's no pipe, there's no Greaves being built. You play into Veno,
Dire's top tower is
playing into Zeus. Like, you got to buy these 2 items.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Octarine next, which is a great build-up for Zeus these days.
Dana picked up Ags. Wants to carry the game once again.
Dire's middle tower.
With that minefield
sign.
Dire's
It's like a cartoon.
Radiant's
Like
is under attack.
Wile E. Coyote.
I was about to say Roadrunner. Yeah, definitely fits the vibe.
I finally caught him, and then you hear the click of a landmine. Nether Strike, Lasso, Desperate, Dead. And then, you know, the explosion happens, and all you hear from the distance is just meep, meep. And that's it. He's gone. That feels very Techies-esque.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Can they
top
catch Muzi
think
here?
I killed him
1x
in
mark.
Desperate.
Should do it.
X, Ghost Ship, the damage, the minefield sign. Where are you going? Nowhere.
Yeah, like this
Nature
Lotus
overdies the
Orb
solo.
is actually not doing it. There's
Doing
not a
nothing.
single ability that it's good against. Noxious Plague, not dispellable. Like what you X mark
Bushwhack,
Honka back,
charge.
that's it.
Yeah.
This feels a bit of an awkward one. But anyone's game to take.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Well, the net worth back in towards Grin. And charge towards Desperate, but not at Desperate. Not that desperate. Dana just setting up minefield signs, doing his thing, throwing the mines down. And this is
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
so okay, and now a bit more gold. Getting that cobalt with that prospecting aura. As he takes that, like, I don't know if you've seen it. The Salivating Salamander, 37 goes down. to a bunch of mines from Thena. I don't know if you know how they prospect, right? They shake out some dirt, nature lover dies to soul, and then there's gold under it.
Yeah. But you know where gold is coming from? These tier 2
Hills?
towers that Nexus Titans are taking in the last couple of minutes. They group up, they take it.
Bushwhack, Chakram. A charge coming all the way to Kiritsugu. I don't know about that. All right, it stopped. It stopped immediately. Thought better of it. So, right now, with the way that push was going on, it does feel like Nexus Titans have a little bit of a lead here with the Brood and the Zeus. Charge on the Zeus.
He's not getting out of this one. Or is
Oh,
he?
you say that, but he's got the blink. They have the lasso. There's the charge. And they'll get the kill with the Nether Strike. You were right. He's not getting out of this one.
Not a place to be. I mean, the rest of the team not there to back him up. He's across the river. You're playing against Spirit Breaker. You're farming underneath the ward. Didn't check the cliff.
Dana. Ooh, trying to bait him over. Boom. 1. Boom. 2. Boom. 3. Oh. Oh, no. Salivating Salamander. Ooh. God. They both got so low. Bloodseekers in other games are going quicker. Oh.
There's a
Oh, no.
minefield.
Muzi. Yeah, not forced to move this time, so he can just stay still. This is so long. Look at the duration of this. This is insane.
This is where Konka's tidal wave gonna kick in.
Ooh.
Pull them across all the mines. This is the combo.
All right.
Finally, we figured it out.
So
Offlane
everybody by
Konka.
4 staff.
Radiant's top
Right?
tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah, some aggressive force.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Although if you had like a Rubik and then you blink lasso and you pull them across the minefield sign, that'd be brutal. So, Aegis will be reclaimed. Another minefield sign at the top of these steps, like the last game we saw these Titans do this. The God's Wrath gets used for vision, which, you know, that was the change, because that old used to be on a very short cooldown.
Dire's
And
bottom
people used to
tower
use it
is
for
under
vision a
attack.
lot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Easy. Charge. Athena. Getting charged. Baiting him in. And there's one bomb going off. Goes to the BKB. Goes after Athena. Bushwhacking.
Bushwhack.
Soul with the Metamorphosis. They've got the blink. They've got the lasso. They've caught themselves desperate. But Salivating Salamander. They've got the tidal wave to push him away. They go to the ghost ship. They will get the kill on the Bat Rider. And now they're inside the minefield sign. Desperate trying to run. And they will lose Muzi. And Soul taking a lot of damage from the minefield signs. Kiritsugu's in on this. He's low on health, but Zor's right there to be his Sunder. And now they're going to try and put him down under.
Kiritsugu,
Look
he's
over
in.
at Soul. The Torrent lands. Kiritsugu, he's in. They'll get the kill. Rojo Fire Flew. Harpoon back. Has no more mana. And the Vessel's on him, but they don't have the vision with this Shadow Blade. And they're going to start to go for the high ground with the heroes they have left. Oh, well, Zor.
He's fine.
Charged.
Maybe. Charge.
Ooh. Whoa! Uh-oh! 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 Where is he? He's dead. Oh! Oh no!
That was so
Ooh,
close
boy.
to getting a double kill, being a hero, to just losing your mid-hero, losing the barracks as well. Kiritsugu on this Brood Mother. This it's like his signature hero, pretty much.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
playing Brood is very much a mood. I'll tell you that much. So a full Ceterax top, Glyph used for mid, 8,000 net worth lead. I don't know if you watch whose line is it anyway. The points don't matter in that game. I'm wondering if this net worth lead matters. I don't know.
And Zeus is going for Lincoln Sphere, which I really like, so he can't be charged. Aghanim Scepter, I think it's coming out on Zor. So now he's good to play Dota.
Oh, he's got the
This is the
water
timing.
park.
Yeah, Water Park, have Tidal Wave,
Soul.
Ghost Ship.
Soul. LGTK, blast off. Soul. Uh-oh, he's going to be forced to just squeak out of there with his Manta. But that tier 3 is gone.
Tower has fallen.
And the spiders do be working on the racks. X. Torrent. Charge. Flame Break. Tidal Wave. Pulling them in. Now they've got the Nullifier. That gets reflected. Pops the Lincolns. They go in on Muzi. They're trying to chase. Ghost Ship and... Ooh, the Sticky Bomb
the
Hero
plague.
Fire
It
Flu.
hit everybody.
But look at this. This is going to be a set of racks. Got Soul's dead. No buyback.
Has fallen.
They
Do they
spread
just
the
go
plague.
megas?
Oh god, they spread the plague.
Just like the 1800s? I don't know when the plague happened. They will get the plague spread. They've got the lasso. They're still trying to taste Fire Flu. And they get the kill there onto the techies. Here comes the Torrent Storm. I mean, when it's soaked in this base. They've got the Harpoon. They get the kill on the LGTK. They look over at Muzi. That's going to be another one. They all don't have buyback.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Is this it?
This is it. This is the game. I don't think there's coming back into this. A 30-minute game after two full 60-minute
70-minute games.
Yeah, I'm just exaggerating again.
I mean, what am I doing? Well, there was a 20-minute pause on the second one.
Okay, so we're gonna add like 10-15 minutes.
So
of the game.
Nexus
Minefield.
Titans, it looks like they're doing it. And with that kill on Soul, I think it's official. They've done it. Nexus Titans have their first victory. In 30 minutes, they get this third game, and they get the 2-1 over Grin.
Yeah,
To
this
their
third-
chagrin, they get the victory. All right, I'm done.
This
I need one more.
This third game, Venomancer, Zeus damage, it kicked in. Like they spread
Yeah.
the plague all across. Like it hit 3-4 heroes, and then Zeus pops that ulti. They were in the lead. They were definitely in the lead, but Spirit Breaker just like going for like constant charges. Like I want to get stuff done, and
Yeah.
I think it comes down to itemization in this one. Muzi picking up Lotus Orb, not really the game for it. I wanted to see some auras to be able to survive through this magic burst that they have on Nexus Titans. Never happened, but yeah, Grin Esports still sitting at 0 wins, while Nexus Titans
Yeah.
getting their first dub.
They can finally do this. We got it. There we
One.
go.
That's
we got
it.
that victory. Here we go. Got that W on the board. And let's take a look at the highlights here because they were quick. This felt like a pretty fast game. 18 minutes in, there's already 26 kills in this game. Lassos were nice. Salamander was doing well, but just the aggression of Kiritsugu was more than enough. It was insane. Just the pressure they were putting on. And the Kunkka worked out. You said pack it in, boys, but they end
Kanka
up...
said no.
Yeah, he said Tidal Wave. He said that they were going to have the Torrent Storm. And then, of course, look at the beautiful Minefield sign. Muzi, he's like, yeah, I'm going to kill Desperate. And Dana's like, yes, yes, keep walking. Keep walking in my Minefield sign that has a ridiculous duration and a ridiculous amount of damage. That's all
Such
they
a
wanted. And
powerful
that's exactly
ability.
what they got.
And Dana kind of also carried them to the victory in the second game with this Aghanim Scepter rush on techies. The more I see it, the more I like it.
Yeah, I like the Ags rush. And then this is the final battle. Or, well, this is the final. Look at this. He's just planting a Minefield sign next to your throne. How do you allow him to do this? And then Soul, here's the combo you talked about. Tidal Wave, boom, dead, gone, see ya, you're done. Techies, I mean, that is just, that's brutal. That is a brutal way to die.
It really is, and I think we
They get the
might,
win.
yeah, we might give him the MVP. The
Yes.
way he played
I think
on
so.
techies, It's just like, how does he farm it? Like, he's in the second game was cutting the creep wave multiple times, and he's gonna get it. 86% kill participation all over the place.
Ooh. Look at that kill participation. The GPM was nice enough to get that early. Ags, life was good.
Where's
he
the
made it
third
happen.
techies at? Like, I'm watching that. This is
He's in
why
the
I
barrel.
asked. Oh, he
He's
is? Okay.
in the barrel on his back, yeah. Doing very much useful things in the barrel. Let me tell you.
He's the one who explodes.
Yeah, he's the one who grows, expands, explodes, and then, the guy shooting in the front and the guy driving the cart. I don't know what their names are, but
Squeeze,
they're happy. They've got
squeeze something in spleen.
yeah. Right. I can't remember all three though, but I know what you mean. He's looking it up. He's gonna get it, and we'll see. But Techie's MVP. I mean, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to see Minefield sign. So we've got ourselves an interview with the first time winners here. Nature Lover coming in and giving us an interview. This is what it's all about. The first victory comes in. Congratulations. It was a long, hard-fought series, but you got there in the end, and congratulations. How does it feel?
I don't even know what's going on, man, right now, because there are so many issues 3 games in a row. First game is 1 hour, mega creep. It's too much for us. One guy had his phone lost power, and then his camera shut down for the entire series. Second game, my internet connection just lost. Sorry about that. So I used data for most of the game, and now I might be overboard. We'll see about that.
Well, hopefully not overboard on the data usage, but I mean, after 2 long games like that and having the stress of dealing with the the mobile internet provider and everything like that, how do you guys? This third game looks super clean, like nothing had happened before that. How'd you guys bring it all together?
Super clean. I don't know about that. Laning stage stuff was horrible, but look, and also random Kunkka. If you did realize it, we're missing time from level 3 penalty also.
Oh, so that makes sense, because I couldn't find any sense in that Kunkka pick. I was like, man, they lost.
Luckily, we had a Kunkka spammer in our group, so it was a fate or whatever.
The combination with the tidal wave and the minefield sign seemed pretty strong at the end there, so maybe the random kind of worked out. I love that. The first item, Ags, Techies, like it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love minefield sign.
Yeah, it's the thing. Both of my teammates tried that, and they played together a lot before doing the team, so they knew about that combo. So I learned something at least from my part.
So are you guys gonna plan to random more heroes since it worked out? You got a victory with it?
Well, we don't get Fairy Fire and Mango for free, so I'll say no.
All right. Well, Kaz, you got any questions?
Yeah, you guys seem to be, like, at least it's, like, some of the games today, you guys had a better laning stage compared to your previous series that you played so far. Like, is this something you guys talk about? I also just want to know how serious you guys are about making it Div 1 and just, like, making it big in Dota.
For the first question about lane, for lane, we played Scrim against them last week or 2 weeks ago, and we managed to win 2 games with them, so we knew we could beat them for sure. For lane, no, we did not scrim at all between the series against the cut and today, so it just happened for the lane, and that's pretty much it.
So that pretty much answered the question, how seriously you guys are taking it. 0 scrims show up at the official matches. That's about it, huh?
No, sorry. We pretty much, I know we're busy people in real life, so we don't put too much commitments yet. We'll see if it happens and we keep going well the rest of the season, we might put more time in next tour. We'll see.
You guys definitely should. I feel like you need that little bit of extra to push you to that like potentially Division 1. But I also want to hear like slightly more about this Broodmother Position 1. Is this something you guys theory crafted with? Have you seen it somewhere else? Because I've seen it a decent amount of times now played from the offlane with the same item build.
Not going to reveal too much, but he likes it. I don't know why. The archive likes it very much. We didn't plan to go for that this series at least. He did 1 game or 2 game at least, I think so, before on his own, and he liked it, so we just believe in it, and he would pick him 3 times.
Okay.
You got any more questions there, Lacoste?
I think that's it. I think I'm out of questions right now.
So
Yeah, man,
congratulations
it was
on the
stressful
win.
3 hours.
Yeah, any last words, any shout outs before we let you go?
My friend told me shout out to Ren. Don't know why. We'll see. It's an inside joke.
Hopefully he hears it.
Yeah, and shout out to Green also. They were pretty good. Second game. Second game they managed to come back from. I think they were behind us, but they managed to pull up together when I tried to connect to my internet back. So good for them.
Shout out to your
again.
internet provider. Yeah,
Yeah.
making sure that they don't charge you anything extra for all the data you just spent.
I was almost at my limit just
Fingers
before.
crossed.
We'll see.
Fingers crossed that the
Thank
limit's
you.
not passed. Hopefully, you guys continue the winning ways, and congratulations once again. We're gonna let you go. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you too. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Have a good one.
The internet data provider, you see that limit going over, and you're just like, ooh, but he might cut my speeds. I have no idea.
This is going to be an
Might just let it
expensive
go.
win or an expensive loss.
Oh, yeah, you better make it a win, that's for sure. So, and we see Nexus Titans, they get the 2-1 win over Grin, and C-Dub against American Goons is coming up next on that marker. So you're taking a look at that today's schedule, only 2 BO3s, but we're going to be on a pretty quick turnaround because we had a long drawn-out series. So, we'll take a break here. We'll be back soon with the next series. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys soon.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going back into our second series of North America Division 2, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire taking over for B-Cop and, of course, Lacoste. Jonathan, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. We had a pretty long series for the first run. Looking forward to how far we go in this one. Both of these teams that we're looking at here, C-Dub and American Goons, taking pretty surprising losses in their last series. C-Dub taking that loss against Tilted Boys, Goons dropping their series to Ravens without even a single game win. So I think this is going to be interesting. This could dictate number 3 in the NA DPC. This could dictate who potentially goes, or whether or not C-Dub actually goes for tiebreakers now if they want that shot at Div 1.
Certainly does, John. And like you said, both teams have lost their earlier series. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they do kind of pan out here. I think Goons are the ones that are probably more desperate for a victory right now because they're the ones that, I don't know if they're in danger per se. I feel like they should be able to claw their way through here Division 2, but it's kind of hard to know. As, we'll have to wait and see how they do against C-Dub. Of course, we do have the team comparisons between the two. Pretty even, I'd say, in terms of stats here. Not too many big differences as far as I can see, John. And well, I do think this should be one of our closest series throughout Division 2, though. To be absolutely fair, I did say that when Goons were versing Ravens, and that didn't quite happen. So it could also just be a very one-sided series for all I know, but we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens here between these two.
Yeah, again, very even on the stats. I think we expected coming into the NA DPC for 2 or 3 in Division 2 that it would be a lot more even on the scoreline as well. Not quite the case. Even their number stats, GPM, building damage, XPM, all really close across the board. C-Dub having a little bit more building damage because they did take 2 wins and just 1 loss, the reverse of what the American Goons has. So not too far off the mark for both sides. We do have our individual player comparisons here as well down the line. It's going to be interesting to see this direct comparison, I believe, between our safe laners, and it is Double King and Boris, of course. Double King has come out with lower stats, like in terms of kills and hero damage, but he also tends to play more farm-heavy heroes, right? He sits back, he builds up. I feel like for the side of C-Dub, the momentum tends to come out from Isla and from Mark. So Double King gets to just build up, whereas Boris tends to take a more active position, feels like. The Goons tend to just play a little bit quicker with their pause 1, leading to that higher activity across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. I think, being a farmy pos 1 is not such a bad thing either here for Double King. Obviously, it's worked out quite well for them for now, and we'll see how the comparison in game goes between these two, because it's always fun seeing like a farmy kind of pos 1 versus someone who likes to get involved a little bit earlier in Boris. So we'll see which one actually ends up being better here in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Again, the standings are pretty important here for both these teams, so obviously getting this win is going to be pretty damn important. I'd say Goons have been looking a lot more like a struggle right now as a team compared to say C-Dub, who still look cleaner every time we've seen them. Apart from, again, that one series against Tilted Boys, which we thought was going to be C-Dub favored, but it was not. I suppose the argument could be made that C-Dub has versed easier teams, but I mean, their first series was literally against the cut, so you'd assume not so much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can say they played easier teams. A lot of people are looking at Tilted Boys as one of the easier teams with their scoreline as well before that win. So it kind of evens it out a little bit more. I think for American Goons as well, I think their loss against Ravens being a 2-0 was pretty surprising, and their loss to the cut maybe not as surprising, but it did feel like the Goons had a lot of momentum off the back of their win on Grin. And again, this is a veteran lineup on the side of the American Goons, despite having to come out from closed qualifiers. So I think the one edge that C-Dub has here is that they have played as a team as a full stack of 5 for a lot longer in comparison to the American Goons. The Goons are veterans, and they've both been somewhat teammates. Maybe a couple of them were in teams together, but I don't think this 5 stack was together before that formation in the closed qualifier. So C-Dub should be able to have a little bit of a better time. We can take a look at both teams' most picked heroes coming out here. And this should be an interesting one that kind of dictates what's prioritized in the bans. Not too surprising to see that the Void Spirit's a shared hero across both sides. The Goons have been leaning more into stuff like their Bat Rider, into their Timbersaw. C-Dub have been a little bit more reliant on the Magnus. Unfortunately, a couple of those heroes there, the Abaddon mainly, is kind of dead post E-patch, so you're not going to have too much of that coming out now. But yeah, the Void Spirit's definitely under contention. I'd expect maybe a little bit of the Timbersaw as well. There's a couple of heroes that they didn't pick often enough, I suppose, that can cross over. Stuff like Bloodseeker still up there for both Boris and Double King. So that could be a priority banner pickup here for either side, depending on how both teams kind of weight out here. I know you're not the biggest fan, but it's somewhere down the line, the stats there. Sure.
I mean, it is. We'll see if either side wants that damn hero, the Bloodseeker. I mean, I feel like every time we see the Bloodseeker these days, it just loses. Then again, it's been like that for years for me, John. So, whatever team feels like losing today can go ahead and take +1 Bloodseeker if they do like, and I'm sure it'll definitely assist them in not doing so well as the teams. Again, this Bloodseeker hero just makes me sick every time I see it, Jonathan. I can't help myself but start ranting every time someone drafts it. But there is a very high chance we could see it, as we are still waiting for these teams to get ready to start game number 1's draft. But there you go. I mean, unsurprisingly, Universal Heroes are still pretty popular here between every team. Highly contested. I'm sure we're going to see some contest over these Universal Heroes once again. But yeah, again, we're still waiting for this draft to begin. So we're going to have to chill out a bit and give them a chance to get ready so we can actually see exactly what they're intending on drafting.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait a moment here. It's rather interesting how our newest patch has kind of decided to settle things. I don't know about it. I still feel like, all right, Abaddon being nerfed, well, that's kind of cool. A couple of teams in the NADPC did start to use it. We see it a couple of times in other tournaments as well. CM nerfs, for whatever reason, is
hilarious.
All right. Disruptor nerfs, for some reason, is kind of weird. Like, dragging his base damage down for what? It's like, why would he take 2 base damage hit when you have techies with his damage output and his only change to his right click was his base attack speed? It's like, this patch is weird. I don't know. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite.
I mean, to be fair, 99% of patches aren't your favorite, John. So it's
well,
not
no,
too surprising when you say
7.33
that.
up to 0.33 up to C was pretty damn good. I thought all of those changes were pretty great. Maybe on the C or B patch where they buffed up Universal Heroes, I was questioning that a bit, but it did make playing certain heroes pretty damn fun, although I'm pretty sure it wasn't fun in the pro scene. But I don't know, this D patch it makes it a little bit like, all right, you had your fun with C, with B, and now you get D, and it's like, all right, all the fun heroes are gone. You can't.
No, they're not.
You're not gonna have fun. Oh no, it's not. Oh, Techies is still good. Oh, Spirit Breaker is so great. Wow.
But
At
what's
least
so fun about
Timbersaw's
Abaddon?
untouched.
Like, what's so fun
Abaddon is
about
fun.
Abaddon? All you do is right-click people. It's not
Yeah,
fun
isn't
at all.
it fun to run someone down and watch them have no counterplay when they get silenced and slowed? That's pretty fun. It is. Then run your shield, return on your shield. You have your Axe build. It's a pretty fun hero. It's fun.
That sounds it. Well, we're going to go into a draft now, Jonathan. Good news is they have finally begun, so we can have a look and see exactly where they're going to go with these drafts. I believe American Goon's got a bit of a draft penalty for being late, so there's that, but I think it's only 30 seconds reserve time removed, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm sure they won't really mind too much, as you do get to see the boys here. Let's see what they do prioritize. You kind of talked about the Void Spirit, Universal Heroes in general obviously being quite broken at the moment. So I'm sure those will be highly contested as per always. Surprisingly enough, we see a Broodmother ban out to start, which I can't say I was quite expecting.
It's been a little bit strong. We saw its impact in the first series, first game in particular. That hero still has a lot of momentum, and it is universal type, so it's a viable harpoon carrier. It has a pretty fast timing as that sort of run you down, kill supports, kill some cores as well early on. So I can understand why, in particular, the Goons are banning it out today. Also of note is that we do have, I believe Jubei is playing on the Goons right now. And surprising no one, Timbersaw does come out. C-Dub picks up the Pugna and the Bloodseeker. So
Wow.
the Bloodseeker does come through. And that should be your Boris hero on hand. At the least, if you run a Bloodseeker Pugna lane, Decrep Slow plus Blood Right, that can be pretty nice. It's also a great interaction with the spell amplification from early Decrep, so you can try to harass out. And you are into a Timbersaw lane. Yeah, I mean, you can rupture down the Timbersaw down the line. You can deal some good magical damage with Pugna. The Goons, though, just go straight into Morphling, so now you have a much more favorable core-to-core outside of Rupture usage, and Boris is going to have to really figure out his target prioritization in getting that Rupture out. You have two mobile heroes that you kind of want to pin down in the middle of these engagements.
I mean, I like this Morphling pick against Bloodseeker because it's one of those heroes that relies a lot on right-click, and it's, you know, you build into this Aghanim Scepter as a Morphling, and suddenly 40% of your stats are gone. Like, it's pretty ridiculous to try and play against as a hero like Bloodseeker, I feel, and yeah, I think it's actually just a great pick against any position one that just purely relies on just right-clicking people. You know, it just makes their life so much more challenging. So I do like that here from American Goons.
It's only 20% against non-universal, but you do get the 70 attack speed away from the Bloodseeker here.
Yeah.
So it's not going to feel great for a Bloodseeker for sure in the core-to-core. And there is an earlier timing I think the Bloodseeker can play with at the least.
That's a lot of attack speed, you know? Like,
it is, but you have to remember Blood Rage also gives you like, what, 120 or something? So it becomes a net 50, which still isn't amazing for a Bloodseeker, but it's not as bad as other cores. Then again, 20% of your agi is also a significant amount to lose. And Morphling's just overall the better core every single time.
Certainly is. We'll see how they try to respond to the Morph at the very least. It's not like you can't deal with this hero. And if you really didn't want to play the Bloodseeker versus Morph matchup, you could just, you know, switch Bloodseeker to perhaps the offlane, even though it's not proving to be a great offlane hero at the moment. But you could choose to do that here if you felt like you couldn't contest it here with the Bloodseeker. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. I don't necessarily think switching it to offlane is going to be a good idea by any stretch, but they could certainly try the option if they want to.
Yeah, have they played that in Isla? I don't think he's run that in the offlane for C-Dub, but I think offlane Bloodseeker here is a little bit worse. Bloodseeker into the Morphling lane directly is pretty rough. The first two levels feel alright. Level 3, level 4 should be sustainable for a Morphling at that point. You might still be better off laning into the Timbersaw. Maybe look for some tempo elsewhere. Maybe just have a harder scaling hero down mid for Mark on C-Dub's end, perhaps. While Storm's gone, Void Spirit's still available if you want to go that route, which isn't really the cleanest counter to a Morphling, but does give you a lot of tempo to play with. The Ember can still kind of scale up, although again, up against Morphling, you don't have too many options from there. Maybe on the offlane, something like the Doom is still available for some reason, so C-Dub could go back to that, have a stable way of locking in the Morph, force him to build the Lincoln Sphere, which can stall out the Ag's timing a little bit, although to be fair, most Morphlings generally go for Lincolns in most games anyway, and you'll get double value from blocking Rupture and Doom. So it still might not be the best solution here for C-Dub.
Well, thank you for countering all the points you were trying to make, John. C-Dub
I gotta cover all my bases.
I don't know what conclusion you came to at the end. It's C-Dub Esports. Third pickup. You mentioned the Doom's available. Let's see if they want to take it, or perhaps just Goons take it themselves. I like Void Spirit no matter what. I don't think it matters too much what the matchup is. They are going to go into the Rubik, of course, though, which C-Dub have been playing a lot of Rubik. It's not too surprising to see it coming out.
It's not been a pretty stable hero for Sanctified. Well, actually, we haven't seen Sanctified played it this tour, but he has played it last tour, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty safe. Your support duo of Pugna Rubik is maybe a bit underwhelming in that they don't really play-make themselves. They're going to have to play off the back of your mid or off lane here for the side of C-Dub, which maybe is a little bit trickier depending on your pickups. For the Goons, they could certainly fit that Void Spirit in themselves if they wanted to, although Bloodseeker could... It's one of those things. Like, if you get the Void Spirit for Goons, sure, Bloodseeker theoretically has 3 really good targets, but then it also comes down to that point where you have 3 targets you have to rupture. You can only rupture 1, maximum 2 once you get your 25. And it's like, who do you really prioritize there? It's a hard decision to make for the side of C-Dub for Double King. The Goons will just go for the Disruptor, as we were having a little bit of a conversation earlier. was nerfed a bit, rescaled damage and Thunder Strike, but yeah, still a good hero, still does what it needs to with a glimpse.
5 seconds.
It's gonna feel nice to stop the Bloodseeker running around here, and Static Storm's always great. Venomancer comes out as well for the goons. I mean, if you think about this lane for the Bloodseeker now, Venomancer Timbersaw is pretty oppressive. Like, sure, you're level 1 to probably level 1 to 3 here for C-Dub, still really stable for a Bloodseeker, marginally so,
5
but
seconds remaining.
you're not going to be able to even just play with, say, Bloodright Threat with Decrep, simply because Venomancer is always going to be there to run you down if you do decide to try to run down the Timbersaw as well. So there's a lot of pressure on that lane now from the side of the goons.
I like the Pangolier pickup here from CW Esports. No counters towards the Pango this game because they already took the Bloodseeker. There's not really much else going on here for the goons, so
5
Pango
seconds
pick feels
remaining.
pretty nice. Final banouts to come out. I think if you wanted to go Void Spirit last pick here for American Goons, you probably still could do so. Though we do see a lot of Pango doing pretty well against Void Spirit, so that might be what C-Dub is wanting anyway. Apart from that, I think you could still also just flip the switch and just put the Timber mid here for American Goons against the Pangolier. That doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world.
Team banned.
Just go something else in the off lane. But we'll see what they do want to do here. As American Goons, they are going to get rid of the axe of all things. Interesting ban here. Is I can't say I was quite expecting an axe to come out from C-Dub. They are lacking an off lane, to be fair, but axe was not the one that came into my mind.
No, certainly not. Here has been a little bit more hit and miss. It does feel a little bit more stable to get your damage off with how Counter Helix works now, but still an interesting sort of ban out from the goons. I suppose there is some good synergy here, and you do have some squishy heroes that can just probably get dunked. Maybe the threat of a little bit of damage and control onto the Morphling before shift into a fast dunk is also a little bit scary, so you just want to give as easy of time for your Morphling as possible.
Radiant team
I do like that
banned.
idea of the Timbersaw mid. I think that matchup versus Pangolier is pretty stable. Maybe again, the first 2-3 levels don't feel as good for Timbersaw. But once you hit level 4 with your 202 build, you shouldn't be really shoved out of lane either. Well, let's see. C-Dub seems to expect that we will get the good old little Nick Timbersaw here instead of something like the Esk Timp, banning out a lot of mids. Wondering what they decide for Esk in the end.
10
Again,
seconds
for the
remaining.
side of C-Dub afterwards, I mean, they still have the Doom available if they feel the need for it,
5
but
seconds
the
remaining.
Goons, no Spirit Brothers left except Void Spirit. We still want that Void Spirit Pango matchup. They go with the Sky. So it's a core Venomancer and probably just a mid Timbersaw here.
Right. Well, there we go. I mean, maybe it could be a mid Skyrath mage. You never know. Like, pretty. I can't say. Look, when's the last time we saw
10
mid Veno
seconds
come out?
remaining.
I don't think it's gonna be the mid Veno or
5
Sky.
seconds
It should be
remaining.
offlane Veno, if any at all.
I mean, well let's see. I don't know about this draft from American Goons now because I don't know how they're laning it. So who's going mid in that case? Do you think offlane mid at Veno, then mid Timber, then safe lane Morphling, right? No? Have we lost John? I think we may have lost it. And we have. All right, he'll be back sooner or later. Apparently his internet could not take his opinions any longer. The CW Esports, final pickup now. Still need an offlane of some sort here from CW. There's all the Axe and Lycan being removed here from CW Esports. The American Goons did not want those heroes picked up against them. There's still 1 minute reserve time to think about this for old CW. The Doom is still available if they did want to take it, and it doesn't seem like the worst pick in the world here for CW Esports. Obviously, the Lincolns are going to provide issues later on, but Doom still seems like a pretty good pickup here for CW. Just have other options like the LC as well, which is that not banned out? Because they do have the LC if they wanted to go down that route here for CW to boot. but they're going to go down the Tidehunter route, which is something pretty interesting. We have seen some teams running it to, mild success. It's been a bit of hit and miss with this hero at the moment. Pretty nice team fight, obviously, with the Ravage, though, and it kind of depends on what build you go for with this hero, because some players still go Meteor Hammer on Tidehunter and just create a lot of space with it. Other teams are going the full Aura build that we're used to seeing on every offlane right now, so it'll be pretty interesting to see what kind of build-up we do see on Isla here on this Tidehunter against the safe lane of Boris and, I believe, Jubei. Does seem like it is going to be an offlane Venomancer, by the way. S is going to take the mid Timber, and we do have the safe lane Morphling coming out. So there you go, lanes are set. See how this one does pan out. Again, if you are C-Dub, if you get this victory, you're basically tied in second place with Ravens. If you lose this one, though, you're going to be in a bit of an awkward situation, because then you're just going to start dropping down a C-Dub. Of course, American Goons do want the win pretty badly so they can move their way up to third place. And this is one of the teams that you would think should have been favorited going into the Division 2 action, but American Goons just have not been performing at the level I thought they were going to perform, or I'm sure even themselves thought they were going to perform so far with those 2 losses. So see if they can find their second series win here against C-Dub. This should arguably be C-Dub favored based off standings, but I can't say it's really that simple between these two. Both teams look amazing, and then they look really bad sometimes. It's hard to know what kind of day it's going to be for either side. Hopefully a close matchup, though, as I believe we can go into game number 1 here between these two teams and see exactly how it is going to play out. Looks like we're going to have some very early smokes coming out, as per always, to get some wards down here. Now, both sides do have some pretty decent team fight potential level 1. Looks like they are actually going to run right into each other as well. C-Dub, though, of course, going to have that high ground advantage. American Goons looking to try and sneak up behind them by the looks of it. And they actually do get away with it for now. Wards down, they'll see Double King around that tree line, and he's a great target to aim for first. You're going to have the Gale Slow into the concussive shot rather soon here against Double King, and it seems like he is as good as set to die, though they do find at least Little Nick as a trade. But First Blood is going to go the way of S, because Jubei, also looking to go down here, will drop to Mark. So ultimately a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of C-Dub, but First Blood is going to go the way of American Goons. So you should be pretty happy if you're this Min Timbersaw having the start you've had. You'll bring out a magic wand pretty much immediately. No hesitation. Let's get the magic wand out here against whoever he's laning against, which should be the Pangolier.
Let's go, man. That's my guy right there.
3 Batarins the wave C-Dub as well. In fact, they might even find a 4th. Isla's rushing towards it, and he's got it. 4 Batarins now to C-Dub. Boris is trying to get away. Does cop a fair bit of damage here from Sanctified and Isla. Will eventually be able to get out. To start off with the mid lane, you're going to have Mark there against Esk. Esk already, again, having a pretty big start with the bonus gold. Picking up the magic wand here against Mark, so all that spell spam going to be very effective here for the Timbersaw. Because Mark shouldn't have too difficult of a time against the Timber, but it's also not the easiest matchup. You're going to try and duke out that Whirling Death quite a bit. Should be a fairly even mid lane affair, I would argue, here between these two teams. Don't think Esk should have the craziest time, but he should certainly have a slight advantage, at the very least, against the Pangolier. Let's see if Mark can kind of just outplay Esk here in the mid lane. This is going to be quite dangerous with this Whirling Death damage, and probably the chains to come out at some point here for Esk as well. Because you do have the side lanes as well. Jubei and Boris going to be up at top lane against Isla and Sanctified. The classic Tidehunter Rubik lane is what we've got here for C-Dub. And again, Boris seems to be struggling quite a bit already, having to strength morph quite a bit to survive through the damage that was coming in from C-Dub. Although Disruptor is usually a really good support to have in terms of trading harassment, against Tide Rubik, it's still really challenging. So you can just get run down quite easily if you overextend. And Isla, he's going to move in right here, right now. Sanctified backing off a little bit. playing very defensively on the Rubik. As you can see, Jabay, if he gets gushed once, he's going to lose three quarters of his HP very, very quickly. As the final lane is going to be bot lane, Giant and Lil Nick going to be up against Duster and, of course, Double King. Which arguably should also be a decently strong lane here for Cedar because they do have Decrepify into Blood Ride. But then you do also have Gale into the concussive shot of Giant here down this bot lane for the Goons. So it really can go either way here in this bottom lane as Sanctified top lane does end up securing Jabay now. Jabay ends up going down. Duster almost going down a bottom lane, but does barely manage to run towards the tier 1 tower and survive. But so far, great news for Seed up, 3-1 already. You see Jabay going down top lane, it probably will happen again because this tired Ruby can be quite obnoxious to have to play against. The Sanctified's already got a Blood Grenade ready for it, so whenever Jabay does overstep, it should be a fairly easy process here for Seed up to just deal with this Disruptor. Luckily, at the very least, Isla is quite low on mana, so can't do too much in the way of keeping Jabay away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Duster again. He chased down here on the Pugna, but does manage to get himself out. But this Pugna not having the greatest time we've ever seen. Quite a bit of a struggle here on the this green hero as Giant is not leaving him alone, but Double King is going to intervene and make sure he does get away. Top lane, Boris again, dropping very, very low, but Isla now the one on the run. Jabay, doesn't quite have enough yet, and won't have enough in the end to get the kill. In fact, Jabay is the one to go down, Sanctified claiming his life for a second time already this game. Sure, I mean, you get Isla really low, but the problem is he's got a ring of health up anyway. So he's just going to heal up through it, slowly but surely. And while Jabay's down, Boris is just getting no farm. He'll get a Tango for his trouble. He'll get a Salve for his trouble. In the meantime, bottom lane, Duster ends up fighting Lil Nick, so now the Venomancer's gone. 5-1 already for Cedar. Top lane again, Isla, he is going to drop this time. That's good news for the American Goons. The Ring of Health regen not providing quite enough for the Tide. Will eventually just overextend and get dropped here by American Goons, but it just feels like every single lane has gone the way of Seed-Up. Perhaps the mid lane's the only one that isn't an outright win for Seed-Up here, as it's quite even between the two heroes, but certainly a pretty rough start here. Is now Giant again, top, or rather bottom lane, going to find himself in danger. Luckily, he will not get caught by the Blood Riot damage, so he is going to survive through it, but now the Skywrath needs to back to the fountain. Not able to stick around anymore with this double combination of Decrepify Blood Ride. Meanwhile, top lane, Jabay again gonna drop. He's died 4 times already on the Disruptor, 5 minutes in. Pretty tough position. No, I don't quite blame Jabay, again, considering they are up against the Tide Rubik. It's a pretty rough lane to go against as a position 5. But the man just cannot catch a break, and I think he's going to be forced to bring even more regen to Boris. This might be the 3rd or 4th salve that Jabay's been forced to buy, so Boris can remain in the lane. For now, he'll at least just give him a Tango. But just the amount of regen this Disruptor's been forced to buy here for the Morphling does not seem like a very fun time for him. Because we are going to be approaching the 6-minute power rune timings now. S going to try and fight for it. Mark's going to be there as well. Jabay does show up. Giant's the one to actually just run towards the regen rune that is there. Sanctified. In a pretty big amount of trouble here. Going to try and run. Rodius S does not have chains available. Will have enough for the Chakra Whirling Death. Meanwhile, Lil Nick ends up going down again bottom lane. So, the thing is, Giant did leave to secure the regen rune for Esk, which is obviously super important. But in the process, Lil Nick does get caught out by the Decrep into the Blood Rite, and he is going to go down. The Venomancer, 3rd death of the game for him. Not really having a game so far, just sitting at level 4.
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, the way this game's going, like this Bloodseeker is going to be quite scary. Top of the CS board already, almost level 6. And once that ruptures up like this early on, it's going to be very painful for Leonuk to try and have to play against. Jabay. Kinetic Field is there to hold down Isla. S going to show up with the Whirling Death, but you do have the Rolling Thunder coming in from Mark, trying to chase down the Morphling. Problem is, Isla is still being focused here by Esk, but now the rotations are in. Esk is down. Jabay gonna try to get himself out, but Mark will pick up a double kill in a fantastic rotation on the Pango. And this whole time, Isla, he remains alive. In fact, now Boris is in trouble. Boris seeing his whole team go down. Now he's gone as well.
Twist the tide once you catch it.
Who even Double King rotated just in case they needed it. Mind you, they didn't need it. But even he showed up. He's level 6 already on the Bloodseeker. At least little Nick is about to get to level 6 on his own as well on the Venomancer, but you're playing against the rupture damage now of the Bloodseeker. It's going to be pretty tough if you get ruptured up. There's no escape for him. He's got the TP at the very least, but one stun will ruin all that pretty damn quickly. And by the way, update, Isla does have a Meteor Hammer now, so he does go for that Meteor Hammer build-up. This build-up does still work very effectively with the Tide because it gives him a nice way of pressuring these towers. And he's one of the heroes in Dota that can literally just stand in front of a tier 2 tower using Meteor Hammer without being so afraid of dying to a rotation because it's just so damn tanky. It's now Dire Jungle. Giant's going to get caught here. Netherblast's going to connect. It's just so much damage on Giant. We'll eat the Fairy Fire to survive a little bit longer, but not for quite much longer as Duster is going to be chased by Esk for a moment. But Esk just gives up on that chase altogether. Just the confidence from Cedar. Still chasing Boris in front of his tier 2 tower. Just knowing they can't really be contested right now because they've got 4 heroes up top. I mean, this is just atrocious for American Goons to have to try and play against.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Isla's not leaving. He bought the Meteor Hammer for a reason. He's just going to keep pressuring this tier 2 top tower. Boris, they know he's there somewhere. He's going to show up again here in the Morph, but rotations are incoming again. Meteor Hammer, not going to land on the Morph. We'll just go into the tier 2 tower. Duster was setting up just in case they were able to initiate. They don't quite get there, but they are fully intending on making sure Boris does not have a game on the Morphling. On the other hand of things, Double King, like you look at his net worth in comparison, almost 1.5k net worth ahead on the Bloodseeker, just a huge start for him. This top lane again, a big group up happening here from C-Dub, and they are still just pushing the top tier 2. And this is horrific for American Goons because they don't have any gameplay against it. With this draft, all they can do right now is just split push and kind of try and keep up here with the side of C-Dub, who are clearly ahead. Problem is losing this top tier 2 tower this early. It removes so much farming area for Boris and the Morphling. As mid lane now, S can get ruptured up. Double King's rotated, though a nice glimpse away from Jabay, gonna make sure they don't have that Bloodseeker. Chains out from the Timber, but Esk is gone. The rupture just lasting way too long. And that's him in Timbersaw. Like, he was the guy having the best time on the team. Just getting deleted with one rupture. See it up, they've given up on the top tier 2 tower. Seems like they're gonna focus down the mid tier 1 instead. I mean, why the hell not? And immediately after going after the tier 1 tower, Isla and the rest of the squad are just moving up top again. They'll let Mark finish off the work here in the mid tier 1. Pings were immediately out into the top tier 2 tower. Smokes are there from C-Dub, so they're going to head up north and see if they can find Boris. And Boris right now, he's only got 700 HP. He isn't fully strength morphed in any way whatsoever. As Boris going to go for a waveform, but the Ravage is out. He got the strength morph in time. So he's not quite in trouble. TP away is going to be enough as well. C-Dub, they do waste their Ravage. Very quick reaction speed from Boris, realizing they probably were around the area. That's a pretty big opportunity now for American Goons to get some farm in with the time they have, knowing Ravage is down. Problem is, Duster is still just watching Boris. Scan is out. Boris, or rather Duster, reveals himself with a Nether Blast. Hello, John.
12 to 3 start for C-Dub. And it's looking pretty rough. Give me a quick summary here, Mike, to work with.
They lost all their lanes, John.
Very nice.
Well, apart from mid lane, Esk did even out in the mid lane, but bottom lane was a shambles. Top lane was an absolute shambles. And, well, now, like, at least they do just pick off Mark on the Pangolier, who was playing very greedy up in mid lane. But they have not left Boris alone this whole time. Boris actually waveforming right into Isla, trying to stop him from going for the Meteor Hammer. And this is all they've been doing, C-Dub. Like, they got this early Meteor Hammer on Tide, and they've just been pushing the top tier 2 tower the whole time. And they've almost got it, too.
And there's some pressure on C-Dub to play fast for sure. You don't want to try to force a long game up against the Morphling here. Does feel like that is not a matchup that the Bloodseeker feels too comfy in. You do have, again, some way of team fighting your way back, as we've seen with some of the Ravages coming out from Isla. But the pressure is there to play fast, because even a 2k lead at this point, if it doesn't grow, it feels awful.
The Sanctified looks like he's going to go down now, so American Goon's finally ready to fight back. Boris, he can't really be left behind like this, but it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. Goons still hanging around for a little bit longer, but the Morph has died. Boris is down as they'll try to aim down Duster. Duster proving to be very tanky with the life drain. He's going to survive. Now Giant being the one hunted. And Double King will have his way with him eventually. Another kill for the Bloodseeker. And that'll be the top T2 tower gone now. Isla just needs to hit it one more time with the Meteor Hammer, and it's as good as down.
And they win that fight without the Ravage as well. It's still on cooldown from Isla when that breaks out. Just having enough to burn through the mana for the Strength Morph here on Boris. Not the biggest pool of mana just yet, not the most stats in the Morphling, so still very susceptible to this tempo coming out from the side of C-Dub. And C-Dub, it's a pretty scrappy fight to be sure. It's a little bit awkward coming into it, but they managed to make it work. The coordination not quite there for the side of the American Goons to really try to look for that backline. They've got to catch that backline. You've got to take Duster out of the picture. The Nether Ward and the Life Drain is just doing a lot of work, along with a spam on the Nether Blast. Like, it makes it very tough for Boris to just stand there, try to shift up, try to survive. The Manta will help rectify a couple of issues in control. You're going to need way more. I think your timing now on the Morphling side are going to be the Ags or the Scotty after that Manta. And once you have more stats to play with, a bigger mana pool to have for your attribute shift ready, that's when things can feel a lot better. And that's some time they need to stall out for. The farm on Boris, I mean, he's bottom net worth to some Morphling. That's never a good sign when you're on that past one, and it's particularly bad for a Morph. He can farm up quickly, but I don't think you and I have ever seen a bottom network Morph in a very long time, Mike. It's been a while since we've had this rough a start for that safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they were up against a tied Rubik, so Jabay, I think, died like 5 times in the laning stage, and it just made it so there was no space for the farm of the Morphling. It's just the classic tied Rubik. Like, it's just such a strong laning phase, even now, with that combination. They could just not answer it at all. The C-Dub are looking to head down bottom lane. They know Boris will probably be hanging around that area somewhere. And Boris can't really farm the top area of the map comfortably any longer. A very nice scan out here from C-Dub. Boris still underneath that scan. They just need the Tide to land a decent Ravage here to allow the kill onto Boris. Lil Nick gonna reveal himself with the Plague Wards, but does back himself out of there just fine. They will also get the Morphling up, but Boris needs to be hitting creeps right now. Does not want to be running around the map trying to avoid C-Dub if he can avoid it. Because this gap between the Bloodseeker and the Morphling in terms of net worth is getting bigger and bigger. Double King is getting to the point where the BKB is going to be up. And that's going to be a huge timing for it. So they are going to try and jump him now. Top lane, Static Storm was dropped, Mystic Flare is there as well. He's trying to heal up off the creep wave with the Thirst, but the Glyph is going to be there. The Glyph will ensure that he cannot regen any longer. So a very nice pickup here between Jubei and Giant.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they make it work. They hit him right before that BKB timing. Pretty heads up from Double King to just look for a little bit of CS to try to get that thirst going. But again, the fourth fight coming in. American Goons are very aware. They're still grouped around this bot, but the slow push is coming.
Here we go. Isla, he's just staying frontlined here at the Tide. You've always got the backup of the Pangolier ready to go whenever. Bit of a wraparound now from American Goons. These Plague Wards from Sanctified proving to be just so annoying. And they get away with another T1 tower. Like American Goons, they try their best to hold on to it, but it is not going to work out in their favor. So it's going to be an immediate smoke now from C-Dub, heading towards the Diet Triangle.
Double damage.
Wards down. Into the mid lane they go. They're going to see Lil Nick, and poor old Lil Nick, he's been a bit of a sitting duck this whole game. And it's not going to change anytime soon by the looks of it. He is down. So we do look for a little bit more here with this Pangolier Rolling Thunder. Does run right into Esk, but ends up just stealing a neutral camp off him. Obviously, he can't go for the kill on his own.
Dire's middle tower.
But you know what they can do, John? They can go after a mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Tide Hunter, Meteor Hammer, plus Nether Blast. This does not take too long, along with the Deity of Mork. So you're clearing out the map real fast. You're really keeping up that suppression on Boris, preventing the Morphling from having too much space to farm up in. I mean, the Mantis nice and all on the Morph, but we were talking about it in draft. The big timing for this hero where the core-to-core sites feel a lot better is something like your Ag's timing. That's still a long ways off here for Boris. Even if he even wants to rush the Ags. There could be an argument now for maybe an earlier Scotty, just to have more stats overall, have that durability, have that safety net of more mana so you don't get instantly burned down by a couple of swashes out from Mark. Making moves mid.
The bottom lane, though. Bit of an attempt here onto Duster, though Duster's proving to be quite tanky here. Again, not going down. Jubei's going to try for the TP out, but will not be able to make it. The Disruptor's down once again. At the very least, you get Boris out safely, so there's that kind of a little win there for our Disruptor. Jubei, again, not having the best game, but his only objective is to make sure Boris is having a decent time. So C-Dub, there's only one outer tower left. They're just going to head down towards the bottom tier 2. And there's really just not much in the way of stopping them here. Isla's just too tanky. Duster's right behind him with the life drain if he needs it. And you've always got the threat of the Rolling Thunder to come out from Mark if you do jump in. So it's just such a hard team fight for the Goons to take against C-Dub. And again, I just don't know how they're going to defend this tier 2 tower. If C-Dub fully commit for it, it's as good as gone. Here we go. Glimpse back. Mark popping the Rolling Thunder a bit early on, but he does end up finding Jubei at the least. Jubei trying to juke out the Rolling Thunder is going to connect again from Mark, but Jubei has made it. Nobody else jumping in for the fight apart from Mark will mean that nobody gets caught out here on Goons.
Yeah, but they're still getting that slow chip away at that last outer tower. Even without the Meteor Hammer, Nether Blast does the job quite nicely here from Duster. So, just going to look for that objective play. And the issue with American Goons draft is that there's no hard teamfight control outside of Static Storm. Jubei has to nail that every single time for them to have a fighting chance in these engagements. Maybe you could look for an Ancient Seal into your Mystic Flare, but you don't really have the best hold to kind of deal with that as well. Just makes it really hard for the side of Goons to find anything. It all kind of stems down to this Venomancer flex pick. Right, they picked the Venom, we expected support with the Disruptor. Instead, they last pick a Skywrath Mage for Giant. And what do you do in this game? You know, it's like you don't have team fight. You have really good sustained damage. You have really good single target damage with Ancient Seal, but you don't have any way of tying that in together. Whereas for the side of C-Dub, they don't even need to force any of these fights. They just go for objectives. They know they won't be punished. You are getting some recovery for Boris out. He is farming up top, pretty far away from the action, pretty far away from where C-Dub's currently focusing in on. But with no outer towers left, their map has shrunk. Control is in favor of C-Dub for sure, and they could gun for Roshan if they wanted to.
Radiant's top tower.
They may. Roshan gonna get started here from Mark. Doesn't seem like Goons are going to be in a position where they can fight this. Instead, they're going to try and push out the top wave and try to force a retreat here from Seed-Up. Seed-Up, though, comfortably taking this Roshan. Not going to take too much longer. And with the Aegis coming up on Double King, an even easier time now for Seed-Up to just start running at the side of the American Goons as they go right through the Twin Gates. Up top lane, Giant was showing on the creep wave for a moment. They know the Skywrath is going to be there. Mark will jump in, he'll see Giant immediately, and it's a nice free kill for them if they have a stun. Sanctified looking for the stun, but no! He gets the Plague Ward down instead, not having the vision. And sadly, nobody ran in to actually give Sanctified the vision to lift, so a bit of a mistake. Forcing him to put the Plague Ward down to try to get the vision himself.
They miss out on an opportunity, but not the biggest kill to miss out on that Skywrath mage anyway. That does give a bit of an opportunity for Jubei in trying to look for that play that we saw last time. They might have to commit Static Storm only onto the one, but it's a guaranteed kill with the Ancient Seal and Kinetic Field at least, if they find it.
Here we go, Mark. Rolling Thunder. Not going to catch anyone out, so a bit of a whiffed ability there from Mark. Still mid lane, Jabei. And they whiff the Rolling Thunder, but Jabei just kind of walks in and hands them the kill. And maybe he just felt bad.
Maybe he did, you know? He sees the ult, he's like, yeah, you deserve a consolation prize, have me. That does cost them the Rupture as well on the side of Sita, but not the longest cooldown in the world to expend. And now they have that opening for the high ground with one man down. That is the big hero you actually want to care about. Again, the Disruptor is pretty much all your team fight here, all your team fight control. Without that threat of the Static Storm, you're just free to Nether Blast and Meteor Hammer away here.
Here we go. T3 tower, slowly but surely going down.
Oh!
Ravage is out, Isla catching a couple. Looks like they're on to both supports. Lil Nick in trouble as well. The pos 3, Veno is still going to make it. Though Duster is chasing, he wants the kill. They do land the swashbuckle, but he had the stick charge, so he does make it out. Rather, the Guardian Greaves is what kept him alive. Is now Duster. Life drain back in onto Jabei, but Esker's going to show up trying to claim his life. They will get him. Duster overextending. He's going to pay for it with his life. They got the mid T3 tower, but they probably could have afforded to stick around for more. Had they not dived tier 4s. Stubble King. BKB away with the TP. You know, I must admit, I really dislike the fact that all the spell animations still show through BKB now.
Yeah.
Because it makes you second guess everything that you're watching.
Yeah, it's really funky when you do see that. Debuff immunity in general is just a little bit strange in comparison to good old spell immunity one. But, you know, I'm sure at some point we'll get out of beta and it will be fixed up at some point. Unlike this game. This game's pretty hard for the side of the Goons to fix their way now and hard to sort out their issues. Like we're seeing Boris have to build a BKB on Morphling. That's just not something you want to see on your Morph. Sure, debuff immunity is big here, but you still have Rupture that's going to cause you issues if Double King just saves it, preventing the Morphling from getting the chase down you might want in the middle of these engagements. And I don't know if that's enough. You know, we were talking about Scott, we were talking about Ags. None of these timings are just there for Boris. And at the least, he's caught up a little bit in that word, but that high ground push, it's going to start. Even if it's not a full committal, just Nether Blast and Meteor Hammer is more than enough.
Yeah, that it certainly is. Seed-Up. Still going for more now. And Lil Nick trying to make it as hard as possible here with all these Plague Wards. Static Storm was dropped. Jabei trying to at least catch out Duster. Has got the Panga, or rather the Pugna locked down. Speaking of the Pango, though, Double King has rushed in with Mark. The Double King, I believe, ruptured himself because of the Lotus Orb. So he will lose the Aegis. Bit of a messy engagement as Giant now goes down. Esk jumping in on the Timber. Still, Boris going to help out. Mark dropping very, very low. Boris now the one in danger himself from the Morphling. So he will try to run, but there's your big Ravage. Isla just holding on to it the whole time. And Boris is going to drop. Now rushing for more. Double King going to find Giant. They even found Esk on the Timber. No buybacks available. I don't know whether it's worth calling GG here, but you could just go for Megas. I think you have the time.
Yeah, we can just go for the creeps. There's no real threat here from the side of the Goons. Like Static Storm, half a minute away. They used it just to kill off a Pugna. Sure, Duster's pretty big in these fights, but that was Static Storm and the BKB usage from Boris to kill off that Pugna. So the re-engage just really awkward for the side of Goons. And now there's just nothing to stop this high ground.
Well, there goes your bottom rats. Let's see if Seed-Up do feel confident enough to stick around for the final. Double King is dropping quite low. Life Drain is there from Duster, but it's not doing much through the Spirit Vessel. It's waveform forward. Double King does still get away with the 4 stuffs. Now the turnaround is there. Boris copying a Rupture. Probably not going to be able to chase. Meanwhile, Isla just going for a TP out. Is going to make it. They could not land the adaptive strike in time from Boris. At least the Goons are still in the game. But they are 2 Raxes down, and there is no real big sign of recovery here on their side.
No, it's going to be a while. The Ag Scotty timing is really what we're looking for from Boris. BKB from S could help the cause. He's had a lot of impact on the terms of really good Lotus Orb usage as well to just prevent Boris, prevent Double King from just getting complete control in these fights. But again, it takes a while for this game to simplify for the side of the Goons. And for the side of Seed-Up, well, they're just running down. Full Mjolnir up on Double King. So even if you do get the Ags down the line here from Boris, the 70 attack speed just basically removes the Mjolnir bonus. And a little bit of Agi is not going to be enough to really dissuade Double King from the middle of these fights. And Double King is going for his own Basher into the Scotty now. He's going to have a lot more control and a lot more stats to leverage. Lots more durability up in these fights when they do break out. A 16k lead for the side of C-Dub, 24-8. And the side of Goons, again, it's just so hard for them to take these fights. Heck, we're seeing Lil Nick go for the Ags and Venomancer, which again is probably one of the strangest Ags in that you don't necessarily, ideally, if you're winning, you don't want to die, but you're at the point where you accept that you're going to die in the Venom. Might as well have some impact after that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't quite blame him. Like, I don't know what else he can really go for here to turn this game around in the offlane Venom. It's kind of hard to see anything, any itemization turning this game around here from Lil Nick's end. The big issue is, like, this Morphling just has not had a game. The laning stage was just horrific for him, and C-Dub have just done a fantastic job of just controlling the pace of this game one so darn well. Goons are still trying to buy more and more time for their Morph to farm up. You do have some decent high ground defense here with the Veno Skyrath. But Isla, he's just patiently waiting for the Meteor Hammer each time. And the sad reality is, unless you glimpse him back, you can't actually cancel it. Like, there's just no stuns here.
Yeah, no control. Like, I think going back to Lil Nick with his build, if he maybe went for a different build than the Spirit Vessel Guardian Reeves, let's say a Rod of Atos into Gleipnir as the offlane Venom, I think that's where we see that hero shine the best as a core, leveraging some of that universal damage type here.
I don't think he could have, not after that laning stage. Jabei's going to go down. S going to move in. Sanctified going to be targeted, but does force staff away. Is now Boris ruptured up, trying to fight within the BKB, but just taking so much damage. Is forced the waveform in the end and just TP away. Boris still able to make it out. Lil Nick, maybe not so lucky though. Lil Nick is going to be the one to go down, but he does at least hold buyback. So he probably will be forced to commit that rather soon here from C-Dub's end, but there's actually a 4-man smoke. Ravage is up, by the way. Double King's still got a BKB. He's going to pop it. They can't hold him down right now. In fact, Esk is taking so much damage, and the Ravage going to hold them down. GG. It was just a desperation smoke to see if they could pull off some miracle. That was not the case, though. They are gone. Game one goes the way of C-Dub.
A rough game out for the Goons. Like, the laning phase just impacting their timing so hard. maybe going back again to this last pick Skywrath Mage to flex out the Venomancer for Lil Nick, and it just doesn't have the impact you need. Like, your team fight's lacking, you're very reliant on Jubei to land at static Storm Kinetic Field. Without that, you have no hold, you have no way of punishing. As you mentioned in draft as well, it looked like a pretty damn free Pangolier game, but no counter pick. I was expecting a last pick, something like a Beastmaster if it was still available there, just to get some control, but again, opting for the Veno, it just doesn't do enough on the offlane. If you ran a Venomancer Timbersaw lane, maybe it would have been good. Pick another mid there, but they kind of felt like the Pangolier mid needed to be countered with the Timbersaw, and even that lane was at the best probably equal for S there.
Oh, it was a pretty even affair, but I believe there was one stage during the mid lane, like on the latter end of things, that he actually ended up dying solo to Mark in that mid lane, which was obviously a pretty bad sign for things to come. You're seeing the highlights here of game number 1. Like, this was a pretty big dive here from seed up into the tier 4 towers, and so with Duster going down, they weren't confident to keep the mid racks going. But ultimately, seed up, like, they were just always ahead. Both side lanes were a complete wash for seed up. They just completely dominated both side lanes. And then mid lane, yeah, it was an even affair, but Mark still seemed like he came out on top because he did get that solo kill on the Timber. And this is after Esk secured the first blood gold, by the way, so you had that going for him, but he just still could not pull off the mid win here against Mark's Pangolier. And every lane just went so well for them. Like, you kind of just knew after the laning stage that Cedar probably just had this game. So with this, like, with the draft that they had, like, they've got no stuns, they've got no tempo setting, and they've got a Morphling who needs to farm forever, but Morphling's not exactly the flash farmiest kind of hero as well, right? Like, he's a pretty slow farmer, so pretty rough game here for the side of American Goons, and well, they'll have to rethink things for game number 2. But at the very least, I do think they need some kind of tempo setting core. Like, the Timber Veno just did not work. And I mean, I've been talking crap about offlane Veno for a long time, John. It's, it still seems like garbage to me, as we do have to hand an MVP out. Believe the MVP is going to go the way of Isla, and quite frankly, he does deserve it. Like, he went for the Meteor Hammer build up on the Tide Hunter. He dominated the lane with his Rubik, and then just kept pushing all the outer towers. And I think all outer towers were gone around the 20-minute mark, which is literally just off the back of him tanking all the damage, just using Meteor Hammer on the tier 1s and 2s.
Yeah, I mean, he had the highest building damage across his team, even higher than, say, Duster and the Pugna, which is not an easy feat. Pugna with the Netherblast tends to do a lot. Still had way more, 3,000 above. And the patience for him to use the Ravages, his presence up front, his itemization as well, just going for the Blink and Pipe later on, negating a lot of the ways the Goons had to kind of get a burst play out. Just a really stable game coming out from Isla, and his impact definitely felt. For the side of Goons coming into game 2, I think they have to rethink their draft, right? Like, the Skyrat it didn't feel like it synergized with too many of your heroes here. I didn't really see that as a viable last pick for them, and maybe just getting something else that's stable for Lil Nick as well in the offlane, because it felt like that's where the issues came out with the draft. I don't think the rest of the draft was too bad. Morphling Timbersaw early on was fine, but Skyrat, Mage, and Venomancer down the line towards the end of the draft, it didn't feel great.
It certainly didn't. I was actually saying during the later stages of the draft, I was actually thinking they were going to go down the Doom route for Lil Nick because it was left available. But yeah, I mean, when I saw the offlane Venomancer, I was kind of surprised to say the least. And well, as we saw, it didn't really work out too well, Jonathan. Not too surprising, at least for me and you, who have seen it too many times now. Well, I guess we'll have to rethink game 2, at least for American Goons. We'll have to see exactly where they're going to head with game 2 and see if they can try to force us to a game 3 here with C-Dub. Of course, till then, we should head off to a break. And right after that break, we can be back with game 2 between C-Dub and, of course, the American Goons. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between C-Dub and, of course, American Goons. And it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 1 not really going the way of American Goons, and pretty one-sided affair to say the absolutely. So tell me, Jonathan, what are we changing in the draft here for American Goons so we can actually see a bit of a closer matchup?
No more offlane Venomancer, I don't think, for Lil Nick. Maybe something with a little bit more control as well on your support duo. Just what they had wasn't quite enough. It was very reliant on Jubei to really get these team fights going. We'll see if they adjust that way in the draft. Of course, you have to remember American Goons with a sub. That always tends to affect things for teams. And we have seen Jubei. There are like two heroes that I associate with Jubei in his subbing spree. It's been Mirana and Disruptor. So either or has to kind of come out for the Goons unless they have something else in mind. For C-Dub, again, maybe a little bit awkward when you compare directly core to core, but with the lanes going as hard as they did, no real issues in going along with the game there. And I'm interested to see what else they bring out here, because they had a fantastic time across every lane, which is pretty much means you have a high chance of winning the game just with how this patch works. And we also see a trend going on here. Mike Boris fully in the dark now. Maybe trying to emulate some Sammy Boy vibes there.
Perhaps. See where they go with this draft. American Goons, again, pretty rough start for them in terms of this series. They're going to go back towards the Timbersaw here, so be a bit of a question as to who's playing the Timber this game, whether it's going to be Esk or whether they're going to hand it over to Lil Nick in the off lane. I don't necessarily think the Timber was the problem last game anyway, but it certainly didn't really help their cause very much.
Certainly not. Does feel like you kind of need more control of your team fight when you do get the Timbersaw, like something to help hold these heroes down, help your Timbersaw just kind of continuously dish the damage out, and just get that play going for yourself. C-Dub just back into the Pugna. It still works well against Timbersaw as well. Pretty great counter for that. The ward prevents spell spam. You've got the Decrep to soften them up as well to get the magic damage going down the line, and life drain is always a boon for your team. You can kind of pick it up yourself, so don't mind that too much for C-Dub. They could maybe prioritize, if they expect Timbersaw mid, they could actually prioritize something like the Storm here. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for C-Dub to kind of lean into that if they feel like they can get away with it with a Pugna pick. Open enough that then they can kind of do what they want here.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising C-Dub have not prioritized picking up like Storm with Pugna, even though it has been available multiple times for them. They always seem to really want to just first pick this Pugna for Duster, who does do some great work on it, mind you. Like, even without the Spirit Brothers to really take advantage of the Pugna life drain, like, he's still proven to be very, very effective on this hero. They are going to go down the Ember route, so not quite the Spirit hero you'd expect to come out, but nevertheless, they do pick it up for themselves. Not really the hero you'd expect either if it is going to be a mid-Timber, because I don't think Ember necessarily does very well against Timbersaw. But at the same time, considering the fact that they won the last mid lane quite single-handedly, they may just not respect the mid-Timber potential.
Yeah, perhaps it's down to that, and maybe it's also down to trying to take away certain combinations from the Goons. Again, Jubei loves his Mirana, so you take away this potential Timbersaw flex off lane, an Embersaw pickup down the line. Ember Spirit pickup down the line with a Mirana, and you take it for yourself. Mid matchup against Timbersaw, again, it's not the worst thing in the world for a Timbersaw. You can still crush that lane, but the Ember does have a different build-up that you can go for. I think we've seen some players go for a 1-1-3 build. It's kind of prioritizing the Flame Guard. It allows you to farm steadily, allows you to do some good burn damage onto the Timb. Could be one way to go here for that mid matchup if they do feel like some emphasis needs to be placed there for Mark. Side of the Goons, having a really hard think about what to pick up now. I mean, if they gun for the Mirana, I don't think you have a natural combination down mid now. They go with the Techies instead, which was left. So you have a lot more in your lanes just by virtue of having a Techies. It does kind of pair up with a lot of heroes really well. I don't know if you really want to run a side lane Timbersaw with Techies on 4, but it can also work out. So the flex is still open for the side of the Goons, but Techies, again, it gives them a bigger laning presence in comparison to what we're seeing with the Sky and Disruptor. You should definitely not expect to get crush too hard now with the techies on hand.
Hopefully not. Next banouts to come. Mirana, Morphling both being removed here.
10
I wonder whether
seconds
that's going to be a position 4 or 5 techies we're seeing. You did
5 seconds remaining.
kind of already say, like, Jubei has only been playing a couple heroes here. I don't think techies is one that we've seen too often. I think techies pos 5, though, is not hard to play, to be absolutely fair. I'm sure he plays a pretty nice techies. I mean, every
Sure.
pub game basically has techies right now, so wouldn't be too surprised. So actually a nice combo as well last series. I was tuning into Nexus Titans versus Green Esports, and for one of the first times in a pro game, I actually saw the Ags look kind of good because they had a Kunkka
Yeah.
with Tidal Wave. That was actually pretty clever. I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah, just forced movement, and with how weird BKB is, it's not usually a top priority, so you can just easily keep that play going. The tempo is pretty fast with it as well. The Tidal Wave being a fairly low
10
commitment to
seconds
buy, if
remaining.
not get it through the Tormentor. I did see that as well. I was like, oh,
5
yeah, that
seconds
works out.
remaining.
Now, a couple of the fights as well, and Green were running around a little bit in the minefields initially, so it's a little bit awkward, but that can work out. I don't think this is the game for it, though, Mike, unfortunately, but you never know. Perhaps that's the way to go down the line here.
We'll see. A lot of time being used for this final ban here from American Goons. 30 seconds left for this one.
I did see one game where Techie Sags looked absolutely broken. That was in Southeast Asia. It was Boom Esports running into the minefield. Good old Natsumi on the Monkey King, jumping in and out, providing a lot of damage to himself. That was a sad game.
I remember that one very fondly, John. Very, very good game to watch. So we do see the Spirit Breaker coming out here from C-Dub. My personal favorites coming out here. It's a very, very nice pick for C-Dub. And it always surprises me that this hero doesn't get banned more often. It's just so damn powerful at the moment. The fact that it gets left alone this many times is kind of ridiculous. As American Goons, there we go again. There's the Disruptor coming out. Arguably, this time, at least he's not up against the Rubik Tide lane, so maybe a little bit easier to stay alive in that top lane now. Mind you, if we are looking at a position for Spirit Breaker, I can't confidently say it's going to be any easier. Though at least the Glimpse can make it so it's kind of hard to land the charge. So American Goons, they are going to go into the Mars pickup, which I don't know how to feel about this hero right now. We've been seeing some teams pick it up. It does have its moments where it looks really good, but I want to say most moments it looks quite bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Mike. I feel like the best times for the Mars was when you'd have a Pango and you had that forced movement bug with the arena. Outside of that, it's looked hit or miss. I mean, you do have more team fight for the Goons coming out. You have highly durable heroes to frontline with the Timbersaw and the Mars now. So, wouldn't mind that either way. You also have some really good flex in that Mars mid versus Ember is not too bad. So if you feel like you get a stronger Timbersaw lane elsewhere, you can still kind of switch things around here. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I don't think you have the best burst damage on hand for something durable that C-Dub could look to bring out. It's not the best control either for something like the Ember. You're still reliant mainly on your Disruptor to get a good glimpse back onto that hero with a Static Storm. For C-Dub, talking about that Spirit Breaker a little bit, Mike, I did just check the stats. Spirit Breaker has not had the best win rate. It is 185 picks, but it's only had a 48% win rate. Mind you, considering its popularity, well, there you go. Maybe you should try going pro, Mike. Go through those open qualifiers. Get an Australian stack, Jump in with Spag or Explosive Fury or something. Let's see you match up there, Mike. I'd love to do that. If you do go open qualifiers, I'll watch. Let me know. I'll cast it.
I like your thinking, Jonathan. I might have to take you up on that offer. C-Dub, they do have a nice invest combo here with the Spirit Breaker at least. So it's, I feel like their draft is already off to a very, very strong start here. See, the Lifestealer doesn't care so much about the Mars either. The Mars techies still going to be annoying, but you have the Rage at the least to block out a lot of the damage with Sticky Bomb and the Spear to come out. So I think the Lifestealer was a pretty strong pick here for Seed Up to take themselves. So we do go into the final ban-outs now. It's like American Goons focusing on what appears to be the off lane or potentially even the position 4 picks here from Seed Up. Seed Up obviously just focused on position 1 ban-outs here against Boris. I like the fact that Goons got rid of the Veno, even though I'm sure that Seed Up weren't even thinking about taking it.
I think the one ban I'd like to see Seed-Up go here with the Lifestealer is definitely something like the Terrorblade. It's either the Terrorblade or Naga PL. Like, you don't deal with any of those heroes very well. You can only ban one out. I think the Terrorblade's a scarier one, and they do ban it out, so now you don't have too much to worry about. I think the one thing with Lifestealer is, into that lane, sure you have Rage, as you mentioned there, Mike, but Rage cooldown level 1 is pretty bad. And it's not like you want to heavily invest in Rage as well. So you should still have some openings coming out for the Goons to play aggressive into that lane, to kind of try to pressure good old Double King there and make his lane as hard as possible. I am interested in seeing what Double King's buildup is. I think we've been not seeing a big deviation. Still been stuff like the Armlet coming out. I'm not sure if this is a really strong game for like an Armlet Radiance Rush. Could be possible. The Goons do pick up the Jug. Now this hero, you and I have seen it a little bit. It's been kind of popping back into the meta. It actually does feel pretty solid, I have to say. Like, sure, it's not flashy. It still has farm issues. You kind of sit back, build Battle Fury. You're not the quickest in jumping through all the camps. You're not the quickest in just clearing out the creep waves either with no commitment. No, it's not like an illusion here that you can just shove out freely. But once you hit the Battle Fury timing, you work yourself towards a butterfly. This hero is pretty damn impressive, especially with the Ags butterfly build. And with a lot of people recognizing how strong that level 20 talent is with a free lifesteal, it's very hard to kill as well. So I like seeing that from the Goons. I think something like a Jug Disruptor lane is pretty damn good. Not too many offlanes can kind of deal with that.
Oh!
They'll go with a Chen for C-Dub.
Wow.
This is interesting. This is a hero we don't see too often. Mind you, we don't see too often, but in the games it's been picked, I've picked 14 times, but a 71% win rate. So, you know, if you can micro your creeps, it's pretty damn good.
I'm pretty sure Duster can. It's, yeah, I don't know this Chen hero, man. Every time you see it, no matter what meta it's in, this hero comes out and it just ruins the whole game for the enemy. It's just the gameplay of this Chen can be quite annoying to have to go against. And well, we can see Duster actually has not played it whatsoever in Div 2 so far. I can attest to that, John, because I would have remembered had he played it so far throughout 2 or 3. So there you go. First time he has a chance to make his stats 100% on Chen for 2 or 3 if he wants to.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting. I wonder if American Goons have what it takes to deal with this hero, because last game they had a pace set against them that they couldn't keep up with. And we could see a very similar thing now, game number 2, because it does feel like C-Dub have a draft that can just run at you past the laning stage.
I mean, you've got really strong push coming out here as well to take away that map control, make it harder for Boris to farm up if he goes off to a slow start. Just decrep in the Chen army, more than enough to clear out a lot of the early objectives. There is an argument though, you know, this time around it's C-Dub with not too much control in the supports. It's not like you can really lock them in with Pugna, and Chen is going to be relying on that army. You do have some decent wave clear coming out here on the side of the Goons in that Jug Battle Fury. Tiramisu and Mars alone are also pretty okay with clearing out the army. So you have some solutions this time from the side of the Goons. Should be a lot more even. I think the Goons does come out with a much better draft than game 1. I would still lean towards C-Dub in that if they execute in their lanes well, then no map space for a Jug, a Timbersaw, and a Mars, it can feel really oppressive for the side of the American Goons here.
Could be another early team fight here, John. Last game around, we saw a level 1 team fight that worked in the favor of the Goons. C-Dub didn't seem to mind too much, though, because they still got 2 kills. Just the first blood gold went to the Goons that time around. Thing is, there is double vision here from both sides. The Goons are going to know that vision was just placed by C-Dub, so that should be a free D-Ward to come out for themselves. Already a bit of a win there for American Goons. Whether they get the level 1 team fight they want, though, is a different question entirely. And it seems like the answer is going to be a resounding no. It seems like CW at least are going to try and avoid that fight.
I don't think their level 1 is the best either in comparison to the Goon, so probably for the best they don't force anything out.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I mean, just a bit of a harassed trade. Duster could be in danger though. Glimpses up on Jubei. He's in range. All right. Duster looks like he's just going to die. T1 Tower might offer a bit of protection with the bonus armor, but not quite. Lil Nick, he's going to have the God's Rebuke to finish the job off. I'll tell you what, the circle around your skills, when you highlight your skills to see exactly what range they're going to have, Jubei was not within that circle when he got that glimpse of. It always feels so inaccurate.
It's strange. It has its quirks, Mikey, but it works out in the side of Goons. They're not going to be asking too many questions about that one. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Start off with first blood for Lil Nick to set up that lane. At the very least, as we take a look down bot, Isla and Sanctified again on that Spirit Breaker and Pugna. This lane maybe not as synergistic for the side of CW. Not much you can really do together. And you are just susceptible to Glimpse rundown here from Boris.
Yeah, it's actually really strong. Level 1 spin, not going to get the job done against Sanctified, but it does a lot of damage here to the Pugna. And certainly Jubei looking to get as much revenge as he possibly can after that game 1. This game 1 was not a very smooth time for him. Game 2, hopefully a bit of a different story here for the Disruptor. Boris as well should have a very good time with the Jug. I feel like maybe you could get caught out with some rogue bashes here from Isla, but chances are with the spin available, you are going to be able to get away every single time.
Yeah, you shouldn't be under too much pressure here as the Jug should just be a fairly stable lane to farm in, so I'm keen to see how much Boris does get out. Down mid, we are seeing our Timbersaw-esque once more up against Mark on the Ember Spirit. And nothing too funky just yet. It is a little bit easier again for the Timbersaw in the initial levels. I'm keen to see whether or not Mark sticks to the usual Slotted Fist priority, or if he opts for higher levels in that Flame Guard, just to have a little bit more presence in the direct core to core. Doesn't feel like Mark's going to be pressured too much though. And the one thing with the Ember is you can stand pretty far back and just spam Slide of Fist. So it's not the worst lane in the world. Certainly not one that the Ember just crushes though.
What about that top lane? The Duster and, of course, Double King against Lil Nick and Giant. Duster's going to go ahead and pick himself up a Harpy. Oh, hold on a minute. Bot lane. Decrepify barely going to save the life of Sanctified. So going for the early Decrep going to pay off for him, at least for now. The bottom lane is starting to heat up quite a bit, though. That Glimpse proving to be quite a lot with the spin combination. But top lane, as I was trying to talk about here, like Dust has got the Harpy Stormcrafter and is being a real nuisance. His bottom lane, Jubei's gone. Well, that's not good.
Yeah, they find a punishment. And the Jug's one here that you probably can't really handle, although he is out of mana on Boris. Has to be mildly cautious here. Without that safety net of the spin, he is susceptible to an aggressive move out from the side of C-Dub. But killing off Jubei, that's certainly big. Sanctified and making up for that slower start, does get himself a little bit more to play with. Gets a little bit of that regen, has Lotus on hand as well. And again, even with a glimpse back, like you don't have mana on Boris, so you can't really do much. You have to kind of watch the Jug and manage management. That's the one downside of that hero. Just not the highest pool, not the highest base regen. And again, without the safety net of spin, you're under threat if Isla or Sanctified find an angle in down the line. Pull doesn't quite work out as well.
Oh, Giant, top lane. Looks like he might just fall though. No Duster. He's going to lose his creep. Very, very close call there for the techies. One more chain lining would have done the job, but Lil Nick, quick thinking, does get rid of the creep and ensures that the kill does not happen. Even like with this lane dominant kind of support in the techies, he's not having the greatest time, but at least he's buying a lot of space for Lil Nick. I guess one thing that hasn't changed with Mars too much is the fact that it is very good at trading CS with the enemy POS 1. And we are seeing that with Lil Nick right now. Like he's second in net worth, or rather second in CS at the moment. And they are having issues trying to stop him from just dominating this top lane.
Yeah.
Bottom.
Just not... Oh.
Sanctified, somehow actually going to survive. The glimpse damage proving to not do anything.
Yeah.
No,
Just
I thought he might. Did he have raindrops or something? Like, he literally did no damage.
He had a Lotus up, and I think he healed just as he came back in. Maybe just it's a level 2 glimpse. Damage scaling is maybe not the most, not quite far enough to really burst down Sanctified. So he gets to hang on, gets to reach in off the salve, and hold steady in that lane. They will get a reset for Isla, but it is a Spirit Breaker. You just TP back and charge back in. No issues here for the Spirit Breaker. Much more even laning start coming out, 1-1, but certainly finding more CS here on the side of the American Goons. So it should be a lot more playable. You're starting to see Esk pull away in his mid lane matchup as well. Mark just not able to do much. He does go for the 0-2 tree build. Again, prioritizing Flame Guard levels just to have some early harassment, but doesn't really do much to stop the Timbersaw in the end. So Esk is still going to be able to maybe set the tone. With a Chakrams up, threaten the kill onto Mark if he's not too careful here.
Yeah, Mark's getting relatively low. S does have Chakram back up, looking to get within range for the Whirling Death, and does land it. And Mark, Verify is going to buy him a little bit of time, but not quite enough. He is down. No levels in the chains to hold Esk in that position. So Esk is going to be able to walk out scot-free. And the American Goons, they've really rotated into the mid-tier 1 tower, trying to take full use of this 5-minute siege creep timing, but it seems like eventually it is just going to go down because the glyph was forced. So, not as much value as you would have liked from the siege creep, but still, better than nothing. At least you get a glyph out of it.
Yeah, you get a glyph, you get Sanctified walking down mid as well, so you open up your side lanes a little bit more. Boris, again, despite that earlier aggression onto him, he's still able to find a lot of CS on that jug. His timing into the Battle Fury, I'm assuming here, is not going to be too bad at all. Not the fastest, but not something that's going to be impacted too hard from this laning phase. And overall, again, Goons have kind of rectified their issues from game 1, coming out with stronger lanes, more presence coming through. Like Duster on Chen has been doing a decent job on the hero, but not really maybe finding as much impact as you'd want right now. Not able to rotate with a good army down mid. Even if you did, Timbersaw is not really an easy target to gank, even as a Chen. As a quick pause on pause.
Feels good to be this good.
There we go. Let's see what the problem is here with Seed Up. It looks like they're ready to go, so just giving the go-ahead here to the Goons. Not really any reasons provided, but doesn't really matter. Very, very short kind of pauses. Top, or rather bottom lane. We are going to have a TP in from Giant. Isla's going to be targeted. Nice little glimpse back into the kinetic field. He will go for the charge back and actually survives, avoiding the blast off, and Isla is actually going to make it out. Just the one charges with the charge back proving to be enough. And he did have a healing Lotus in case he needed it, so he would have survived no matter what they did, really.
Yeah. Really heads up from Isla, dodging out a lot of that output. Every time you get the Blade Fury off in the lane offensively and it doesn't line into anything, it feels pretty bad for a jug. And your farm's not being impacted, but certainly your early aggression that you'd want to get out on the hero isn't quite there. I don't think even the threat of Omni Slash now is anything that's of concern for Isla. They do group up the supports here from the Goons, going for that 8-minute rune. Mark preemptively jumps in early, does get glimpsed back all the way across the map. And you do get the invis out for Esk. So a nice denial out. Maybe not the best position for Mark right now, as he is, well, surrounded for the most part.
Yeah, I think he needed to TP immediately. He will Remnant, though. He does still have one Remnant back there. His bottom lane, Boris, in the meantime, did go down in the jug. Duster actually able to pick up that kill. This will force Esk to rotate on the Timber to try and make sure that the tier 1 tower does remain protected. And it seems like Duster, he's seen enough. He's just going to TP out with his creeps. Does not want to deal with the Timber Saw D push. Like, to be fair, though, both side lanes have the D push against the Chen quite well, here with the Mars and the Timber. And there's the kill happening on Boris that we kind of missed out on. So a charge into the Nether Strike. So that perma-stun proving to be more than enough here.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get all skill and get the bashes on demand by, because you would know. As a high-skill Spirit Breaker player, I'm sure.
Certainly. You have to be high skill to play this hero, John.
Absolutely.
Unlike
what's
the
higher
Abaddon
skill,
players.
Mike? Well, what's higher skill? Spirit Breaker or Ogre Magi? Which one?
Oh, of course Spirit Breaker, John. Ogre Magi is all luck. What do you mean?
What do you mean luck?
already all
It's all
RNG.
skill as well. No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You
When's
can't
the last
say-
time
you
you
can't-
saw Ogre?
Well, you can't say that when Bash. That's the joke. It's the skill.
Well, I was going off the joke, Jonathan, and I was acting a little bit naive, but you seem to miss that part.
Well,
Very,
with you,
very
Mikey,
good.
acting naive and being naive isn't much of a difference.
That's fair. Lou and Nick, top lane. Chase is on. I mean, I highly doubt they've got enough to actually lock the man down. First double king, if you got a few hits off with the Ghoul Frenzy, that could have been a kill attempt, but
Dire's middle
not quite here for Lou and Nick. Still very, very tanky on the Mars and can just turn around and throw a spear out like that. Rotations in the mid lane here from the American Goons. Jabay and S going to show up here to try and maybe secure Mark's life. And speaking of Mark, very good timing from him to just TP back towards the fountain and reset. But American Goons could look to set up for the tier 1 mid tower, as they will have a sea trip coming in any moment now. So it seems like they are prepping to slowly just start taking the tier 1 mid. And as it stands for C-Dub, they don't necessarily have what it takes to defend this, I don't think.
Yeah, they aren't at the point where your Spirit Breaker can comfortably just get these safe charges out. Mark, again, being run down by the Timbersaw. Not having a great time on the Ember in that matchup. Bottom network core right now.
Mid lane, Mark, he's just caught out. S to find a big kill there on the Timber. Tier 1 mid does go down, and Mark on the Ember this game has just not had a game. Very low in net worth, and the Ember Spirit just... He's going to have to take a fair bit of time to at least get that Maelstrom up. Meanwhile, bottom, Boris is being watched at the moment by C-Dub. Charge is going to be there. Boris does not get the spin in time. In fact, spin was on cooldown. So he's just down. And Mark's tipping from the grave. You can't tip when you died in the same way mid lane. But he died solo to make matters worse here.
Oh,
Double king. He's going to be fine. The Infest is there onto a creep, so he's going to make it out. Bit of a shame, but expected here. I mean, you are trying to arena a lifestealer. Meanwhile, bottom, so Jabay was in trouble, but is barely going to make it out with his life intact.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The tier 2 bottom tower, though, just copying so much damage here from C-Dub. I feel like this is one of the teams in Div 2 that really makes use of the Pugna quite well. Like, the amount of push they've been able to get just out of these Nether Blasts. Quite ridiculous here from Sanctified and Isla. We saw a similar thing in Game 1, except they had the Meteor Hammer from the Tide.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But Sanctified, he's kind of just filling that role anyway. Because they're going to go again. Big wraparound. Jabay's going to get caught out. So Duster just going to take him out on his own. Now Lil Nick just getting perma-stunned up here by Duster for a moment. Lil Nick going for a bit of a chase back in onto the Chen, but doesn't have Arena. So all he can really do is thinking about going after the creeps. Because Duster is just going to TP away.
just back off. That's a, I suppose you'd consider a successful defense on the tier 2 up top, though.
And they've got the techies, Giant. Will go down very, very easily here. Isla again doing fantastic work on the Spirit Breaker to set up multiple kills across the map. You know what? Considering they had a great laning stage for American Goons, they are certainly feeling like they're dropping the ball here, John. Like, just too much being given back the way of C-Dub after that lane.
It just feels like they have to farm up a lot to have impact. And Boris is still working towards a Battle Fury, should be flying out now at the least, so his farm can accelerate. Well, I see that. He only has the one part in with a broadsword coming in. So a little bit longer for the Battle Fury time. Not as fast as you'd want in the jug. Your biggest win really was the Timbersaw versus Ember lane, and Mark is still suffering, but the Timbersaw doesn't have the best heroes to connect with right now. And we'll go for a smoke play out. Perhaps if you just kind of get the kinetic field and static storm on top, simplifies that team fight for the Timber to carry through. And Little Nick does have a full blink up as well, so better arenas to come out here.
Absolutely. Bottom lane. Jump is there. They caught the Lifestealer to start into the Static Storm. It's a nice setup here. Problem is they did miss a lot of the damage from S. The Lifestealer still trying to get within range to heal up a little bit. Does move in now with the Rage out. Jabay is down.
Jeez.
Lil Nick is gone. And now the control from Duster is going to make it impossible to fight back. And it's getting worse. Charge was out on Giant. They've got the techies. He will blast off away. But Isla's just going to chase him down.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Mark just needs to land a nice chains here on Giant. Even finds two, but there's your Omni. Isla, he just goes into the Shadow Blade. Does reveal himself again, though, so he is going to die. He actually could have just ran out of there, but I think thought that maybe they had detection, so he just kept going for the kill.
Yeah. They did find themselves a nice consolation prize for that deep dive, but again, that loss down bot means that you don't really care on C-Dub. And that's them getting the blink reveal off with Little Nick. Decent spear, a static storm on top, a double king just with the armlet. Survives through, and you run right into his range. Jubei is still close enough that he gets hit through the kinetic field, and that provides enough lifesteal for a double king. Yeah, you have to maintain that spacing here.
Mid lane. C-Dub trying their best to chase down Mark and help out Esk. Mark will not stop though. Esk is still being pursued here by the Ember, though he's dropping very, very low, but they've got enough. Double King going down, or rather getting Jubei down, and now Esk is dropping. Isla again setting up here onto the timber quite nicely, but Mark doing most of the work. And two more kills going the way of C-Dub. Just American Goons not having the response whatsoever.
No. All they can do is just sit back and hope Boris farms enough in the jug and he becomes the big condition, the big hero they can fall back to with, say, the Omni Slash and Swift Slash is coming out. But that timing still a ways off. What we normally see is like a butterfly Ags. That's a lot more farm that Boris needs to find for himself here. Is being given the room to do so, but the map is shrinking. With the bot tier 2 gone, mid's going to be a good target. You can start clearing out top as well to prevent that access into that for expanded side lane here. And they might just be able to maybe gun for Roche if they find a pick off first. I'm not going to find anything down bot for the connection. So maybe a little bit of a wasted move through the gates right now as the smoke is out in the Goons here.
And it is. They'll try to use the regen rune as bait for a moment, but nobody's going to take it here from C-Dub as they didn't even have vision over it. The hunt is still on here from the Goons to try and hatch somebody out. Nobody's showing up though, so S just clears out the mid creep wave. They'll have a hunt through the Dire jungle, but nobody's there either. Maybe they could rush up top and go after Duster, who is kind of revealing himself with that big creep army. But C-Dub seem to have a decent enough idea that there is a smoke happening. They are now slowly grouping up. Duster may still get caught though he's going after Giant, and Giant's the one in trouble. The taser's going to keep him alive, however, and Duster is going to be punished for his greed. So the charge is in, the life drain is out, Duster's going to survive, Lil Nick's going to be the one to go down. Oh my goodness, a huge blast off though, into the Omni. It'll find two targets. C-Dub, they want to keep going. Nice glimpse back on Double King, but he has the Infest, he has the Rage, and he will be able to remain now as Boris is being chased down. Double King's not going to give up on this one, and Boris has no gameplay. It was a nice counter-initiate in the team fight here from American Goons, but still doesn't really work out for them.
No, your core trades are still a lot better coming out here from the side of C-Dub for Double King and for Mark to stay alive in that engagement. They managed to bait out a lot of spells here on the side of C-Dub. They get the Hand of God off with the mech. It's more than enough healing to sustain true. You have to remember that healing per second afterwards as well in the Hand of God does mean that you do have a lot of sustain coming out from the side of C-Dub. Side of the American Goons. That's them throwing everything out. That's them dragging in their chug as well. So you're slowing down that farm once more on Boris to try to find these openings, but none of them presenting themselves cleanly. Roshan does begin from the side of C-Dub. They've got that full Deso up and Double King. So this shouldn't take too long. It's not the quickest Roche by any means, but you don't have a way of contesting now on the side of Goons with Static Storm still down for a bit, and with no Omni Slash, you don't really have damage. Gonna be a freebie for the side of C-Dub. The Goons, you're still working towards that Manta for Boris. You've got the Octarine Vanguard for Esk, so there's a lot of regen up front, but doesn't feel like enough. And at this point in the game, you could maybe even opt to just try to ignore the Timbersaw as much as possible, because again, there's still a weird lack of lockdown from Goons. Yes, it's a little bit better than game one. You've got the spear, you've got Arena, you've got Blast Off and Glimpse, but still, it feels really hard. If Static Storm doesn't connect onto Mark, then this Ember just dances around you, regardless of farm.
T1 top tower now going to be under siege. Seed up. Going to make pretty quick work of it, though we are going to have a pause again from Duster, who might be having a few lag or ping issues here. Looks like he's going to go for the quick disconnect. State of the game, though, 2k advantage for Seed up. Looks like it is a lag issue as well. Win probability is still pretty even between these two teams, like 48% to 52%. Seed up with a very, very slight lead in that, a lead in that department, but every fight we see has been a pretty rough affair for American Goons. There does come a point where I think the Jug will be infinitely stronger. But the problem with this hero is you do need to really choose wisely as to when you commit this Omni Slash. Because that is basically the hero.
Pretty much. Like, you're really reliant on that invulnerability period to get your damage out. The Swift Slash helps as well. Again, the timing's like, well, in this case, Manta, Butterfly, and then Ags for you to feel great here for Boris. That's still a lot of farm he has to kind of get room out for. At least for the side of C-Dub, something working towards their disadvantage is that Isla and Mark are pretty poor in farm. It has all been pouring out onto Double King, but they're not too far behind. They're at least pretty tied in with Boris and Little Nick in terms of build-up. So you're not lagging behind that badly. We'll still get the Octarine up at some point here for Isla. Duster. That's some unique BM.
I love it. I love it. I mean, Duster just, I don't know what happened after he disconnected. He got real mad all of a sudden. And that is some, yeah, I mean, he thought about that insult. That wasn't just like a question mark. He thought about it.
Oh, God. And he's been crushing it on the Chen. We did smoke. Little Nick.
Oh, nice little juke out on the God's Rebuke from Mark. Little bit flashy from the mat. No Nick being charged up. Chase is on, but Isla does cancel it off. Doesn't want to move into the high ground where he can't see anything. Double King, mid lane. The group up is there from American Goons, but it doesn't really seem like they're quite confident in being able to deal with the Lifestealer twice, especially with all his spells up. So they won't even bother trying to go after the Lifestealer. Take their time to keep the farm going on their end of things. The chase is on from Seed-Up, though. Seed-Up still want to fight by the looks of it as Double King has found Giant. Blast-Off is there. Giant getting the disarm for a moment as there's your Nether Strike in now onto Lil Nick. Charge out as well. Static Storm can be dropped to try and help out, but it does nothing. It is all too late. And Seed-Up, they might as well just stick around and go for the top T2 tower. I mean, they've got the Deso up. They've got a Pugner with them. Why the hell not?
There's not much stopping them. They might go for the Tormentor first. This is a big one if it goes the way of Duster in that 50-50 dice roll. The Chen Shard, a freebie Ancient Creep. That is pretty scary. And you can handle the regular Creep army, but certainly not an Ancient. And he does get it. All skill on Duster to kind of get the dice roll on that, so you could maybe grab this Ancient Black Dragon. And the push will just continue. Like, this is very oppressive. Did he take it?
No, I don't believe he took the Black Dragon. It's Boris. Oh, it doesn't get bashed. He doesn't get bashed. It's okay. I suppose Isla should just played better. Would have bashed if he was a better player, but what can you do?
There you go, Mike. I know you're the better player. You're like Homelander, Mike. I believe you.
I am better, Jonathan. Yes. Charge down a bottom lane. TPs are incoming. Only going to be Mark showing up. No, never mind. They've got a Lifestealer as well. Nether Strike is there from Isla from a mile away. In fact, Giant is going to try his best to keep this Timber alive. S just needs to keep chaining away, though he has got an Isla quite low, but there's the Hand of God to come in. Now, instead, they see the Timber's proving to be way too tanky, so they'll just take the Techie's life. Double King still chasing down, but has kind of missed the opportunity now to continue on the Timber. I don't quite blame them though. Like, you don't want to keep running into the Timber Saw and just losing more and more stats with the Whirling Death. Much rather just go for the easier pickups first.
Definitely just go for the softer targets.
Under attack.
They do have an Infest, Duster. Okay, instant G pause. Wait, which one is it, Duster?
Duster, he's literally just getting off his chair now. He's like, no, screw this, I'm out of here. Boris is confused. I mean, Duster's playing some real mental games today, John. I'll tell you, like he reconnects, he insults everyone in the game.
And disappeared.
I just now he says G and pause, and then he just gets up and leaves. Even his team doesn't know what's going on.
That's something else. I think he lagged out.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Sure.
They're trying to make it seem like his PC crashed or something. We saw him get up off the chair. You can't make this crap up.
Does disconnect now at the least. So the alibi is there, Mike. The alibi is there.
Oh, his camera's off, John, so I can't tell. The biggest irony in this game would be if there was a disconnect that never came back and then a bot would take over for Duster. That would be actually the most amazing irony I've ever seen.
Sadly, you don't have bots on log, but
we
that
don't have that
great.
functionality. Yeah.
Sadly, the technology's not there yet, Mike. But someday it will be. And then whether or not you disconnect in the game, I don't think it will make a difference. There you go.
You're not talking about me specifically, I'm sure, Jonathan. Obviously,
No,
it would
of
make a
course
difference
not.
if I disconnected from the game.
For sure.
Goodness me.
For sure.
I have I won 2 games in a row of Earth Spirit the other day, Jonathan. That was
Wow.
very exciting. Yeah.
I'm proud of you, Mike.
Still a garbage hero.
I know
but
you've always wanted to hear those words. We're proud of you.
Thank you, John. Still garbage hero, though, let me tell you. Like, I had to work overtime for those wins. It's very, very tough.
I can't imagine. Mikey. Man, you ever check the neutrals and just see what they get with leveling up? The Centaur Conqueror is kind of ass. He gets more damage on the stun, which I guess is nice for farming, but kind of pointless. I'm always curious about when they level up as well, because the Shard of Duster does allow some creep abilities to level by 1 level, but why is it some abilities? Which abilities level up? It's like, how would we know?
Well, we wouldn't, Jonathan. That's the point. That's a surprise. You get to just be surprised every time.
Gosh. I just want him to get the Foreman and just get some move speed up,
Yeah, it actually doesn't
16%.
say which. Actually, doesn't say which abilities get leveled up. Well, that's a bit sad.
God, no. Of course not. Have to figure it out ourselves, Mike. Oh, you have the level 4 ice armor on our Ogre Frost Mage. 6 bonus armor, 45 second duration, 26% slow on attack and move speed. That is actually kind of nutty.
Yeah.
That is, wait, 6 armor. Damn, that's a lot. How much does Lich get in Frost Shield? Lich gets, okay, he gets 8 at max level, which is pretty nice. The neutral creep also gets 8 bonus armor at max level. So you basically have a Lich with 1 spell.
Good.
And it lasts 45 seconds. Lich Frost Shield lasts 8 seconds. It's just a better Lich.
Jeez, I hope Duster comes back soon, Jonathan. Otherwise, we're not going to have any of these abilities being used.
Yeah, but we can talk about the abilities, Mike. Even
That's
better.
true, Jonathan. We could talk about them.
Okay,
He hasn't
so-
taken any ancients, by the way.
Yeah,
He
that's a
just
bit
has-
surprising.
Just decided he doesn't want them.
Yeah, maybe he feels like it's too unfair. You get 1,400 gold for free, then suddenly you have a free Overlord. He's like, nah, it's a little bit too much. We'll play it like this. We'll play it fine. Down the line, he will pick up the Ancients, I'm sure. What does the Thunderhide creep get? He gets increased hero duration on the Slam debuff. Nothing for Frenzy, which makes sense. The Ancient Ice Shaman just gets reduced mana cost for his Ice Fire Bomb. That's something.
Yeah.
The Time Warp aura does improve, Mike, all the way up to 14%. But I don't know when the neutrals level up. You go over Ancient Frostbitten Golem and just check. It's still level 1. But I've seen a few neutral creeps already be at level 3. So I'm like, when do the Ancients level up? When does that happen? It's just so confusing. I don't understand. Can't wrap my head around. So many timers in the game, Mike.
There is a lot of timers, Jonathan. I'm very curious to find out exactly what it is. We'll have to do some research after this game, I think, John. Try to figure out exactly how these Chen creeps work.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. That's not very good. That's not
Yeah,
very good
that's
at all.
a tiny. That is
What can you do?
definitely. What we can do is look at more neutrals. Now that's always fun.
Oh, is it, John? Is it?
It is. Look at this. Look at this. The mud golem, when it levels up, its shard health goes up, and the shard's damage, the little golem shards, their damage goes up.
Very good.
Kind of pointless, but kind of cool. What else has some weird, quirky level ups? Okay, the Wild Wing Rippers just don't have any. Lame. The Bruiser. Oh, look at the Bruiser. It goes up from a radius of 200 to 230. With increased damage. Up to 400 damage at max level. That is actually brutal if you can kind of somehow get the 2.4 second channel off.
Where are you looking for this Bruiser?
Oh, I'm just going around the map, Mike. I'm finding what I can.
I'm aware. I'm asking where the Bruiser is, John.
Oh, it's right next to the outpost up top. The upper lane outpost for Dar. The Ogre Bruiser's there.
Oh, there it is.
Look at that. 400 damage plus 8% of current HP in a 230 radius. Too bad it's a 2.4 second channel.
Is actually so dumb. Like the amount of damage this stupid creep deals if you're not looking. I mean, I appreciate the fact that there is a creep that actually can threaten your life. If you're not paying attention. But it's so infuriating when you get hit by that thing. Which happens a lot to me for some reason, John.
It's fine, Mike. It happens to everyone, I'm sure. You know what would be fun? If Duster got in his army composition of 4 units, he got maybe 2 Centaur Conquerors and then 2 Bruisers and just chain stunned. Use the Conquerors to get the channel time off the Bruisers. And then that's 800 damage. Plus 8% HP each time after max HP, current HP. That'd be fun.
It's the 8% that kills you, honestly. It's just so much damage.
It's such a funny creep. You know what I'd like to see down the line here from good old Duster? Just get the martyrdom. And just give us a martyrdom. Get the Ags out. We've only seen the Ags once. And that was on, what was it, Ponlo when he was playing in China when he was on Aster Ares?
Yeah.
Right? That was the time. And then he sold everything and just went for a Desolator and ended the game.
Yeah. That was a good time.
Hopefully doesn't reach that point for Duster, but get the martyrdom up. That one heal could make all the difference. As a wise G-man said. I mean, the right heal in the wrong place can make all the difference, Mike.
It could. Well, hopefully this fire is out soon. Looks like we are still having a few issues. I hope the electricity hasn't completely gone out here for Duster. Here we go.
There
He's
you are.
reconnected. Happy days. Just wait for him to ask if there's any actual humans in the game before we get to unpause.
Duster knows. We're all just bots.
Duster's the kind of guy that'll reconnect to the game and ask why the game's still going. Yeah, he's just like, come on, guys. How have we not finished this game yet? Probably what he's saying right now to his team.
God bless Duster. Back into the game at last. Bit of a clump up south here.
I'll charge in. Isla's there with the lifestealer, and Jabay just immediately deleted. Omni Slash not bouncing, finally going Double King's way. Boris trying for the TP, but the Nether Strike is going to make sure he cannot get out. Boris is down. And I'll tell you what, that Omni Slash was one of the luckiest Omni Slashes I've ever seen. It just would not bounce towards the LS. but nevertheless, just no damage to come out through the Omni.
It's just not there yet. I mean, you only have the Yasha up. You know, you were pots for all that time, so no Manta up yet, no Butterfly. Without those two items, you don't do enough in the jug. The Butterfly really key for him to have some output here. And C-Dub, I mean, they lose Aegis, sure. No Armlet Talisman coming out from Double King, but it almost looked like he wanted to reset anyway, considering that Aegis probably only had like 40 seconds left at that point. So, again, not the biggest loss here. They have the ability to push in now. They've got the Creep Army ready. They've got the Death, so it shouldn't take too long once they're on the objectives. BKB finished up in Double King as well. Having the safety net to not be fully reliant on the Rage due to that Static Storm.
Well, Double King. That T2 mid tower not taking too long. Keep in mind he does not have Aegis up. Little Nick, though, not landing the spear in time as the Rage was there, and at least Little Nick does get himself out. Jim's back on Duster, but he's perfectly fine to back, as now Isla looking to go back in after Esk, but does cancel the charge. No need to commit if you're Cedar. You could just wait for the next Roshan and just keep the farm going for yourselves. And chances are, with the way these team fights have gone, I don't feel as though the counterfight of the Roshan here from American Goons would be too great. I don't give them a very high chance of making that counterfight happen.
It's a little bit harder to pull off. I mean, you're so reliant on Boris, but he needs farm. Esk, and he's durable up front. He's got the Kai and Sanj, but it's not doing nearly enough damage either.
Now still hanging about here, C-Dub, thinking about going for a fight. As long as you control most of the map, all the net worth is just going to go your way anyway. In fact, C-Dub have already collected 2k extra in terms of advantage here, just over the last minute. American Goons desperately trying to get some D-wards out while they can. C-Dub are not making it very easy. Jump in though, nice arena out from Lil Nick. The life train though keeping them alive here for now as the Hand of God does come out as well. And Lil Nick, well, he needs to run. It is not a safe team fight for him. Esk is still going, but Esk is about to drop himself now as the charge is going to fly out. Isla not able to catch anyone with that. But another successful team fight as Double King's just riding onto 4 heroes.
Jeez.
He just jumped in a 4.
Yeah, no cares. Has the BKB, has Rage. Knows that the big issues in terms of us gone. Arena threat from Lil Nick's not there, blowing it earlier. And now the high ground just begins in earnest. Nothing to stop them on the side of C-Dub. Just ripped through.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. This is a pretty rough series here for American Goons. C-Dub have just proven that they are the much better team here today by the sounds of it. As Isla, he's going to go for a charge back down a bot lane. Won't be towards Boris at the very least, just clearing out the creep wave, prepping it for the bottom tier 3 tower push, but it seems like C-Dub, they're more than happy with the progress they've made. They now hold a 15k advantage. And Roshan is not the worst timing either. 1 minute, 15 seconds away from respawn.
Yeah.
Mark?
That means it is...
Nah, he's alright. He'll remnant it away.
Yeah, there's been a lot of pressure on Lil Nick to land that spear. And he's landed them in the arena. I think the mid tier 2, when you did mention he whipped the spear, Double King didn't even pop Rage. He was just hitting tower. The spear just went slightly off angle. And chasing down Giant a bit, then charge out onto Esk.
The Giant's taking so much damage. He's going to go down. No chance of survival there. And C-Dub, again, just holding the map, ensuring that no net worth will go the way of American Goons. And at least Boris has found a way to get up towards the north of the map and farm up that way. But it does seem like it's pretty dire straits right now for American Goons. Like, once you lose this next Roshan, the game might just feel over. So if you are Goons, you might be forced to just try and fight in the next Roshan attempt. I don't think you have much in the way of making a choice here. You could try and rely on the high ground defense that your draft can provide, but I just don't. Like, when you see Double King infest the creep and run into 4 heroes on their high ground, and just casually jump out and kill 2 heroes, you know there's a problem.
Oh, for sure. But there's no easy answer coming out here from the side of the American Goons in terms of what they can do to play right now. Like, you are really just waiting for the chug. It's all a matter of stall. Maybe this Hex timing on Esk and the Axe timing on Jubei helps that process, but still a ways off at least for Jubei. The Hex for Esk could be big, but again, the follow-through is your big issue there. Roche has spawned up. They do have a creep watching, and Double King will just get started on it with his Deso up. Again, not going to take too long. Even has the stolen flag creep for the inspiration aura for some regen on hand here, and of course the Alpha Wolf. Okay, this is a really interesting creep with the Alpha Wolf, Mikey. A 20% chance to crit, which is normal. Max crit damage of 300. That is a significant crit if you can leave that wolf alive. Like that just makes it so that, you know, Double King, when he does run down with that aura up, you're just dead. You're just 100% dead.
Well, the problem is I don't think the crit is an aura, so there's that.
Oh, that's
the charge is there onto Jubei. Infest is out, and Jubei is gone. As now they're going to make the jump in on Esk. Esk, I mean, he's going to be able to chain away surely, but just look at the damage Double King can deal to this Timber. No cares in the world for the reactive armor. And see it up now with the Aegis Cheese up. They are certainly looking to go high ground and just claim this game their way. Not even many mines being placed for the defense here either. Just no time being provided to Giant to get all these mines down. Giant, well, he's going to slowly chip away at Double King, but Double King just going to chip away at the T3 mid tower. At least you do have the Butterfly now up on Boris, but he has no buyback ult for this next team fight. He's just gone all in on the Butterfly, hoping it makes the change that they need. Arena down, Lil Nip, he'll start the fight. A 2-man speed to get things started. A jump in from Giant as well. But the heals coming out from Duster are not going to allow anything to really happen. They do kill 2 supports, but 3 are down for American Goons that they've got to buy back here. They're buying back on everyone that they can. Omni slash out here onto Isla. Isla is going to go down to the Spirit Breaker. He will not buy back, but Lil Nick is gone. In fact, Isla does commit the buyback in the end. In fact, even the Pugna coming back here. The C-Dub are not done yet. Charging on Esk, going to be cancelled off. Said Giant does get caught for a moment, but no jump in from Isla. There you go. There's another strike finally coming out here. So Giant is down. Double King in the meantime does end up losing his first life. So he was not able to arm the toggle successfully. Double King, no fear in the world. We'll go after the final bottom T3 tower. And it seems like they should be able to just get away with this for free. Like, Lil Nick is respawning in 5. And he will still have the buyback ready to go whenever, but C-Dub are just not backing. Charge out again onto Jubei. This will be a dieback on the Disruptor. In fact, never mind, he never even bought back. There's your buyback now being committed. Mark. Still going. Double chains out again. Charge in from Isla. Looking for the dieback, and this time it will be a dieback. As Lil Nick is down as well, he'll commit a buyback to boot, maybe looking for a spear back into the fountain, but no, he'll drop the arena, he'll try for this final team fight, but it is not working. It is just not happening. GG is called. They've got no bodies left to throw at C-Dub, and that'll be a very confident 2-0 victory being handed the way of C-Dub. There's really no contest here.
Yeah, looked like a very simple game for them to play. Again, the draft this time around for the American Goons has improved over game 1, but C-Dub just play these momentum drafts so well. Like, they pick up the Chen, they have a really good lane coming out for their Life Sealer to get this push going. You do crush once more on Esk. Like, Mark definitely had a slower start this time on the Ember, but still not enough to kind of build off that lead on. I think it's just down to the supports you have. Like, you've got the Techies, which can be aggressive, and then you have the Disruptor, which, you know, for Jubei, again, it's one of the 2 heroes we've seen him play as a sub, but doesn't feel like it has the control and the tempo setting here that kind of matches with that tempo that we see from C-Dub.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very dominant here, and certainly it doesn't feel like the side of Goons are really... I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure exactly what the issue is here, but there's certainly some issues going on with the Goons. It's just... They just don't seem as coordinated. They seem like they're lacking a game plan half the time, and it feels very reliant for them to just win out lanes. You know, like if it gets past the laning stage and they just can't at least go even, it does tend to fall apart. Mind you, this game, their lanes went well. But I'm saying I think they're too reliant on trying to win lanes and win game that way, John, because even with Seedup not doing so well during the laning stage for game 2, they just still run over them.
Yeah, they just managed to get enough from the lanes, and I think it's again just down to how these fights break out. Seedup are looking to constantly be aggressive. They have high mobility in the Spirit Breaker and the Ember. They have a lot of output and sustain with the Chen and Pugna, and it is a mix of both the overhealing and the output coming out from Seedup that was just a bit too much to handle. Like, we saw a lot of fights open up for the Goons where, you know, they'd get the Static Storm off, you wouldn't catch out the supports, Life Drain comes in the middle, Hand of God comes out, and suddenly you just can't find that kill. Like, there's no burst damage here. You know, Lil Nick tries his best with the arena. There's a lot of pressure on him to try to land that combination, but the damage coming out purely, mainly on Esk, really, for a lot of that game, it's just not enough. You just never hit that point where the Jug hits this massive stride where you get to out farm in the Battle Fury, you hit the Butterfly and just run down, and just doesn't come out there for the Jug. Seedup again coming out on top with a 2-0 victory. And our MVP is Mr. Duster himself, the man who's asked if everyone's bots. Yeah, just for that all chat, I think for me, that's deserving.
Yeah, that just kind of reeks of confidence here from Duster, right? It's just like you unpause and you just say, "Hey, is there any bots? Yeah, any humans in this game?" It's just, no one answers from American Goons either. So my question is, from Duster's end of things, was that actual BM? Like, does he have some beef with the players on American Goons here, or is that just Duster being, you know, just another day for Duster, just being a smartass? Who knows? We'll see very, very soon, hopefully. Maybe in an interview we'll get to ask somebody and see exactly what the idea was there. And it seems like we do actually have an interview with Mark ready to go. So let's head over to Mark and see what he has to say. Mr. Mark, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here up against American Goons. How are you feeling right now, sir?
What's up, guys? Feeling good.
I imagine you are. It's a very, very dominant victory from you boys. Can I just ask you straight off the bat, Mark? There was a bit of BM here from Duster in game number 2. Is there any beef between you guys? Because we found that very entertaining, but we're curious. Was that just a joke, or what's going on?
Hey, that was crazy. I gotta tell you, I wasn't expecting that too. That was just Duster, my man, doing his own thing, you know? We were not expecting that, but all right, you know? We got the chain going.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's good to see. Mark, can you tell us look, we thought, American Goons, we thought you guys would have a close matchup against these guys, but you guys ended up just destroying them here in 2 games. From your perspective, why did you guys just absolutely destroy American Goons? Like, was it drafting? Was it just you guys just played the game better? Like, well, what happened?
You know, I think we learned from the 2D Boys series. It was tough, but we learned a couple things, you know, and we also did really good homework on the Goons. We kind of see everything coming on the draft, and you know, that's just how it ends. If you see that coming, we're gonna crush it.
Well, there you go. Go on, John.
I do want to ask you, mentioning that series up against Tilted Boys, what exactly happened there? I mean, you guys were looking sharp in the first week. We come into that first game for week 2, and you guys get 2-0'd. What went wrong in that series, and what exactly did you learn from that Tilted Boys series?
I think the performance was not good, right? And also, our hero pools were just not like big enough for us to play around. So like once they banned out all our comfort heroes, that put us in a rough spot to play the game. And also we weren't feeling ourselves that day. So like it adds up. So like now we got a couple strats going, you know, mix it up. They can see, you know, what we're running, and we can perform better and, you know, win the games.
All right. And what do you think going forward is the matchup that you guys are prepping for? Every time I ask this question, everyone just says wild card. Do you feel like that's the one to watch out for, the wild card matchup? Do you feel like maybe the matchup against Ravens could be a little bit better? What do you feel like?
I would definitely say Wildcard and Ravens are. I feel the same. Like they're both equally strong. I would say.
All right. Which one do you feel like is the one that you'd have to? Which one motivates you more? Okay, maybe not about which
yeah,
is
that's
better
a good one. That's a good one.
Which
That's
one
a good
motivates you?
I'm gonna say Wildcard, and I'm not gonna hide. Got some beef going on in pubs with Sammy today. All right, he was upset, so we'll see how it goes, Sammy.
All right, I'm looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to the all chat because. Well, if Duster's going off, if you're going off, and Sammy's going off,
I'm not
that's
like
going to be a
that
fun
though.
one.
I'm not gonna all chat, you know. I'm not like that, but you know, there's something going on. I'm just saying, but I'm not like that.
All right.
Oh, Mark. All right. Okay. Are we allowed to ask what happened? What happened today? What did Sammy Boy do this time? Can we just ask before we let you go? What's he done?
Yeah. I mean, he's just screaming in the game, and like it kind of tilts me, so I mute him, and then he just got mad at me for no reason. So I guess I wasn't playing well, but like you know, like you're being so dramatic and mad at me for just because I'm not playing well. Like that's crazy.
Well, you have a chance to prove you're the better player anyway later on down the line, Mark. So I can't wait to see this series against Wildcard now between you two. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Damn right. Yeah, damn right.
I like this guy. I like this guy. Mark, we're going to have to let you go, but thank you so much for talking to us. And you know what? Hopefully we get to talk to you again very, very soon.
Hey, yeah. Thank you. See ya.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What a great guy. This is the kind of characters I love coming out of NA, right? This is these crazy characters like Mark coming in. He's just got so much to say. You love to hear it. And well, surprise, Jonathan. Sammy Boy's got beef with somebody else now. So we're going to have an interesting series here against C-Dub and Wildcard in week 3s. We are going to have a look at the standings. Of course, in case you weren't aware, Wildcard is sitting at first place with a 4-0 kind of group stage standing at the moment. C-Dub right behind them now 3-1, tied up with Ravens. So Ravens and C-Dub just tied in second place. You do have the cut straight after that, sitting at 2-1. Tilted Boys and of course Nexus Titans are basically tied. I suppose they're not really because Tilted Boys, they don't have 3 losses. But Nexus Titans and USA Goons now are guaranteed tied in 6th place. And of course Grin is sitting at last place at the moment, which makes me really sad to see, John, because of all the teams, I must admit, like, the one team I've wanted to talk to and interview for such a long time is Grin, right? Because they just look like such nice guys. And I believe it's been Rojo that's been putting his name up to have a chat with us every single time. And we just have not had an opportunity to talk to this guy.
Yeah, it's always been close for Grin. And I think considering, again, that they came in for close qualifiers, it feels like this is the first time we've seen these boys in the DPC. They were really close to finding some wins, just falling short every now and again. Do you see our schedule for that next day of the NA DPC? We've got Grin up against C-Dub coming up first, the Cut versus Tilted Boys up there, and then the American Goons up against Wildcard on that list as well. So a pretty showstopper from start to finish here for the NA DPC next time around. Perhaps that could be the series where we see our interview with Grin. Would how C-Dub perform though, Mike? Probably not. We might have to talk to Mark again.
Yeah, we may have to talk to... I hope we do get to talk to Mark very, very soon, Jonathan, because, you know, maybe tomorrow we'll have an even bigger update on what's happening between him and Sammy. These are the things with smaller servers, you know, that you tend to run into the same people over and over again, and Sammy Boy is not the kind of guy that forgets that one time that you pissed him off in the pub. So nevertheless, we are going to head off to well, we're not heading off to a break. That's it for the night, Jonathan. So no more breaks, or a very extended 24-hour break. We are going to be back, of course, for some more NA Division 2 action tomorrow. So it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. We'll catch you all again for some more great NA Dotes. We'll see you then.